fan of the paladin. I'm not a big fan of the paladin. I'm not a big fan of the paladins. Not a big fan. Not a big fan of the paladins. I'm not a big fan of the paladins. 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 Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan of the paladins. Fuck the paladins. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the sovereign. Fuck the bannerman. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the paladins in Minecraft. 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 I'm not a big fan of the paladin. I'm not a big fan of the paladin. I'm not a big fan of the paladin. I'm not a big fan of the paladins. Not a big fan. Not a big fan of the paladins. I'm not a big fan of the paladins. 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 Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan of the paladins. Fuck the paladins. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the sovereign. Fuck the bannerman. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the paladins in Minecraft. 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 I'm not a big fan of the paladin. I'm not a big fan of the paladin. I'm not a big fan of the paladin. I'm not a big fan of the paladins. Not a big fan. Not a big fan of the paladins. I'm not a big fan of the paladins. 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 Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan of the paladins. Fuck the paladins. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the sovereign. Fuck the bannerman. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the paladins in Minecraft. 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 I'm not a big fan of the paladin. I'm not a big fan of the paladin. I'm not a big fan of the paladin. I'm not a big fan of the paladins. Not a big fan. Not a big fan of the paladins. I'm not a big fan of the paladins. 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 Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan of the paladins. Fuck the paladins. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the sovereign. Fuck the bannerman. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the paladins in Minecraft. 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 Minecraft. I'm not a big fan of the paladin. I'm not a big fan of the paladin. I'm not a big fan of the paladin. I'm not a big fan of the paladins. Not a big fan. Not a big fan of the paladins. I'm not a big fan of the paladins. 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 Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan of the paladins. Fuck the paladins. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the sovereign. Fuck the bannerman. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the paladins in Minecraft. 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 I'm not a big fan of the paladin. I'm not a big fan of the paladin. I'm not a big fan of the paladin. I'm not a big fan of the paladins. Not a big fan. Not a big fan of the paladins. I'm not a big fan of the paladins. Not a big fan.
Hello? 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 Is everything working? Is my mic on? Hello? 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 Yo, yo! Hello! How's everybody doing? How's everybody doing? Hope everybody had a beautiful weekend. A beautiful weekend. The lights are going crazy, chat. The lights are going crazy. I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. Hold on, I gotta fix it. I don't know how it was. Log in, chat. Hope everyone's having a damn good one. Hope everyone's having a damn good one. Gotta fix my hairs. Gotta fix my hairs, chat. Chat, gotta fix my hairs. Hope everyone's having a damn good one. Today is an interesting day indeed. Today is an interesting day indeed. We got more bullshit. More bullshit to cover. More drama to cover. I can't believe the timeline we're in right now with World of Warcraft. It's beyond me, chat. It's beyond me. I don't even know what fucking world we're living in anymore when it comes to Blizzard Entertainment. I'm not gonna lie to you. It's crazy. We're living in a crazy world, chat. I said what I said, good sir and madam. I said what I said, good sir and madam. By the way, chat, we made a new Discord. I'm fucking kind of clueless when it comes to learning like the back end of Discord, but we do have a new Discord, chat. We have a Discord officially. The club Discord has been made, chat. The club Discord has been officially made. For those on YouTube, that is the Discord. We just made it. I don't even know if it lets me send links through here, actually. There it is. That is the official club Discord. We just made it. I can't believe it. It took 14 millennias, 3 Coca-Colas, and a couple double stack of quesadillas in order to make one. And I'm still learning. I'm kind of stupid. However, though, chat, I hope everybody had a great weekend. I hope everybody was locked in, living a beautiful life. As always. And we're getting engaged by starting off the stream right. Chat! yeah. Lock in. Loving the irony that Blizzard's damaging their own brand by going after servers providing the kind of content they can't. I know. Who would have known, chat? And that's why we're here for it. Crazy world we live in. Crazy world we live in. I can't believe it. I can't believe it, chat. You would think Blizzard finally figured it out. You know what I mean? You would think Blizzard finally understands what it's like to understand a community, to understand its classic players. Now, here's the thing, though. Here's the thing, chat. In their eyes, I'm gonna tell you how it is. I'm gonna tell you how it is. Release some photos of Unreal, and it doesn't look too stellar. Don't think it was worth suing them over. I mean, well, it was just one thing I saw, supposedly, right? It was one thing that Turtle Wow showed, and it was an image that was very, I don't know what to think about it, type of image. You know what I'm saying? It was very questionable. Talking about this situation so much as it is. You know what I mean? I think they're curious on why probably people are talking about this so much as it is. It's because you guys are not providing us, and let me put this to static chat so we can just like have a little conversation. You guys are not providing us any updates, you feel me? You're not giving us any updates, you feel me? You're not saying anything up to us. Nothing. You're not giving the community jack shit. Zero. Ugas. Nada. Stramboli, ravioli, Stramboli, raviolis. You ain't giving us nothing. You're not even giving us a breadcrumb. Not even a little lunchable. You're not doing nothing. You're just fucking us. That's what's going on. You're just fucking us. And that's what's currently the situation right now, where it's like, bro, how many more weeks of this drama shit are we gonna have? You guys haven't even gave updates about on when fucking Nax Ramus is coming out for AQ players. You haven't even provided updates to your own anniversaries, fucking player base. But this is the updates you're giving us. This is the news of Blizzard this week for the classic community. This is the hype shit y'all want to provide. This is crazy to me, bro. This is actually insane. And I'm not saying this is targeted towards developers, because this is not a developer thing. This is more of a upper management fucking suit and tie corpo. They're just pieces of shit scumbag motherfuckers. With all due respect, bro. Actual scumbag motherfuckers. The fun police of the world, chat. That's what they are, in my opinion, bro. That's what they are. It's a shame, because like I wish it wasn't like this. You know what I mean? I wish we could just everybody could just play their game, mac and chill. Do I think what Turtle Wow did in terms of like poking the bear? I think that they were wrong, right? Don't get me wrong. But in terms of everything else going on, I just think it's like fucking annoying. Don't you have subscription? I know, right? Don't you got cell phones, bro? Don't you? Bro, come on, man. Everybody's got them. Don't you got a phone, dog? I just feel like it's just we're in this weird fucking world where it's like Blizzard we're in the bad anime ending. And then, bro, you got these fucking weirdo motherfuckers, bro. And maybe we should bring up my YouTube comments, bro. Maybe we should bring up my YouTube comments. Oh my god, you gotta see the fucking losers in these comments, bro. The losers in these comments, bro. like the mentally ill, like actual. I'm not trying to be rude, but I'll just say they're mentally ill. You know what's, you know, little quizzards. It's just, it's fucking rough, man. Max, like, you canceled your sub? Oh my god. I'm not gonna lie, chat. Nobody knows this, actually. I didn't tell anybody this besides, some creators that were in the roundtable and shit. Like, you know, I got a lot of like 50 or 100 people on there, but their online status says there's like 9.3 on there. So, I don't know who to fucking believe at this point. I'm just reporting what I see. But all I do know is that it's another private server. It's an attack on the private world. It's an attack on Classic Andes. It's an attack on the OG WoW players that love Classic WoW. You know, and they're not playing Anniversary any longer because they don't want to support the system that's not supporting back to them. So we're fighting back, chat. We're fighting back. We're fighting the good fight. My dad hates me because I'm not in the NFL, but he gave me some asthma. Oh, shit. Well, at least your team... Spill, didn't the Raiders win? Didn't the Raiders win? Because the Giants got stomped out like Stone Cold put in a mud hole in Rikishi. I'm not playing WoW anymore, Blizzard servers. I'm back to reading books. I like what Noct is saying. Shout out to Noct. Shout out to Noct. I'm quitting WoW, going back to Kiss a Man. Wait, what? No? Wait, Medina, too late. I like that one. Turtle WoW rocks. Their Discord went down early. Yeah, they had a little server outage. That's all it is. I saw what happened. And honestly, I give credit to credit to the people in the Turtle WoW community that are also like not in legal trouble. They're just there, you know, for anyone not named on the lawsuit or anything like that. And those who are coming up with the creative ideas to make new content for Turtle WoW, I think that's absolutely fascinating. I think it's awesome to see that. And it's a shame that you're probably going to see in the next couple months or year or whenever, if they do attack Turtle WoW even harder, they're going to take all their ideas, put it in Classic Plus, and call it it's from Blizzard Entertainment. When in reality, we know where it's really from. We know where it's really from. The lack of creative ideas has left Blizzard a long time ago. Maybe that means they'll get some sort of classic content. They had to say us with the NOS shutdown in 2019. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, well, when the NOS shutdown happened, obviously they voluntarily gave up, right? Like, they just wanted to work with Blizzard, but it seems like they got honeydicked into believing they were going to work with Blizzard. They might have got an NDA. I don't know what happened. You know what I mean? But all I do know is, that was a voluntary thing, and it's a lot of different situations right now where it's like you're starting to see a more forceful push on really attacking this private server world, which I only had a glimpse of for a week, but it was a really beautiful week. It reminded me of the creativity within Season of Discovery very early on, and we all saw where SOD went. Classic Plus equals Turtle minus. It might be. They had a chance with SOD, but that's going to end up in a graveyard soon, if not already. Well, look at SOD right now. SOD has 3K logs. It's almost close to Everlook. You might as well pack them both up. One for being an IP infringement. The other for just being dead. Season of Dead. Pretty much. Shout out to Century 2. Not everyone likes R&D classes, but they support Epoch and building bronze. Yeah, no, shout out to them, man. At the end of the day, bro, like, I'm just gonna say it, chat. I'm a private server enjoyer. I support the private server amigos because here's the thing that these content creators or any of these bootlickers in my comments section that write in my videos, constant bootlickers, constant shaft throbbers, they love the shaft. They can't get enough of the Corpo Elite. They can't get enough of it. Here's the thing, right? I'm gonna be honest with you. I say it how it is. And I'm not here to fucking, you know, bicker around the bush with you. I'm not here to, like, tell you, oh, we should be doing this, we should be doing that for Blizzard, or we should be playing Mr. Pandaria Land, Mr. Chinese fucking Express Meal, Combo Meal 102.10, or $10.50. I don't give a fuck about any of that. What I do we're vibing, dog, and me and him are still vibing. That's my boy, bro. Whenever we play a game together, we'll probably play Arc Raiders together, chat, on stream. That'd be really fun. But I don't feel like supporting Blizzard anymore. I'm good on that. If that puts me on their bad side, so be it. I was on their good side for a long time, but I'm not on their good side right now, probably. It is what it is. It is what it is. Chat, we got some videos to show, too. In the next video, I'm going to show a really fucking interesting take by higher-end people. One individual, you guys know him, Soda Poppin' and Nick Follum. They talked about their interview or their quote-unquote meeting, a lunch thing they had, or dinner, with Blizzard executives saying how they didn't like them. How the Blizzard executives say that we have to nitpick and say what you can't say and what you could say if we were to have a partnership here. And I'm good on that gay shit, with all due respect. I don't want no fucking partnership. I don't need no fucking vibing. I don't need no handshakes behind closed doors and what I can't say and what I should say. There's too many creators in the scene and people that are probably on that higher end that, you know what I mean? Oh, little fucking dick suckage. Then I'm good on that. I'm good on that gay shit, chat, with all due respect. And it's not me saying it in a, homophobic way. I'm just saying, like, I'm good on that whack shit is what I'm saying. That corny shit. I ain't falling for any of that, and I think I'd rather be a fucking pimp than do all that. You feel what I'm saying? For the one-time chat. For the one-time chat. Let's see. Plastic Plus are low. Salon Mariner better have a chance to get in a World Series than playing the C++. Wait a minute, chat! This is my jam! Settle down. Lower that one. I said what I said. Lower that one. I said what I said. Lower what I. Plax, I see what you're saying. The reason why people complain so much, well, here's the thing. the reason why the OGs complain so much, the people that care about, you know, the original versions of WoW, is because you look at a lot of the people in the scene, and you wonder why so many complaints happen, is because this is actual normal thing that's been hindered for so long. It's something that's been rooted deep down, and as the world's finally starting to wake the fuck up, and we're starting to realize that we're just sick and tired of this shit, you're starting to see what really people really mean. What they really want to say. And what's hypocritical more than anything, and I think chat can testify for this, is that if you're going to come after private servers, why the fuck are you not going after RMT? Isn't that terms of service, or are we just going to push that under the rug? Because the corporate dick suckers love to... They love that dick, chat! They love that dick! Can I get an amen hallelujah for that one, chat? Let me get an amen hallelujah. Quit crying, who cares? Quit crying, who cares? He says, I care. That's why I'm going to keep fighting for it, and you're going to keep sucking that dick. Much love to you. Have a good one. I paid $15 a month to have custom service and not worry about losing progress. Yeah, that's a big thing. People don't want to lose progress no more. See, the problem is that people keep want to go with the, you know, the continuous World of Warcraft. They want to keep going through the same expansions over and over and over again through the end of time. And people kind of want a fucking, not even kind of, they want a brand new fucking server, bro. They want a server that's long lasting. Why do you think there's so much success right now with OSRS? Why do you think the Final Fantasy community never goes through any of this bullshit? Hello? Do you hear that word? Or is that all of a sudden just... Oh, it's just croutons! It's croutons! Cares and Crips? Turtle Wow. Hello? Like, this is what boggles my mind. I never understand people. It's like people defending corporate billionaires, you know what I'm saying? Like IRL. The fact of the matter is this. You cannot defend people who make literally 20 lifetimes your worth. Maybe 55 lifetimes. You would have to live 55 different lives or more, an X amount, in order to equivalent that fucking revenue. I'm not here to sit here and defend Blizzard, but what I will do is call the fucking truth. Maybe it's too harsh. That's fine. Maybe people will say I sound fucking retarded. That's fine. It takes one to know one. You know what I mean? No big deal. But I'll tell you this much, bro. I'm not going to sit here and bootlick a fucking company for the rest of my days and say everything's good over here, brother. Fuck that. I'd rather keep people informed. I'd rather let people what's going on. And every week from what's been going on, Lawsuit is the only communication we've had from Blizzard that's actually communication. Rarity. Oh, now they're attacking the Everlook servers. That's their form of communication. It just, what the fuck? But meanwhile, we want actual shit updated in Season of Discovery. For fucking months on end, we were asking for it. Months on end, people were complaining on forums. Months on end, we wanted to see some fucking changes. And it couldn't be done. But you know what could have been done? Cataclysm. Mr. Pandaria. Huh? Huh? That doesn't make sense. That's super duper crazy. Super duper. Super duper. Blizzard's always had a terrible PvP. I get it. Please let me get it. Please let me get it. Hold on, chat. Where is it? They said that star. Can't refuse. I know, chat. They really said that. They said we're gonna make sure you can't refuse this raid boss. I'm gonna give you a raid boss you can't refuse. That's what they said. Season of Discovery was just introducing new players to come to Mob and retail. Dude, it's insane. They thought that SOD players were gonna blend into Mob. Mob has had the worst launch since the Classic ever released. Just saying. And it's on a downwards trend. It's on a downwards trend. That's because at the end of the day, they want everyone funneled back into retail. Yep, it's the same shit over and over again. Please make a skit. Please make that a skit YouTube video. I could do something with that. I love doing skits, bro. I love shooting skits. It's something that I always done on my channel. You know, we've done multiple skits. You guys see the transitions and all that stuff. Yeah, you know how we are, boys. You know how we are. You know how we are, boys. You know how we are, boys. And chat, by the way, I just want to say thank y'all for coming tonight. Tonight we have everybody here coming to the Twitch, the YouTube, and the Kick. We're streaming Hello J-Tello on all platforms. Much love to ya. Much love to ya. And we also have the Discord chat. New Discord on Twitch. Explanation Discord. On Twitch only you could see it. But yes, we have a new Discord. You could join it. The club has been opened on the Discord. You could do your crazy drug-like super duper crazy off stripper activities. 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 Yes. You'll take a meatball, I don't think you'll see. Capiche? Salud. Yeah. No, they don't, because Jay would have to confirm and Shay. Okay, maybe you're spitting. Maybe you're spitting. You'll tell to say hi to my son, Bucciarelli. Oh, hi, Anthony, son. Hi. I hope you're having a great night and tons of fun activities and all types of cool toys and all types of cool video games and a lot of cookies and milk. Much love to you. Your dad is cool. Hello. Walk in. Oh, Discord, you see Debs. Hello. Settle down. Meatballs for dinner. I love meatballs, chat. I love meatball parm. Nothing wrong with that. Alright, chat. It's time. I think it's that time. Chat, I think it's that time. Wait. I think my jam's coming up. Chat, wait. I think my jam's coming up. Chat, I think my jam's coming up. Wait, one of my jams are coming up. I think I see it. Is that the one? Wait. We gotta listen to this jam. Wait a minute. Chat, I think one of my jams are coming on. Wait, why am I so red? Ah! Wait a minute. Oh my god, why am I so red? Jesus, help me, God. Why am I so fucking red? Ah! Alright, hold on. Wait a minute. Oh, God! Wait a minute. Chad, I think my jam's coming on. I'm not gonna lie, chat. I'm not gonna lie. You know what I noticed, though? More than anything, chat? You know what I noticed, man? Chat? You know what I noticed? I really don't like the Paladins, bro. I don't know what it is, but, like, I got a bottle of water today. I went to the doorsteps of the cathedral, and the dude literally hocked a loogie on my forehead type shit. So, you know what I did to that motherfucker, chat? You know what I said to him? Chat, what did I say to that guy? What did I say to that guy when I hit him with an uppercut? When I hit him with an uppercut, chat, what did I say to that guy? What did I say to this dude? You know what I said to this dude? In big capital letters? Fuck the Paladins.
I'm not a big fan of the Paladins. I'm not a big fan of the Paladins. I'm not a big fan of the Paladins. I'm not a big fan of the Paladins. Not a big fan of the paladins. I'm not a big fan of the paladins. 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 Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan of the paladins.
Alright, chat, calm down. I think it's time to get into the news, chat. It's time to get into all the news and all the shit that's going on today. Crazy world we live in. A lot of crazy stuff. A lot of super duper crazy things. And I think we get involved, right, chat? Excuse me. Come to the Twitch. Come to the Kick. Support your boy. Much love to you. I appreciate that. I hope you guys enjoy everything that's going on today. And you guys are locked in as usual. But let's get serious, chat. Let's get serious. Take off the glasses. The glasses are a little blinding, some may say. A little blinding, some may say, chat. A little blinding. However, though, let's lock in, most importantly. Let's get involved, and let's see everything that's going on today. Shall we, chat? Shall we? Shall we, for the one times? Much love to you. Your boy's already sweating. Look at the sweat on me. It's crazy. I'm entertaining at all-time high. It's crazy. I know, I know. Let's look at it, chat. Let's look at it. It's time to get into the news, chat. Chat. We got a lot of news today. We got a lot of news today, chat. It's getting crazy. Everlook has just been shut down, chat. The private server of the world is being attacked. We're going through dark times right now. The cart is looking grim. The wheels are falling off. We got UE5 already presented in Turtle Wow, showing leaked screenshots or screenshot. We got a lot of other drama happening in the world. We're going to cover it now, chat. We're going to cover it now. We're going to get involved. And we're going to fight the good fight. And we're going to do what's right. Lock in. Lock in. Editor, cut the music. Cut the music. I'm sorry, so sorry for that guy. He's so rude. Alright, anyways, let's do something super duper relaxing. Let's get a little cozy. Let's get a little cozy and let's chill out, alright? Let's chill out and see what the fuck is up, bro. Let's chill out and see what the fuck is up, alright? Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. What's fired. Thank you for all the love and support, guys. I appreciate that. Alright, chat. Chat, in today's news, there it is. Holy shit. We have a first look at possibly, can we open this image in a new tab? Possibly UE5. This is operating on Linux. Seems like, yeah, you can see the kernel here. This is operating on Linux. Now, it's not much. It's just a screenshot. I kind of wish they didn't even show anything, honestly. But you can see they're working on assets here. There's some lightings in the zone that they're playing with. Seems like it's a lot here based on this column right here on the right. I know, chat, where my camera is, you probably don't see it. But right here on the right side, where my mouse is right here on the right side, it looks like there's a lot he's scrolling through to work on a lot of these assets. Yeah, Agron, did you see this shit, fam? Are we getting packed up, fam? Agron, are we getting packed up, fam? Shout out to my brother in Liverpool. Lock it in. Yeah. All I care about is the distance view is nice. Yeah, I mean, it's very interesting. It's very interesting. Now, it doesn't look like much, and you're not going to understand what it... Like, here's the thing. People are going to look at this, and they're going to say, man, I don't know about that quality. It looks a little off. You got to remember the type of file that he's uploading to Twitter. First things first, and how it gets compressed. Second, it probably looks way different being there in the office, right? Or whatever the fuck they're doing. And I'm not going to lie, chat. Here's something I just noticed. Look at the air conditioner unit. Everybody's talking about the UE5. Look at this AC. Well, it's not even. Is that a heater? Is that a heater, chat, down there? You can tell this guy's in a small home. He's in a small home making this. He's in a small home. He has to be in an apartment building. There's got to be an apartment complex. They don't got these in regular offices. This is definitely somewhere in Kazakhstan, being made under 3 bleachers and a fat lady. Kind of crazy, chat. 3 bleachers and a fat lady. Possible corn dogs. They're working on it. They would never release that. Yeah, of course. And I think this is just showing. I think what they're doing here, and I'm gonna call it out on a hitch, right? I think what they're doing here is, without adding Blizzard, they are basically saying, fuck you. This is what Turtle Wow is saying. Turtle Wow is basically saying, fuck you to Blizzard right now. They're saying we do not give a fuck about your fucking your lawsuit. We do not care about the waves you're trying to make to scare us. You could do whatever you want. But if we have these servers safe and they're protected by the jurisdiction of that country's laws, everyone at Blizzard can go fuck themselves, especially the suits. That's what they're saying. Now, I'm not saying this. They are saying this. Because this is basically a good old fuck you without adding them. And I'm going to be honest with you, they probably should have never added them to begin with. That was Turtle Wow's fault. I think more than anything, it was their marketing team's fault. Let's be specific. It was Turtle Wow's marketing team, the person who was on the marketing end, saying anything. Man's making an Unreal 5 on a coffee table, and Blizzard has a whole building of desks. You can tell, bro. Look at the camera up here. Look at there's a generic camera and a fucking heater. This is a one-room apartment. It's got to be a one-room apartment. He's got to be in a one-room cranking out a whole UE5. Bro, that is insane to say, Doug. Doug, that is so insane to say. It's so funny, bro. That's so funny. They absolutely are saying that, which is interesting because Everlook is closed. No, I know. They are, bro. That's what I'm saying. Like, this is, and I'm going to probably put this in a video. We'll probably update another video talking about this, chat, because obviously, you know, not everybody who watches the videos comes to the chat, but I appreciate all y'all, you know, much love to you. But this really is a fuck you to the man. Like, Everlook gets closed, you get hit with a lawsuit, and then you have the balls and audacity to upload this? Yo, that's some heat. I'm not gonna lie. That's some massive cojones. That's some balls. That's some balls. Fuck Blizzard. Turtle Wild is gonna exist no matter what they do. They aren't sending the Men in Black to Shenna's house. Laugh my ass off. Yeah, because Shenna puts the rack in racketeering. I heard she's stacked. Settle down. Much love to her. Everlook servers must be elsewhere. They might be. Running XP on a... He's spit. Michael's spitting. I know what he's saying. Everlook was 5 years old. Had 30 people playing. The owner just used the C and D as an excuse to stop running it. Source: I played there. I mean, shit. Hey, it is what it is. I will tell you this much, though. I will tell you this much. If it's an excuse, that's fine. If the numbers are fabricated with the 9.3 that they are claiming online, that's totally fine, right, Kelly? But I will say this much, right? I think it's just and a very alarming thing that Blizzard is continuously doing this, knowing that their reputation with the Classic community and the WoW Classic players, the WoW Vanilla players, is just dwindling down even more. I think that's the bigger substance out of all this, right? Regardless of Everlook, regardless of any of that. That's the bigger take on all this, like the more respectful take. Like, at the end of the day, they're just continuing to head down this road. It's like, your guys are not giving us any fucking communication at all. You know what I mean? So it's like, come on, man. Like, this is the only form of comms you give is by keep attacking every week. What's next week? Find out next time on Dragon Ball Z? You know what I mean? Like, what are we doing next week? Are we attacking every other server? The week after that and the week after that? It's like, the communication is just, it's so sad, you know what I'm saying? For a company that's making $9 billion a year, it's just very sad, you know? And it puts a distaste in people's mouth. Like, I get it, you know? Maybe Everlook wasn't the most poppin' server in the world. Maybe he wasn't fucking booming, you know? Like, it was like a Black Friday at an MW2 event, you know what I mean? But I will tell you this much. At least people are trying to be creative in other places that Blizzard's failing to be now, you know? They gotta go down fighting, I guess, yeah. Titanium. Crafted straight out of the grassroots baseboard heating system. Shuggin. Oh, this is a not footage. This is a tweet by Turtle Wow showing the UE5 client running on Linux. It's a lot. There's probably a lot more they're gonna probably show. Everlook was hosted in Hong Kong, so was an easy hit, which is pretty much the same as Turtle Wow UK servers. Those will be, yeah, no, for sure, Blade. I get what you're saying. And I think for the most part, you know, Turtle Wow will move elsewhere. You know, they will find a way, more than likely. But we'll see what happens. I don't know. True, the doing the real. Let me see. The doing is real. Like what a 7D chess play is. I know, right? It's crazy. What's the screenshot from? Just got here. This is from Turtle Wow's Unreal 5 thing they put on Twitter. This is literally today at 3:39. Not giving a fuck about anything that's going on. Just doing their own thing, bro. Hot take in some universe. Blizzard fails to shut down TWoW, so they start hunting down its player base. Label playing TWoW an actual crime / jail time. No shot. That'd be crazy. That'd be crazy. Next week, FAFO 2.0. They should have taken a screenshot instead of taking a photo. I hope whoever took this one knows how to turn on metadata that is included in images taken by phones. Yeah, I get what you're saying. I mean, at the end of the day, it's a very eerie time to be in right now. And I guarantee you, if I was Blizzard's lawyers, right? If I was Blizzard's, like, you know, actual department team of, like, any type of investigation that they're doing, I would save this image. Save this image, save the date, save everything. Look into it. You know what I mean? And you're making all that money a year. I'm sure they got an investigation going on, right? I'm sure Blizzard is doing that without telling us. Why would they tell us that, right? That's just my speculation, though. Brotello Blizzard is playing 10D chess, bro, and we'll come around and understand they were right all along. You think so? Maybe they are. Maybe they are. And maybe in the long run, Blizzard's the heroes. I don't know. But for right now, they sure are playing the villain. They sure are playing the villain. Control-C, Control-V in Yakutsk. It could be. Is Medina still here? I don't know. And the House Legal will be all over this? Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure they're going to go and arrest him in Dagestan. Yeah, they might fly their private G5, you know, planes, and they'll go there and hit him with tactical missiles online. Something of that nature. Blizzard to Unreal 5 Turtle is like the Antichrist trying to prevent the second coming out of Christ. The problem is people make classic while we're gone. We're asking people that bought and built a car to make it how it was before. Nah, for sure. I agree with you, Sugan. I think that's 100% something that we all understand at this point. And I think the reason why people are complaining so much is people are trying to make them aware of this, you know, make them alert of this, that what you're currently doing is not the right path. Let's try another path, right? It's like when you have a problem with a football team or something, right? And trust me, I understand this one. I'm a Giants fan. Spills here, he would know he's a Raiders fan. It's like when you have a football team and they keep going down this shitty path and your audience is mad at the team. What do? Make a fucking change. You know what I mean? Make a fucking change. If your team's not doing good, change the direction. If it's been years your team's not doing good, change the direction. Change the staffing. Change the decisions. What the fuck is going on? You feel me? So it's like, come on, bro. After years, it's time to fucking make a change. You know? What is the beauty screen? It's Unreal 5. This is not, it doesn't show everything, alright? But it's just a screenshot from the Turtle Wild devs. They put it on their Twitter. And it's not really done, and it's really a poor quality shot too, because you can see the numbers are blurred too, so it's not really a good example of what they wanted to show, in my opinion. But, you know, it is what it is. Go Raiders, go Bengals, nice. Portal there, then land on the roof, riding invincible, a goblin lawyer with a subpoena. Yep, and an AC 130. If your team is 5-0, fire your head coach. I mean, shit, bro. If they don't make it in the playoffs year after year after year, then yeah, I would fire someone. If an image like that doesn't get your cannoli tingle, you don't have a pulse. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. The Spiadels, the Strambolis, they're getting mighty saucy down there. Settle down. How to interface would change such a classic human plight. How to interface? Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. Razor ran by Blizzard, they might be. Yeah, you see Diablo situation, let's be honest, Blizzard not winning any department. It could be true. Yeah, and there's a Diablo video I wanted to watch today too, chat, talking about stuff like that. Agron could run it better? It could be. It could be. Them Jadrils could be. Blows my mind. They are like, if you don't like our game, go play your own. Go make your own. What the fuck do you mean you're playing your own? Yeah, it's a fucking wild time, man, that we're in right now, you know. And I didn't expect today to make this type, like, you know, the type of video that I did. That's not the video that I was, you know, that was in my expectations to make. I was gonna make another video talking about like what is next for Blizzard, like what's on their agenda. Like my next video was actually supposed to be if they were gonna start attacking other private servers, and little do you know, they fucking, you know, they attacked the private server. They beat me, chat. They beat me before I could say it. They're too good, these guys. They're too good. So good, actually. So good to the point I couldn't believe it, actually. Kind of crazy. They beat me right to the punch, chat. And I was like, wow, you guys are fast. You were too fast. Too fast, some may say. So fast. Kind of crazy. Does he understand American football? Never saw a match in my entire life. Yeah, it's easy, man. Guy holds ball. Guy throws ball. Other guy catches ball. Runs to end zone. Score point. Other team got to do same. Otherwise, other team lose game. NFL. It's actually that simple, though. It really is that simple. Pulling a cardboard, taking their ball back, and going home. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Yo, well said. Thank you. Wrong end zone, different points. Time of losing game. Yeah, tell Trump is my spirit. Very true. Yeah, chat. But it's kind of crazy the world that we live in, where they're making articles on this shit now, chat. There's articles coming out. It's getting crazy, man. It's getting crazy. I'm trying to see if this article said anything different, but it really just is talking about the fact that they're going after, Everlook, and how Blizzard's taking this huge community, all the private server players, and indicated opportunity to reach a subset of players that have lost over the last 20 plus years instead of thinking of it as a competition. Oh, this is the quote that they're quoting right here. I see what they're saying. Okay, that makes sense. I will say it is a good quote, though. I'll give them that, because that is true. I don't think this term of like competition is being so serious when it comes to Blizzard. And this is what I was talking about the last video I was talking about, like in terms of like, I understand UGC style content is something that people say will never work in WoW, and I understand there's like people's reasonings behind it. But I think when it comes to like how many servers are out there and how many good ideas are out there, all those people's ideas, like you could copyright everything. You can copyright the entire world, but you can't copyright people's thoughts. You know, what they have, what they put out, and that exists and works in your old world of Azeroth, you know? That's the one thing that's like, that's unique to the person, you feel me? So it's like, that's what I find, in my opinion, to be amazing more than ever, you know? And I think that's the one thing that they're lackluster on, more than anything. So, all these articles and these people, they can continue to hate on private servers as much as they want. They could continue to say, you know, oh, it's copyright infringement. Everybody fucking knows that already. Like, it's just like the Lemonade example I gave earlier, you know what I'm saying? Eben, what's good, yo? Shout out to Ebenhard, chat. Shout out to Ebenhard. Thank you for being here, amigo. Much love to you. Eben's been talking about these situations as well. Shout out to Eben. Much love, big dog. Where's Medina? I heard those. I need a kissy. I don't know. Man, I have such high hopes for Sod. 7 max as a warrior, full T3, big PP damage, just to be told, here's Scarlet, go play Mop. I know, and for a lot of people, that is the corniest shit, you feel what I'm saying? Like, everybody got full biss in Season of Discovery, had a good time, locked it the fuck in, just for them to get hit with, go play Chinese version of World of Warcraft. Dude, I uninstalled Mop, I'm out. I think Mop personally is the gayest shit I've ever seen. I thought it was corny as fuck. I had fun. It's not to say that some of the raids I like there are cool, right? But it's just the mentality of what they did to us. We are SOD players, man. Yeah, I'm saying? You think I'm just going to forget the shit you did to us? And I'm just going to put it in the back burner? Let me kick it on the ground like a fucking dog, shoveling his shit into the fucking, the earth? What the fuck? Why would I do that? Hell no, bro. That shit's corny as fuck, bro. That shit's corny. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, bro. It's corny. And I don't, like I said, chat, I don't mean gay in like a bad way. I'm saying like gay in a whack way, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just whack. That shit was whack, bro. Woocraft. Yeah, I know. But retail's doing great. Pretty much, what did you say? I treat Classic and Retail as separate teams. Classic has failed us. Retail's doing great. Yeah, as much as, I mean, in my opinion, the more and more Retail does great, the more and more they forget about the Classic player base. So, in a way, I give 2 fucks to the Retail, not the players, but to the people that promote only, Retail WoW on their internal side. Not the creators or anything like that. I don't have nothing to do with other creators. But in terms of, like, pushing support for the Classic scene, you get what I'm saying? Like, it's been years, bro. We all thought that SOD was original cool ideas. It was reused assets. It was taken ideas from private servers. And only a couple ideas that they had original was really on them. And if anything, only like 1 or 2 individual devs really fucking gave a shit. That's kind of disheartening. And I'm gonna keep, you know, and that's just me being real, right? That's just me being real. Just keeping it a buck. This could have locked in. They chose not to. No, I feel you, dog. I feel you. Boots of friends that didn't even play against Assad. The players, but they should have kept pushing it. Yeah. Watch Blizz put up prices now. Possibly Blizz could be better than all of them. You just see all the way, man. It's taking another game to the moon. That's what I'm saying, Roddy. That's what I'm trying to say. People don't get that because I think they got so burnt for like things they saw in the past, and then like maybe or whatever they saw with Dota or anything like that. But it's like, bro, time and time and again, how many of all of us as human beings in here have failed at life? You know, and maybe something didn't work the first time, but you gave it another shot, and you gave it another shot, and you tried, and until it didn't work no more, then you moved on to something else. I'm telling you, man, like the future is in the user's hands, bro, nowadays. Why do you think Fortnite is thriving with their Unreal Engine, with their fan base? Why do you think fucking Bethesda is thriving with their modders? So many other companies are taking the same approach, realizing the power in the players' hands is actually not a bad thing, you know? It's like even fighting game communities. Like I talk about the Smash scene all the time with Dolphin and all the modding that they do. All the Street Fighter community, what they do with their own fucking backporting and all the different fucking ways they implement, you know, netcode support and everything. And then how it took a while for them to get to Capcom to listen to them. You know what I'm saying? There's so much deeper shit. And this is unfortunate because the Blizzard, a lot of the people in the Blizzard community, they don't understand the grand hype of it all, you know, when it comes to like UGC. And that's why I was talking about it, because I thought it was such an important topic, you know. Kirby said, I just stopped my subscription, didn't log in the last 2 weeks. I feel you. Gotta be, I would have paid for Assad, BC X-Pac. Yeah, honestly, at this point, I just would have prayed for more Assad more than anything, bro. Simply put, I would have been souped about that. That was fun, bro. We all had a good time. I wanted to play that shit for like a long ass time and make content. And just keep giving updates. Fuck it. Fuck that shit. Don't even call it SOD no more. Call it fucking whatever else you want. I don't care. That shit was fun, bro. I had a good time. Yeah, it went through rough patches, but it could have went through something better, you know? But unfortunately, you know, that's how Blizzard is. A money hungry team is going to add onto a game that was let me see. A money hungry team is going to add on to a game that was made based off passion. Classic Plus will be ass. Yeah, I don't know, man. Yeah, I don't have a lot of faith in Classic Plus, to be honest with you. And trusting your community is biz. I'm 100% sure Blizzard Classic Plus is not going to be as good as TWoW, but I'll be playing it. Yeah, we'll see what happens. I wish I could, Neps. I wish I could. By the way, chat, if you also have any articles or any insights or any, like, you know, things you want to see posted into a video, you know what I mean? Any, like, you know, early tips that you ever catch on to something, join the Discord chat. You can share it all to the media channel, and I'll be able to look into it. Maybe we'll react to it on stream, you know what I mean? And go from there. But I appreciate you, amigos. I really do. On Twitch, it's Explanation Discord. I'm trying to set this shit up. It's kind of fucking, you know, interesting. Yeah, I got a Discord now. We got a Discord now on Twitch. Explanation Discord. But yeah, much love, chat. Make SOD TVZ. Who says no? Maybe. Agreed. Only I can play Paladin. Yeah, but chat, it's crazy, man. And this shit's blowing up on Reddit too, as you could see. A lot of people were talking about this as well. People are really just baffled. They're upset. Some people are just questioning things. Other people are typically, you know, just gobbling the good old cock as usual. The Blizzard corpo shills, because they think they're going to get a part of that $9 billion a year. Some people think they're going to get a part of that $9 billion a year, chat. Do you believe this shit? They're like, it's their IP, it's their motto, so it's their job to do so. It's their job to do so. It's their rights. It's their rights. Shut the fuck up. What are you? You sound like a fucking dweeb. A quizzard. A dweeb. It's just like these dweeb motherfuckers who say shit like this, bro. It's like, yes, we obviously know that, bro. It's just as illegal as a person making fucking shit at a lemonade stand, like I said. But I give the motherfucker credit and passion for doing what he wants to do. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna hate on that motherfucker. I give him credit. So what? He called it fucking the same name as every other lemonade stand in the fucking world. So what? At least he's fucking doing his thing. He's hustling. He's making better ideas and better type of lemonade than you motherfuckers are. Y'all make some better lemonade than Blizzard. Y'all cook up some good shit. I'm very curious. Cook up some good shit. Let's actually see y'all do it. No more talking about it half-ass 2 week out of updates. And actually say some shit, bro. Actually say some shit, bro. Because you got more people, even on the Turtle Wild, or not the Discord, even on the Turtle Wild Reddit thread. Apparently, we're not the only P server in danger, bro. Look at this one. Unless Blizzard finally tackles botting, RMT, cheap services. Look, let's zoom in on this one, chat. Which can't handle decent-sized PvP and GM issues. They'll never see me coming back. Want me to play? Stop cheating on the important things, please, investors. What a Chad. What a fucking Chad. What a Chad right here. Respect to that fucking Chad, bro. Based as fuck. Sigma. Hello, I'm a private server player, and I must say Blizz is going to keep taking out Smurf. Much love to you. Hope you enjoy yourself. At this point, Blizzard doesn't deserve the IP at this point. Yeah, don't. I feel what you're saying. My classic content journey ended when TWOW got DMCA lawsuit. Not going to cover a game that bends me over and molests me daily. And I feel you, Evan. Evan, honestly, bro, it's like, I just think at the end of the day, bro, you have to understand. Like, the reason why so I canceled my WoW sub, chat. I canceled my WoW sub. I'm no longer playing World of Warcraft until Classic Plus comes out. I'm done. I'm finished. I will make videos. That's not a problem. Videos, I can crank one out of my fucking Spiel every day. Oh! I can do that. That's no problem. Any fucking day I can do one. I can talk mad shit for the rest of my life. You know me, chat. I got a fucking mouth on me. Settle down. I'm not Sasha Grey. How you doing? But I will say, though, I did enough with my fucking life in WoW, bro. I played games for fucking years, bro. Years. Alright? Settle down. You have a what? Yeah, you know what I said. I'll say it twice, sir. I'll say what I said. But I'll say this much. Until Blizzard follows their own terms of service, until Blizzard actually takes their own accountability and their own actions into fucking place, and stop having these fucking dweebs online, your fucking paid shills, whatever these fucking retards out the woodwork, whatever you want to call them, come out and say, well, that's their thing. It's their motive. Slay, bitch. Shut the fuck up. No one wants to hear your fucking mouth, bro. Just ask Blizzard for a fucking sponsor already. Why don't you? Why don't you already, bro? You keep gobbling on the cock as it is. Go for it, then. Go for it. You keep fucking gobbling it. Go for it. I'm good on all that gobbling shit. What I'm here for is saying what fucking matters, fighting for fucking Classic WoW, fighting for a Classic Plus Extended, and seeing the same treatment that other MMOs get with longevity, support, and respect from their fucking GMs into the World of Warcraft Classic scene. That's what I want. Now, maybe these douchebags over there at Microsoft and Activision don't fucking have a good idea about it. That's fine. But at least your Blizzard team is trying to do something, but you're not giving them the support to do so. You're not giving your devs to do anything. You take them away and you tell them to go work on Kata. You take them away, you tell them to go work on Mob. You take them away and you tell them to go work on Midnight in retail. What the fuck is going on, bro? And then you say, oh, it's two separate teams. Right. Bro, it's two separate teams. There's 13 separate teams. There's 45 separate teams, chat. You got these guys working overtime. You're not even fucking... They're not even getting the correct salary. You're probably overworking these fucking poor guys. And you guys got a history of doing that. Settle down. Imagine they hired Turtle Wild Devs instead of suing them and backed them up with their funds to make a glorious game. Sad they only think of the money instead of a gold mine. No, I know. And Donez, you're speaking fucking... You're speaking facts. It's like, yes, I understand the individual RICO charges. I'm not here about the RICO charges. I give a rat's fucking dickhole about RICO charges or individual problems. They have individual problems with somebody? Alright, that's fine. Pack them up, arrest them. Do whatever the fuck you want to do. I care about the creativity of the fucking video game. That's something that I feel has been lackluster for a long fucking time. For a long time. With all due respect. With all due respect. RMTs to make a single player game. Yeah, Blade, no, I feel you. But I feel like at the same time, I really wish a company that made all those billions a year can apply their actual love and support to stop it, you know? I think money talks and bullshit walks. When you have enough money for something, you usually get your way. You get what I'm saying? It's just they're choosing not to. Microsoft and Activision more than likely don't care too much about it. They have their own internal terms of service. That's fine. But Microsoft and Activision don't care about it. That's the truth. Right, thanks for the follow earlier. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Thank you. The Microsoft is all about the sub. Yeah, I know. They just never really cared about Classic Plus, so they realize how much money they're ignoring. No, I feel you. I feel you. And it was never brought up by the private server Andes back in the day during Elysium, which I've heard this was brought back years ago. People were talking about Classic Plus. People were talking about the potential of changing, things in the world, quests, zones, dungeons, more things to do with PvE, PvP relations for years. So, I am trying to re-spark that type of argument and discussion back in 2025 because I believe it deserves a place, At the current time that we're in right now, when Classic is at its lowest it's ever been, MOP is continuing to be at its lowest it's ever been, regardless of its fucking 100+ K logs, even though it's a 30 to 40% reduction since Wrath of the Lich King. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. Enough's enough. People keep acting like they fucking love Classic, and these wannabe Classic enjoyers, these wannabe vanilla enjoyers, they're sitting on that fucking train. They're sitting on that ride of going back to retail. And it's the same thing that they hated on from the beginning, the get-go. How hypocritical. Hypocrites, chat. Hypocrites is what I tell you. It's a bunch of hypocrites, man. It's a bunch of fucking hypocrites. You can't say you like something at one point and then say you don't like something at one point the next day. I get opinions change. People's opinions change. Hell, chat, even my own opinions change sometimes. And if I acknowledge something that my opinion changes, I say it sternly with respect, right? And I say, okay, my opinions changed after some time. But on this situation, this is not something that I see my opinion really changing on. This is something that's fucking severe for years. For years on end, people have been bitching about this. You know what I'm saying? For years on end, people have been bitching about this. Here's another player. If there's no private servers, I will not play WoW. It's easy as that. Retail WoW sucks. Maybe he just doesn't like it, chat. Retail WoW is not for everyone, man. Retail WoW is for a specific group of people, and there's nothing wrong with that. But that specific group of people is no longer the specific audience that grew your game in the first place. You feel what I'm saying, chat? Their diaper smells stinky. Drain the swamp, chat. We gotta drain the swamp. We gotta pack them up. We gotta drain the entire swamp. How crazy is that? Saw the swamp the other day. It was brand new. Wide swamp, actually. Smelly. Drain it all. Drain it all. Man, I remember how things were back in Wrath. There were hundreds of private server fun servers. Good old days. Yeah. A lot of good times back then. Microsoft Blizzard also got rid of a lot of homework positions. Also e-commerce. That's a shame. They used to have hundreds of home jobs, including art teams and background artists. Yeah, I remember this was happening when Elon Musk was talking about like not liking at work at home jobs, and a lot of at work at home jobs got removed. It's very fucking unfortunate when there was actually a lot of productivity that happened from at work at home jobs, and there's still a lot of them nowadays. Still, you could still get some work. My mom's friend, she works at home. I used to work at home too with my company. I used to do in IT, but it's more required to go in the office nowadays. It's like a hybrid thing, you know what I'm saying? Oh, Rob, thanks for following on Kick, man. Much love. How you liking Epoch, by the way? It's cool. It's cool. I've been playing it just on the low. Not promoting anything. Not here for showing footage. Not here doing any of that. But I will say I'm just enjoying myself. You know what I mean? I'm doing my thing, and that's it. You know? Not bothering anybody. Not here saying go play Epoch. Not here getting paid. I give a fuck about that. I care about making videos and doing my thing. That's about it. But I'm not here to promote Blizzard WoW anymore. That's not my thing. I'm good on that. Until Classic Plus happens, then yeah, I'll come back. And I'm sure all the boys will come back too. All my friends, all my amigos. I'll go play with them. It'll be a good time. I'm looking forward to seeing more from Moonbees, ex-Diablo devs. New game, unfortunately, it's in pre-alpha. That sounds badass. That sounds sick, dude. I love me some Diablo. Old Diablo. It's pretty cool. Epoch GMs are copying Blizzard GMs. Really? Not responding? Interesting. That's very interesting. I gotta look into that. I'm just enjoying the game. I think the one thing that I don't like about Epoch right now is the things that I'm hearing about class balancing. It seems like it is an unresponsive situation. So I'm a little concerned about that. Worst comes to worst, we'll see what happens. You know, what else we try, you know? But we'll go from there. Signed up for updates for Moonbeast. That's pretty dope. Currently leveling, slow as fuck, 21 Pally, 2300. Max and skills let go. So much content. Yeah, it is. There was one thing I saw that was really cool last night. It was in Hillsbrad Foothills, near the what's Dunmore Keep, chat? Am I right about that? Hillsbrad Foothills? They're the castle all the way to the right before you go to Arathi. Dunmore Keep, that place, right? There's that big barrack there, and there was a whole new quest for like a prison cell system that they did, which looked really, really cool. You know, it looked really fucking sick. And that's stuff that I wish I could showcase. Durnhold. Yes, Durnhold Keep. Yes, Durnhold. It was really cool. They had that whole like prison system, which was really, really fucking cool. It was, yeah. Wait till you see it. It was something simple, but you know how we are, guys. Like, you know, we see something simple, we're like, ooh la la. You know, it's pretty dope. You guys thinking of Arathi? I'm enjoying it right now. Just some bugs they need to fix. Yeah. If they were just to fix some bugs, we'll go from there. You know. Let's see this. Blizzard sure is insecure about how people find alternatives to utter slop they shoved out lately. Remove the competition rather than trying to actually do better. Oldest trick in the book. One of the dirtier ones too. Just like Nintendo. And chat, I'm not gonna lie. This is the truth, right? It's like these are the comparisons that we've made, you know, in the past. Like saying, bro, these motherfuckers are literally becoming Nintendo Japan, where Nintendo Japan does not let anybody on the content creation scene do anything for a fucking lickety-split for their fucking game without being uptight pricks about it. Like, I just don't understand how we are in 2025 and you don't understand word-of-mouth advertising and supporting people that are passionate about your game, that are passion projects, and working with these people can get you more money. Believe it or not, you will get more money. Blizzard, you guys love money, right? Ooh, I know you love money. Don't you love money so much? I know you love it super duper. Super duper. I know you love it. Gonna get tacos from a pregnant girlfriend? Much love to you. Shout out to the tacos. Bring me some. Steak Wrap Supreme. Crunch Wrap Supreme. Baja Blast. Yeah, I know. Yeah, for real. They never lose. Be like Amazon, buy at 113, companies all the way. Yeah, just fucking buy shit out, bro. It's like, if you buy shit out and you start working with your, like, instead of shutting down the competition, work with them and have better ways and ideas to implement something bigger. This is the most retarded community I've ever met in my life. Like the people that actually are in this classic community, they don't think like this. They're fucking idiots. They keep acting like the classic fucking team is going to make this amazing, great, phenomenal, mind-blowing thing. Where do you think they're getting their ideas from, bro? From private servers. They're getting all their ideas from private servers. Then meanwhile, you have fucking Tony Fuckdicks in the cave with a box of scraps in Taiwan making a certain version of Classic, and it's booming. You have fucking Igor Vorchanchin in fucking Dagestan with a Dell Optiplex making fucking Unreal 5 or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is what I'm saying. It's just crazy, bro. It's like you have 1 to 2 dudes that are fucking doing an entire thing different because they have no fucking publisher, they have no Activision, they have no Microsoft, and they're just cooking actual quality material. Now, yes, the biggest excuse and the biggest fucking talking point that I've been seeing online is that, oh, they don't have millions of people are playing on their servers. I think I saw some payo bullshit in some tweet about that. And that's the most fucking retardedest thing I've ever heard in my fucking life. Yes, I get that for retail. The whole topic is about fucking classic WoW. The whole topic, more than anything, is about the team and what Activision and Microsoft are providing for the classic player base. They're providing jack shit. That is what's happening right now. That is the reality. It is not in the scene that the classic player base really wants to see it at when you look at the shit the private servers are doing. It blows it out the water tenfold. Tenfold. And the people that don't give it a try, they don't know what they're missing. They don't know what they're missing out on. They're missing it. It's like imagine telling somebody, like, bro, have you ever watched like Dragon Ball Z? You never seen anime before? Give it a shot. No, it's not the fun. You know, just give it a shot, bro. Give it a shot. Or have you ever watched Full Metal Alchemist? Give it a shot. You know what I mean? Like, you ever seen some Peak before? Give it a shot. Watch Game of Thrones seasons 1 through 4. Give it a shot. You know what I'm saying? You've been doing this or something. Give this a shot. I'm telling you. Like, come on. So I came out and then coming on play side. Last hard, tell Gilly this is a copy paste shithole. No, I know, bro. Straight up. Straight up copy and paste. We should have had Classic Plus like a year ago from Blizz. I know, dude. The reality of the fact is we should have had something from them. But they got taken to work on 20 different fucking projects. And everyone's like, oh, we should be grateful for how many versions of WoW we have. We should be so grateful. So grateful. So grateful. We have 45 different versions. We got 18 cars with 3 rims. A box of chocolates. A pack of gum. Godiva. And a Slurpee. We should be grateful. Who the fuck is playing Mop? Good question. Great question. Raid loggers are. Raid loggers are. Hey, and I have no problem. If you want to play Mop, you can play Mop. I'm just saying what the truth is from a classic Andy point of view. I am a classic Andy. I'm not going to lie. I love classic. I love Vanilla WoW. I love TBC. I even enjoy RAF with, pump the brakes. I think RAF is when it gets a little fucking shaky. But still, I enjoyed the trilogy of things. It's like Lord of the Rings. I enjoyed the original fucking 3 films. Those to me is what Lord of the Rings is all about, right? That's to me. I actually saw Sam Medina send me a message, or actually no, he sent the roundtable message the other day about a booster who is selling raid lockouts for $100 US in Heart of Fear Mr. Pandaria. Talk about terms of service. Oh, excuse me. Excuse me. I had some food tonight. Talk about terms of service, chat. Kind of crazy. The hypocrisy is everywhere. The hypocrisy is everywhere, chat. It's kind of insane. It's insane. Let's look at this, chat. Let's look at this. Something shutting down. Turtle WoW getting gutted. Everlook getting gutted. They're ready to knock on Project Epoch's door. Chat. Blizzard, the Grim Reaper, the lawyers in suits, Activision, they got their best in slot Scythe, 99 RMT enchanting, 99 Chinese parsing, 99 and all the above of copycatting every single private server. And they're ready to slice down Project Epoch, chat. Hide Epoch, hide. Don't open the door, Epoch. Deadbolt it. Lock it. Make sure you put a fucking... put a 4x4. Lock that motherfucker up, bro. Do not open the door. It is not safe. There is no pizza outside. This is not a Domino's order. This is not a Pizza Hut order. This is not a 20-box, cinnamon sticks with the frosting, some wings, cheese, pepperoni. That's none of that. This is a dangerous door. Epoch, don't do it. It's like the Interstellar scene. Remember, he's like, don't do it. No, no. God, no, God. God, no, God. That's how I feel right now. It's crazy. That's how I feel. Bisaif, I know. I know. Free Shagu. Honestly, yeah, if he's innocent, he's innocent. And that's as much I'll say, Linux. If he's innocent, he's innocent. And I'm in support of that. If he's not innocent and he actually has some crime charges and he was lying about not working with Turtle WoW, then there's some legal things that justice has to be done for him, right? Either justice works two ways, either for him or against him, right? That's justice. That's the name of the game. 6 new TW videos on YouTube in the last 2 hours. Folks just playing. Hashtag no fear. Yeah, man, they're just not. They don't give a fuck, dude. They just don't give a fuck, and I respect it, man. I respect the people that are continuing to put videos on YouTube. I'm not doing it right now because obviously I still want to have a platform and talk my shit. Because they could say whatever the fuck they want, but the one thing they can't do is say that I'm fucking doing anything, right? I'm just talking my shit, saying whatever the fuck I want, and calling them out. With legal fucking reason. Legit legal fucking reason. In my own rights, right? That's what I'm doing. So they could say whatever the fuck they want. They could do whatever the fuck they want. But at the end of the day, thank you for the follow. I'm just saying my truth on how I personally feel. And that's about it. And here's another thing, chat. Let's move on to the next news. More other private servers, which I found out, is also having the balls to not give a fuck about things as well. Imagine working 8 to 10 hours, coming home, taking care of the kids, sitting down, playing some Dells, and Mop daily. Sounds like a pretty shitty existence. It just sounds boring to me. And here's the thing. If people want to enjoy delves and they want to enjoy MOP. That's totally fine. I'm not here shitting on the individual's time. If you want to enjoy retail WoW, you want to enjoy any version of WoW, I'm happy for you. There's nothing wrong. It takes a real weirdo to be like, oh, fuck that person's time. Hell no, that's not what I'm saying. But what I am saying is I do think Blizzard can be doing better. I do think there could be actual, very genuine creative ideas that are unfortunately not working on the team right now. It's like looking at a football team. When I see there's a couple fucking players there that are doing garbage, what do I do if I'm a coach? We have to move them out. It's time to go on the bench. It's time to trade you. Time to go to free agency. Time to draft some new blood. Time to draft a fucking 6'9" Viking who's hitting in old Mississippi, and he's a fucking D-end, and he's a beast. And he runs a fucking, like, 8-point something at the fucking combine. You feel me? Like, I'm just saying. Like, time to get some animals. Time to get some actual thoughts, creativity, inspiration within the fucking scene again. And if it's not the devs that are the problem, then let's stop this shit with Activision. Let's stop this shit with Microsoft. You guys got more than enough money to fucking do your own thing. That's just me personally saying this shit. But it is what it is, right? It is what it is. Tall, dark Greek god, looking corn dog. Like a demon. Be on my team. Man, I made it to 18 on any WoW. Every fucking mage was a bot. Yes, indeed. This is the truth. This is the facts. Now, I'm not saying you can't play the game on your own. There's nothing wrong with that. But the fact that this game, if we want to have a Classic Plus that works, we cannot have a Classic Plus that promotes mage services left and fucking right, that's the summon bot mafia left and fucking right, that continues to promote RMT left and fucking right, and then the Classic community says, well, that's just a part of the world now. That's just a part of the game, man. Like, you gotta learn to accept it. Don't fight it anymore. Stop fighting no more, man. You're crying to nobody, man. Stop whining, bro. Just accept it. Well, now let me slip it in. Ugh! You feel me? That's what they're basically saying to me. That's what these fucking losers in some of my comments, they were saying to me. They're like, let me slip it in now, since you're accepting it now. You're not fighting no more. Good, you gave up. You quit. So now let me fuck you in your ass. That's what basically they're saying to any of us. Any of us who are in support of this shit. I'm just saying. That's how it feels. That is what I am receiving when I'm fucking hearing these fucking bozos out. These bozo-faced fuck bozos. They got Metzen back, and the Giga Chad that was can't even save the Shinken Sip. And hey, Metzen's a great person. I have nothing but love for the quality he did in Legion. Legion is that one good example of when you have somebody cooking for you, you can have something good. But hey, man, he's an advisor for them. They still take their own opinions. He just gives some fucking advising. That's it. No offense. WoW's an AFK game like a mobile gotcha. Yeah, you might as well call it Genshin Impact. You might as well get Tectone playing World of Warcraft now on his time off. It is what it is. They're like taking in the ass like a good boy. Daddy Microsoft and Micro. Yeah, I know. I know, bro. One man can't win a war. You're right. You're right. And here's the thing. I'll tell you, Chad, I can't win this war. I'm going to be honest with you. There's no war I'm going to be able to win with this. And in the way, I don't even think I'm trying to fight the war. I'm just trying to fight for a cause, you know? I'm just trying to fight for a cause. Whether I go down swinging and the ship goes down and, you know, the fight is exhausting after a while and I don't have the energy in me to do it no more, that's fine. But until I don't have that energy, until then, chat, until I fucking weaken up and my bones shrivel up, we lock in. He said he's in a Taco Bell drive-thru, chat. Let me get 45 quesadillas, 45 Baja Blast, 45 tacos, 45 Crunchwrap Supremes, 45 steak wrap quesadillas, 45 nacho fries, 45 nacho cheeses, 45 hot sauce packets, 40. Sorry. 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 Fuck. Damn it. I'm stupid. Fuck. Anyways, now chat, next in the news, right? Next in the news. Tory Rao advance from MOP to WAD is confirmed to be the 30th of September. So, in other private server news, there are other private servers out there, of course, that are playing on other versions of the game. Now, hey, once again, no hate to you. Whatever version you like is whatever version you like. But it seems like Tory Wow, and this is from, I'm assuming their GMs or whatever, the Iron Horde will invade September 30th in just under a month. Prepare to push them back from Blackrock Spire through the Dark Pole and immerse yourself in the unbroken world of Draenor in all its glory. Level up to 100, complete any zones, achievements, collections, and dungeons as you wish, up until High Maul. Build your garrison and level your professions. Collect equipment to ease the upcoming fight in the Broken Isles when the legions arrive with their full might. They're doing this event at 9 a.m. Wednesday, where you'll have both legendary buffs active, all XP, Valor, and Honor and gains are doubled, and the weekly Valor cap has also been raised to 3,000. This is a group of people who don't give a fuck. It's just more not giving a fuck about what Blizzard is doing. This is a perfect example of people just sticking to their own fucking lane. And maybe there's not a lot of promotion on this. Obviously, it's just a Reddit thread, right? They're not poking the bear over here. But they're doing their fucking thing. People are playing their fucking community. They're going through another expansion. All in the WoW scene. In the legacy WoW scene. Kind of crazy, man. Kind of fucking crazy. It blows my mind how much more people are out there playing private servers, actively being involved, actively playing the game. And I think this is something a lot of fucking, actual players, maybe on Anniversary or Retail, don't understand, is that yes, you could say small private servers, small layering, small Andes, that's fine. But you cannot deny that there are so many private servers out there, you probably can't even fucking think about the number. You probably can't even think about the number and how many people are playing them. At the same time, there's a lot of private servers out there that are dead too. We can't ignore that. That is a truth as well. And that is a fact. And I agree with that. But for the servers that are packed, that people are playing, people are excited for them. They're having a good time with it. They're enjoying themselves. And I wonder why. I wonder why. Is it because Blizzard's not providing the experience we want? Maybe. I don't know. Some would say that. Some would say that. Some would say that, chat. It's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy that you have more and more servers just not giving a fuck. Having the balls to say what they want to say. Having the balls to do what they fucking want to do. And telling it how it is. And this is the world that we live in now, chat. Where I think more and more people are realizing that shilling for corporate Blizzard, that shilling for corporations in general, is a real fucking corny move. It's corny. It's not something that's attractive. And people are out here really, really ass-kissing more than I've ever seen before. Even in my own comments, I see people doing this shit. They don't understand the differences. They don't respect the passion. They don't respect the integrity, the actual thought. But they just see the copyright law, and all of a sudden, all these guys, they're Blizzard employees, chat. They're all Blizzard employees, every single one of them. It kind of blows my mind. Now, chat, we do have a couple videos we are going to watch today. There's a couple videos we're going to watch today. We're going to start off with this one. We're going to start off with this one with Bellior. It's going to be called Blizzard Responds to Midnight Botched Reveal, because it was a botched reveal. It was a botched trailer. The cinematic team looked like they were struggling for sure with their figures of their models, I would say, for the most part. No, and there's no negative comments that I have for like the lighting and shit like that. I mean, of course, lighting and stuff like that. Fidelity is usually a thing they nail down. But in terms of like the overall impact of that trailer, kind of a shit show. If anything, a total shit show. If I had a private server, I'd go to Classic, TBC, Rav, straight to Legion. That could be cool. That could be a cool one. Could be a cool idea. Might not be wrong on that one. Might not be wrong on that one. Hold on one sec, chat. Let me just make sure everything is good and super duper, no problem. So we have everything super duper, you know. I would haven't even known it happened if I wasn't for the bad coverage I saw. Interesting, interesting. All right, chat. Chat, let's mute this. Chat, real quick. Let me mute this. All right, chat. I think we watched this, huh? I think we watched this, amigos. We're gonna watch Bellier responding to the Midnight's botched reveal. Let's watch it.
You might have noticed something. Blizzard basically went a little bit quiet after the Midnight reveal didn't go to plan. Well, their lawyers certainly
I didn't see no Zaltav's feet.
Video.
Bad trailer.
This week, though, they have directly responded to the Midnight
Bad trailer,
stuff.
chat.
Not with a blue post in the forums apologizing and promising action. Rather, they've kind of just fixed it. So now, if you want to know what's officially been confirmed for Midnight, it is all there. Though there are a few caveats that I will get into. And that's not all for today's news, because a survey proves that Blizzard knows that Mythic Plus has a serious problem to fix, and it maybe even suggests that their attempts will likely fail. And also, there's a big pile of
this
nerfs.
expansion
Let's get into it. Right, obviously, the Gamescom strategy did not go the way Blizzard intended, but there is some good news. We've now got an official source for everything in this huge series of blog posts.
Get ready for Midnight, chat!
Officially confirmed is now there and well documented on the site. Now, it's not quite everything. There are small details that we picked up from interviews with Blizzard that they have not committed to in blog format, which does kind of make sense. Interviews are for teases of things they can't commit to yet sometimes, but we do know that the big things, like class reworks, are actually getting blog posts soon anyway. So, I'd say in many ways, this is a perfect response.
Did he say class reworks are getting blog posts soon? And they're trying to also fix up issues with Mythic Plus, what he said earlier? Nice, bro. Yo, guys, they're doing mad hype. They're doing mad hype for World of Warcraft right now, bro. What's the last time Classic had he's got some support, bro? I'm wondering when. And also, I will say this about Mythic Plus, man. I'm gonna say this right now. I'm sorry to all the Mythic Plus enjoyers. You can enjoy what you want, but I come from a branch of people that like to enjoy a dungeon and actually like to explore a dungeon and find the mystery and see the cool things within it, rather than everything being treated as Time Crisis.
Apologies and stuff are great, but this is
kind
of just what we actually wanted. All of the info. Though something was obvious right away, that this was done in a hurry. It's full of minor errors like double spaces and things. That stuff doesn't really matter, though. These are well written. The tone and the information really does shine through. I think it more just speaks to them knowing that there was a problem and absolutely trying to just get it fixed. And there's also new details that only someone close to the team would know, like say the Rift of Aln, which is now described as a, quote, primordial wound, which is a crazy lore implication to drop so casually. But the main thing is that this is now an official up-to-date source. We know that the Eversong gameplay zone is officially called Eversong Woods, as an example.
Okay.
Or there's also the UI updates page, which has got some new style options for the nameplates, which look fantastic, by the way. And they've already solved one of my worries. The original boss alerts had instructions, and I was kind of
is that Blizzard's own official nameplates?
The game. So, good news then, that in a newer screenshot, the instruction seems to be gone. And I'm fairly sure that's intentional because there are some other teases as well. One of those teases being a tiny bit more of the Unholy Death Knight changes. Check out these screenshots, right? One of them is clearly the current DK. It's on the Isle of Dorn, and we can see Unholy Assault and Legion of Souls sitting there on the cooldown manager. But further down the same page is a screenshot from the reworked Quel'Danas, and we immediately spotted a new ability. You see, the icon here belongs to Ebon Fever, which is currently a passive. But in this screenshot, it's an active ability on the hotbar, and it's also in the cooldown manager. So,
the one thing I will say, I do think the hero system that they have worked on retail is not a bad idea. It's a cool system. It reminds me of PoE 2 a bit. That's probably one of the coolest things they've ever done on retail, at least from what I've seen. It's a much bigger improvement from when I remember a lot of the, what do you call it, the talent system from, I believe, Dragonflight. People were not too thrilled about it. Or it was either Dragonflight or Shadowlands. It was one of the two. I forgot which one it was. My retail knowledge is skimmed. But I do know the War Within's talent system is a much better upgrade with the hero abilities that you can use for your classes. that people do enjoy.
Things are changing, and within these screenshots, we
I
do
think
see some
it is
teasers.
going to
Now, it
Game
wasn't all
Pass, yeah.
perfect. There were a few foibles, like the original Blog and Devour incorrectly stating that Havoc was getting the new Annihilator hero talents instead of Felscard, but it did not take them long to correct themselves for that one. So, overall, it's good news, and the important thing here is a hard enough confirmation that they know what went wrong, they know their strategy didn't land, so next time, I think we'll probably get direct updates. I mean, I hope as an example they're trying to get Jade and Wowcast to talk about class changes, things like that. Anyway, hopefully some lessons have been learned and we can move on ahead to the alpha, but right now, we've actually got another thing to look at, and it is a survey. It's a survey that has people talking. With this survey hitting the timeline, we've got another round of Solo Queue Mythic Plus to talk about. And that's actually interesting for a few different reasons. Number one is this survey itself.
Mythic Plus is
it's all
lunch.
about fixing the group finder, but it doesn't mention anything like a solo queue. So let's take a look at the questions. It asks about the pre-made group finder automatically forming a group for leaders. That doesn't, of course, sound like a solo queue. It sounds a lot more like a system that accepts signups for you. Think about it this way. Say you want a mage with at least 1500 rating and an eye level of 700. The group would only appear to people who match those criteria, which would mean that those people, rather than clicking to apply, well, they could just click to join.
I think that right there is one of my biggest problems. The fact that everything is based on rating and the player having to be like this amazing pro player is what is hurting the dungeon experience in World of Warcraft for retail. The fact that you need players to demand near perfection to the point where now you have to make a one-button macro in order for players to actually follow the rotation, and you're making this game more mobified when it's supposed to be an MMO. For me personally, I think that is just fucking bad. You're basing your systems around trying to make a super duper easier experience. They're basically trying to make the iPhone of fucking MMOs. And that's what they're trying to do. Instead of making your dungeons and the content not be fucking omega cranked hard difficulty where you have to do M10s, M11s, M12, 13, 14, whatever. But instead, you actually make dungeons that people explore your dungeon, get lost in it, feel like it's an actual crafted dungeon for the players to have a journey through. But instead, you remove that aspect and you add a more arcade-ish element to it that's not even the fucking best style of arcade that I've seen. And it's a more vamped up arcade, which have like difficulty meters to it. Like it's weird to me. It's not like a good design where, like, you know how like in Monster Hunter, has anybody ever played Monster Hunter here? Or Monster Hunter World, or 3D, or Ultimate, or like whatever the fuck you played, right? Or the new one, Wilds, there's the other one as well, I forgot. Monster Hunter, like, they have a good difficulty that's rewarding to the player by exploring the worlds that they're in, understanding the dynamics of the beast before you go into it and while you're there, right? And, like, that to me is like an exciting style of approaching the player to its environment. And you could beat any of these, bosses. Even if it's a ramped up difficulty boss, still beatable as long as you have the tools and the kit to do so. You don't need no one button macro. And I understand, totally different from an MMO, but the concept and the values behind that still hold true. They're there. The one button thing is absolutely wild. I mean, what the fuck is point in playing a game? Yeah, it's like, dude, what if I'm just clicking the mouse? It's no different how I would go in a mobile game and I'm just playing a fucking mobile game, bro, Nah, rating all the people buy rating keys so they end up with someone who don't know one mechanic or key. No, I know, bro. And people still RMT their way through keys to this day, bro. To this day, that is something for me that is like, bro, this shit is still mind-blowing to me that the retail community, they are so backing, like they are such big fans of Blizzard that if you say anything against their precious retail, anything against their precious operation over there, they are offended beyond measures because they feel like it's just another classic hater hating, when in reality, it is the truth. There is the passion of wanting to see retail go in a direction that players wanted for so long. It's not that we want to see retail fucking fail, but we just want to see it return to the roots of feeling like it was an MMO again. it doesn't feel like it has this truthfully unique MMO experience to it anymore. It's very instant. It's very arcadey. It's been like that for so long now. Failed expansions, bad launches, horrible launch, and a botch reveal for Midnight as well. You know what I'm saying? So it's like the list continues to go on. It's just mind blowing to me, and then that's what I'm more dumbfounded about more than anything. I agree with all that, but at some point, the dungeon will get its use, which normally pre-rated Abyss, and then be forgotten about. Mythic Plus is a decent direction to keep dungeons relevant. Yeah, I get what you're saying, and I get that. There is a sense of Mythic Plus to keep it relevant. After a while, at some point, every dungeon that you did will get boring. If you keep repeating it over and over and over again. Unless that dungeon is so good in its quality where you don't mind running it back, right? And not every dungeon needs to be in the level of detail like it's BRD, right? Or Dragon Ball Retreat in a Turtle Wild's instance. But I do think adding more style of quality of content to your product, while not everything needing to be an expansion, but just adding continuations is more of an attractive thing, at least from my eyes, And this is just a personal thing, that's just how I feel. And maybe, one day they could step away from the whole time trial idea. I just think that this whole, you fuck up, you die a couple times, and that's it. It's not, like, a good design like how Monster Hunter does it. Monster Hunter, in my opinion, does it a little bit better. Because Monster Hunter does that time, trial thing as well, where if you die, obviously you lose a life. But you could still keep going, still exploring, finding new ways to, approach the boss. With here, it's just like, be quick, be quick, be quick, It's very different. One will sell raid, one will sell dungeon keys. Yeah, I know. I see it in LFG a lot there too. They're just getting WoW to a state where they're getting to a state where they put on mobile. 100%.
From just the right person dropped into your group.
I agree.
I can see that being quite nice for a user experience on both sides. I can also see it be, say, blamed for a player that fits the criteria, but, well, isn't exactly what you would expect in terms of skill. To continue through the survey, there's a few other ideas. So one is a group leader getting a resilient key for the first group that they lead each week, which sounds kind of cool, but honestly, it's a little bit pointless. Once per week is a complete joke unless you specifically are starting with, like, a plus 10 clear, and even then, I think it's a fairly minor bonus, and ultimately, key depletion probably needs a rethink. Other options are more crests, which is fairly minor. People also do Mythic Plus for gear or weeklies more than just the crests.
An
option is extra Valor Stones. I don't really think that's going to be appealing to most. There's another one, though, which is recommending similar skill levels, which I think is well-meaning, but probably wouldn't work out in reality. And that's because group leaders are usually doing, well, extra work because they want to pick better players. The last one's interesting, though. It's recommending players based on similar goals. So basically, instead of joining a completion group like you do now, you could tag yourself as someone who wants to take it easy and just find matches that way. Though, to be honest, I'm not exactly sure that would be a great way to find matches. Now, Blizzard does know that people want changes here. In an interview with Marcellian and Flame at Gamescom, Paul Cubitt hinted that this kind of change is planned for Midnight. But ultimately, I think minor improvements aren't very engaging here. Suggestions might shift the needle, but nothing more. And that's not transformative, which is why people are skipping to the fun part of all this, which is talking about solo queue Mythic Plus. Because in many ways it feels inevitable at this point, but what's interesting is that this time around, people don't really agree. This time people are honing in on what a solo queue won't fix, rather than what it would fix. And one of those things is that Mythic Plus is very heavily weighted towards the higher end. And up there in the higher end, things are extremely healthy right now.
Bro, I'm not gonna lie to you, bro. Just looking at this shit, 1,000 different fucking, it's... What am I looking at, bro? Chat, what am I looking at? What the fuck am I looking at, bro? Now, community, yeah. I think if they take keys away, people would be in shock, and you'll have an uproar of retail Andy's being very upset, because the minute you start taking away fundamental systems that have been working for retail for quite some time, and then you change it, you have the whole Ian interview again, where now it's like people hate us now. Now people want to see this return, and then in the next expansion, something good happens. The expansion after that, something bad happens, and it's like this constant rinse and repeat cycle that is just never ending. With their ideas being either implemented in a good way or aka a bad way, and vice versa, right? There's no pleasing anybody with the decisions you make no matter what. But to comment on this real quick, this is why I fucking hate retail, and I know Asmund was talking about this a long time ago too. But this is why I hate retail. What the fuck am I staring at? You have to kick this, kick that, stun that, watch out for that, look at this, watch your meters. You have the one button macro now. Nobody's looking at like the fucking dungeon in itself. They have just over the head fucking camera, like League of Legends style. It's, what the fuck am I looking at? What is this? Like, this ain't WoW, bro. This ain't WoW, dog. This, and then you have the fucking the question mark simulator right here, chat. See where I'm moving my camera? The quests right here. You have your world quest. You have to monitor this. You follow this. It's, what am I looking at? Like, what is this, dog? This is, I would never. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I would never put my boy or anybody onto what this fucking shit looks like. This shit is corny looking, dog. It is. It's just corny. Retail players don't even know what they're looking at either. That's why they need $1 billion. No, of course, bro. Yeah, kick this, stun. You have the weak aura lady. Kick, stun, move 5 feet away, dodge, interrupt, sleep, sheeped, teleport. It's like, what the fuck? Like, what? Is Siri in my ear talking to me? They just made it more and more out. Yeah, it's just horrible. The fucking, and the fact for years, bro, the years of like constant fucking needing add-ons to support your game. Now they're finally taking the war on fucking add-ons of, oh, we're gonna do our own in-house things. You're gonna have your own nameplates and shit like this. You're gonna see fucking one-button rotations. You could play the game. This shit looks trash, dog. Not even Lost Ark, and Lost Ark was a fucking pretty decent game in the beginning, before its, you know, monetization, which was crazy, right? But not even Lost Ark looked this fucking nuts. And that's a game based out in the East. Are we kidding me? That's crazy. Season 4's M timer and streamline abilities mechanics not that hard, but they just don't care. No, I feel you. This is crazy. Mine's Diva, not an AI voice. Alright, you're spitting. Maybe you're right. Yeah, custom package. Run out, kick, run out, suck. I know, bro. It's so retarded, bro. That's why I could never play this shit again, dog. Honestly, the biggest scam for me was buying War Within, bro. That was the biggest scam. I should have never bought it. I wish I never did. But I'm happy I did in a way, because like I got to experience it, so I could talk shit. But God, I'll never let these bozos get me again. Fucking bozos, if I ever heard any. It just looks bad, Sugan. So if someone showed me a video on ZF Run, I would be able to tell what's going on. Less than 5, how should people's gear, what level they're by. I know, that's what I'm saying. Like, even if I had a fucking video with 5 fucking mages doing a bunch of crazy AoE pulls in fucking ZF, it doesn't fucking matter, bro. I could tell you, like, yo, this shit is just them doing AoE pulls. What they're trying to do is trying to get a good net profit per hour to see if they can maybe even get some world drops. What a world drop is like, you know, this really rare item which you can then sell in the auction house that's probably pre-bis for some classes very early on from this level to this level. Take what I just said now, for example, right? And also they're farming gold and XP per hour. So that's classic, right? Let's fucking doodaloo, 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 doodaloo. Wayne's World. What the fuck is this? You feel what I'm saying? This is... What? Kick that, interrupt, move out, watch out, look at that, get that guy, heal that, click your button, watch the weak aura. Explain it to me like I'm not a retard. I bought Panda Mega Pad, that shit was horrible. Drunk, but... Oh, shit. Just swiped a $90 amount. Very smart.
The player base across pugging and solo queue could actually be quite risky.
Very smart.
And from what we can see, that actually seems to have happened over in PvP. Now, we've not done a full investigation, so take this with a grain of salt, but we have seen talk about how Solo, Shuffle, and Blitz haven't really fixed PvP problems like some people expected.
Of course not.
Is the fear that Mythic Plus...
Fixing PvP problems in World of Warcraft is like trying to fucking... It's trying to fix fucking Ray Charles' sight, bro. It ain't gonna happen, dog. He's talented, but it ain't gonna happen.
Solo
no
queue
disrespect.
might sound good, but have consequences.
Rest in peace, Ray Charles. Love
like,
that guy.
say, point 2. why would tanks and healers use it? Because right now, they can open the pre-made group finder and grab any key or group that they want
the fantasy's gone.
effortlessly. The main people who want
completely
a solo
gone.
queue are DPS, who are just tired of constant rejection. So a solo queue would basically stick those players in a long, long waiting time instead, and that may not be ideal to them. I would say that realistically, tanks and healers would need
Jesus,
heavy
bro.
incentives
Look at all this
to
shit
give up
on
their
this.
ability to choose.
Oh, I'm
whatever
getting
queue they're going to
nauseous,
do.
Chad. I'm getting
And actually,
nauseous.
That's one of the other problems.
I'm getting
A
nauseous.
solo queue would need a way to build groups ensuring that they've got things like bloodlust. And then there are dungeon choices and key
I don't know.
options
It's
to
all
worry about
good.
as well.
Don't. It's hey, listen.
Basically,
Sometimes
a lot
I'm
of
wrong.
things
This shit
make
happens.
it honestly
Don't beat
incompatible with
yourself
how
up.
Mythic Plus is designed right now.
It's fine.
And not necessarily in a bad way either. It's just different. So what would an actual
Bro.
solution look like? I'd say if I was Blizzard, I'd be looking really hard at how to get people to play tanks and healers in Mythic Plus. I think that's essentially the
Oh
missing
my
puzzle piece
God.
that will help everything else fall into place.
Jesus.
Basically solve that, and low-round Mythic Plus may not be a constant problem.
And,
Rather
and,
like our
and,
net.
and here's the problem, right? Here's the problem. It's not that the bosses in themselves and in the actual content. There are cool things that get implemented within retail where I'm like, okay, that does look cool. Like I remember I did the raid in season 1 of War Within, and I was like, bro, the raid is cool. The raid genuinely was cool. It's just the problem is that you have all these overbearing mechanics to equate to this like time trial style system on top of mechanics that get purposely overtuned by the developers to test things out in the player base, to continuously go through multiple different updates, multiple different patches, and just for you to equal back to the same kind of shit that is always going to exist. Like, it blows my fucking mind that this is what a peak MMO is. This to me is not an MMO, by the way, chat. This is not, I don't know what the fuck I'm looking at. It is an abomination of what Classic is. And I'm happy it's so far away. Because I don't want to fucking see any of these retail fucking guys who are over there, who are sucking the massive dick of Blizzard saying this shit is peak, and then when if a Classic Plus does fucking come out, who knows, and then come over to Classic Plus and say, oh my god, this is so much better. But meanwhile, you just sucked off retail like it was the fucking greatest existence known to man. There's so much hypocrisy in the community.
It's almost constant
It blows my
problem.
fucking mind.
The belt. So Blizzard have got
Losers,
tired of people
honestly.
complaining about
Losers.
belts. So when patch 11.25 drops, they're going to be nerfing the Titan Disc belt once and for all with a sweeping 20% nerf across the best abilities. That basically just means DPS players will want to swap it out for something that is better. Now, I hope we can get a proper blue post or some dev communication on what their actual intent for these items is. I mean, I think we all agree
Yeah, I
that
know. That's how I
Cersei
feel.
Circlet
Of
and
course,
this
that's
belt
how I feel.
were basically the same thing twice in a row. They were a strong mid-season boost that felt nice at the time, but ended up being too strong for the next season, so basically that ended up reducing our loot options. That ended up being frustrating for character progression. But the good news in how they've done this is you've got a while to find a replacement belt. 11.25
It's
should be
it's
dropping in
alright,
about a
Neps.
month
I'll
or
leave it
so
at that.
from now,
It's alright.
so
I don't
that's
think it's
absolutely
trash,
enough time
for
to
sure,
get
because there's a
something
player
to
base that
start
obviously
playing
loves
disc
it.
out with. As for
But
an
it's
official
alright.
release date, I think we'll get one fairly soon. But
alright.
there is another thing, which is the announcement.
It's an arcade MMO. It's not an MMO.
Also going to be soon.
It's an
but not
arcade
before making
MMO.
sure that LFR is not a complete
Eventually will be a
nightmare.
mobile MMO.
My God. I've seen the reports.
Eventually
Have you
you'll be able to
suffered
play
by
it on an
trying
iPad.
Dimensius and LFR or story mode.
I'm telling you
say
now.
that I haven't, but it really
That's what
seems
they're
like
aiming
it's not
for.
going well for people.
The
Blizzard
one
pushed
button
a
macro
wave of
changed
hotfixes
everything.
to try and stop basically
Changed
LFR
everything.
trolling. So now, if somebody flies over to start the fight early, the whole raid is teleported there instead of just that poor soul dying alone. Dementius's knockback has also been changed, so it's a straight knock up rather than a knock back, because, people were just getting yoked into oblivion. And in story mode, they've removed a Phase 3 ability entirely. And honestly, it just seems that last bosses are kind of too complex for LFR, which is probably something Blizzard should keep in mind for the future, just in how they do the launch version of their final bosses. As for the other difficulties, well, my guild has been having a brilliant time progressing, and it'll be a little easier now that ad health has actually been nerfed for smaller
Oh shit,
groups,
chat, ad
which
health.
is another thing that Blizzard
Chat,
should
ad
try and
health's
fix.
reduced,
So,
guys.
as an example, we usually run 12 to 14
Chat,
people.
ad
We
health is
constantly run
reduced.
into issues with too many
Watch
mechanics.
out.
Now, that that sounds honestly hilarious, right? It's like, oh no, there's too many
One
mechanics
button
for a tiny
hype,
little
chat.
hex.
One button
It's less
hype.
that, and it's more actually
One button
raid
hype.
balance for different group sizes. One example is, well, Nexus King Salad Bar. So we got him down last week, and then right after we got him down, he was nerfed for small group sizes. And I guess it's kind of interesting, where at the smaller raid sizes, we consistently feel like we're racing nerfs so that we can beat the real fight. Luckily, we got there before the nerfs this time round, but it does seem the group size.
Yeah, I remember that in SOD. Yeah.
Is
that was crazy.
Story. And listen, it has
and honestly, I didn't feel
time.
like Scarlet Enclave was that insane, but people wanted it nerfed super hard, and I get it.
Thunder, if you
I get it.
Thing before it was
I
nerfed.
understood it.
Anyway, these LFR nerfs are a good call in the case of people just trolling or struggling on story mode.
Yeah, he said you joke, but even SOD health trash as was busting. No, I agree. No, I mean I'm just busting chops. Right? I'm just joking. I'm just joking around. I mean, let me tell you this though. The SOD ads, right? The ads were tough. Like, the ads were tough. I do think, like, some of those Paladin ads, too, like, that Red Aura shit was fucking insane. A lot of people struggled with the Dragon Whelps going before the Dragon fight. I do remember that. People were bitching about the Pirate fight guy, Mason or whatever, but that fight wasn't that bad, bro. That fight wasn't that bad. I think people bitched too hard. I really think people, yeah, like, when it came to Sunken Temple, the Ranicus fight, would have had people on their knees crying if they never nerfed that in comparison to Scarlet Enclave. I think that's my take. I think Iranicus pre-nerf, before the nerfs, would have people crying in comparison to Scarlet Enclave. That's just my belief, though. Because Scarlet Enclave, like, say what you want, but after the first nerf they did, it wasn't that bad. It was only tough for 20 man. They should have just tuned it. Here was the problem with what they did with SOD. They messed up on not tuning it and giving the same style of content that they did with Naxxramas. They did a perfect thing with Naxxramas where everybody was having fun. People were genuinely enjoying doing Nax runs every week. They enjoyed the system. You had all that crazy damage, then you took it all away from them. So you took all away the damage. You completely changed up the way the game was played. Right? You give up all this new ways of getting gear and how to enter the barrier of geared to get in, right? To begin with the new Avalon, all that shit. And then you fucking had a tuned raid that was not tuned properly, and then you nerfed it, which you could have left it at that, but you should have only fixed it for the 20 players. The 20 players was fucking like the thing to fix. There was only 117, I believe, guilds, or 19. Forget the number. I know if OGB was here, he would know. Because he was one of them. He was one of the people that did it. I think he was one of them, or he was the 40 maybe. But he knew the numbers. That actually fucking completed it on 20. And I wish I got to complete it on 20. I only ever did it on 40. Well, actually, no. Technically, we did on 30. We did 30 instead of 40. We only had 30. So, it was fun, man. I had a great time. I enjoyed it for the most part. I actually really liked Scarlet Enclave. I thought it was the coolest raid they've ever done in SOD. Until I found out that it was from Turtle, you know? Until I found out, chat, Deep State, that it was not even the SOD. Deep State. Sunken Temple Renegas was only top tiers. Yeah, it was. Yeah. Bet over my guild at the time. It took us a long time to recover and losses we had. Yeah, phase 3 was rough on all of us, Gorka. That was a rough phase, man. I lost my original guild in phase 3. Dude, our guild was pushing for like top 100s weekly in the world, bro. We had warriors, rogues, mages, paladins, all top 100s. Druids, all top 100s. We were pushing, bro. Rala knows. Warlock. Bro, like, we were fucking going hard, bro. We had boys pushing, bro. Week after week after week. We were going crazy, bro. It was a great time. It was a great time, man. It really was. But Phase 3 killed it all. Phase 3 killed it all for our OG guild. Shout out to Domain. Never forget. Those are the boys. It was Pump and Dub. Yeah, Nax was really good. It was simple. It was very fun. I think trying to accommodate for 40 man as well. 20 was a mistake. Should have stuck with 10 or 20. Yeah, they should have just stuck with 20 or 10, bro. 20 or 10 would have been the sweet spot, my boys. I'm telling you, bro. I'm telling you, bro. Wait. It's from Turtle? Yeah, it was, bro. It was. It was. Who would have known? Who would have known? Scarlet Enclave was in Turtle. Who would have known? Not me. Not me. Yeah, it's a dude. Scarlet Enclave, the tents, the sleeping bag, all ideas from fucking Turtle WoW, bro. It's all Turtle WoW. It's all T-WoW. Scarlet Enclave, also, people don't understand this. Here's another thing. It already existed in original, like, in an actual, like, the WoW game. I think it was when is Scarlet Enclave actually, like, the area? Like, post, what, Wrath? That point where the fucking tower is hovering over that New Avalon area, that already existed. That already existed. They just opened the area and added little things that they got influence from Turtle WoW, bro. Like, that was it. I know you can consider stuff like this in their own. IP as a Turtle found thing. What else could you really have done with the Scarlet besides Enclave? I mean, listen, that's all they had in their bag, you know? Who knows? They could have maybe done something else. I don't know. I'm not the guy, right? I'm not the engineer. I'm not the support, but it really is crazy. Hold on, we're about to watch this video after, chat. We'll talk a little bit more. Honestly, looking at Kara Crypt versus T-Wow's Kara Crypts, Blizz wins by a mile, at least honestly. Yeah, I never did that on Turtle's version. Excuse me, I never got that far. But I do like that Karazhan Crypts was an idea that they implemented even within Season of Discovery, regardless if it was from T-Wow first or not. At least it was fun. I had a great time with Karazhan Crypts. I thought Karazhan Crypts was great. I got my bits out of there, my neck that I really needed from there. There was cool little unique gloves in there that could have changed the way of PvP. I wish I had a chance at those. That could have, been fun doing some open world PvP and trying those little tips and tricks out with little glove switching. That would have been fun, but I never got an opportunity to do it. So, yeah, it's crazy times though, chat. Crazy times, chat. Crazy times. Was the true cook of the SAW team. I hope they do more of that with whatever Classic Plus turns out to be. Yeah, and I really do hope that right there, Karazhan Crypts, and maybe I make a video on that, chat. Maybe I make a video on that. We'll see. There's ideas that I always come up with, but maybe I go heavily in depth on why I believe Classic WoW can try to redeem itself if they do more of this. If you lean more towards like the dark, gritty style dungeon like Karazhan Crypts, you can attract a lot of your players base back, especially a lot of your players who, believe it or not, a lot of your players play out of the games. Blizzard, you would have known that, right? Crazy. But a lot of players, like Dark Souls. They love Elden Ring. They love Sekiro. They love fucking, Demon Souls. So when you get something that's very almost like a Souls-like dungeon, like that's what it felt like, with the bodies hanging upside down as you go through the water, the big flame skeleton boss, right? Like, very, very fucking cool. That for me was the cream of the crop, if not the questing that they had for a lot of classes throughout SOD, which, Agron did work on a lot of those class quests. That right there is chef's kiss. Chef's kiss. And for those who didn't get to experience that and they talk shit on SOD, those guys are just fucking idiots. Those are, what I would call them is true, OD, vanilla Classic loyalists, which I am a fucking loyalist to the Classic community, but I respect the fuck out of SOD. I had a great time with it. It's what made me become a channel to begin with. And I had a great experience there. I met many great amigos there. I talked to devs there. But SOD really had a fucking great, inspiration when it came to the Karazhan Crypts. Whether it was in Turtle WoW or not first, it was very fun when I played it, and I had a good time. I'll give them that much for sure. Taste of C Plus, the Darkness mech I really liked. The mechanics weren't hard. Yeah, the mechanics weren't hard either. I really liked it. I thought that was really cool. You keep it simple like that, and you keep it gritty, you got a fucking a beautiful world with massive two titties. How you doing? Well, UGC SE could have been in the games before we got it. Yeah, I feel what you're saying, Roddy. The bodies are already in the game originally, though. No, for sure. I know they're already in the game. Yeah, I know. You could get into Karazhan before fucking in the original game by dying, going in there, rezzing, and then you can go through actual Karazhan before it was a thing. I'm just saying it was cool though with the atmosphere, you know what I'm saying? The darkness, the bosses luring around the corners, the opera room, going to the spider pit, how they laid it out, I thought just added more of an element. The bones everywhere, I thought it was cool, right? There's a lot of things that was cool about it. Charlie, you know that. Settle down. Throwback Jay, settle down. As someone who played original WoW from day one of the original release, the first phase of SOD to week 2 or phase 3 We're truly able to capture the feel of the original WoW days from early 2000s. I agree, Gorka. That's how I felt. I remember my early days of Phase 1. 40 paladins, getting Divine Storm, having that feeling, man. Nobody knew where the fucking runes were. We were running around the cathedral, going in the basement, trying to find the books and shit. Going to Elwyn, trying to find our runes, and just going all over the fucking map, trying to figure shit out. Those were golden days, man. I'll always love that. That fucking Phase 1, bro. Boy, that was fucking fun, bro. That was some good times, dog. After it was bad. I hate saw a bad game. Olympic is right. Olympic knows best. Bad game, chat. Bad game. Listen, chat. I gotta chat before I watch the next video. I gotta take a little Dukester. It's coming out of me. I'm very scared. We'll be right back, chat. Chat. We'll be right back. I got a Duke. It's gonna be probably a 5-minute or less FTP or 3-minute or less FTP. I'll try to make it quick. Chat. Spam the FTPs. I'm turtling, chat. Not private servers. I'm turtling. Chat. FTP, FTP, FTP. Also, join the Discord. Explanation Discord. Everyone needs to be unknown. Wowhead has to fuck off for at least a month. Then all the guides and shit can happen. Yeah, Wowhead's fucking annoying, bro. I'm so tired of the AI bullshit they do on there. But shout out to Surveillant, because he's cool. I like Surveillant. Everything else, FTP. I'll be right back.
I'm not a big fan of the paladin. I'm not a big fan of the paladin. I'm not a big fan of the paladin. I'm not a big fan of the paladins. Not a big fan. Not a big fan of the paladins. I'm not a big fan of the paladins. 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 Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan of the paladins. Fuck the paladins. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the sovereign. Fuck the bannerman. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the paladins in Minecraft. 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 I'm not a big fan of the paladin. I'm not a big fan of the paladin. I'm not a big fan of the paladin. I'm not a big fan of the paladins. Not a big fan. Not a big fan of the paladins. I'm not a big fan of the paladins. 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 Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan of the paladins. Fuck the paladins. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the sovereign. Fuck the bannerman. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the paladins in Minecraft. 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 I'm not a big fan of the paladin. I'm not a big fan of the paladin. I'm not a big fan of the paladin. I'm not a big fan of the paladins. Not a big fan. Not a big fan of the paladins. I'm not a big fan of the paladins. 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 Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan of the paladins. Fuck the paladins. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the sovereign. Fuck the bannerman. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the paladins in Minecraft. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the paladins in Minecraft. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the paladins in Minecraft. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the paladins. the paladins. I'm not a big fan of the paladins. I'm not a big fan of the paladins. Not a big fan. Not a big fan of the paladins. I'm not a big fan of the paladins. 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 Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan of the paladins. Fuck the paladins. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the sovereign. Fuck the bannerman. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the paladins in Minecraft. 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 I'm not a big fan of the paladins. 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 Not a big fan. Not a big fan of the paladins. I'm not a big fan of the paladins. 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 Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan of the paladins. Fuck the paladins. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the sovereign. Fuck the bannerman. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the paladins in Minecraft. 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 I'm not a big fan of the paladins. 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 Not a big fan. Not a big fan of the paladins. I'm not a big fan of the paladins. 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 Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan of the paladins. Fuck the paladins. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the sovereign. Fuck the bannerman. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the paladins in Minecraft. 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 Fuck the paladins. Fuck the paladins in Minecraft.
What is this song? I forgot. Somebody said it the other day. I gotta find it again. Somebody said it the other day. I forgot. I forgot the name of it. Chat. 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 Hold on. Chat. Marino. Love you. Well, it's getting weird. You try to bubble out and got stuck. My asshole is on fire. I blame these fire chips. All I'm gonna try to say is Blizzard can take my 15 months and shut up their ass since I'm not or not since I'm unsubbed. Beautiful banger. I know. Thank you for the follows. I appreciate all the love, guys. Also, at the same time, amigos. Thank you for all the love and support on stream lately. Thank you for all the constant locking it in. We are on Kick, Twitch, and YouTube. You can support your boy anywhere. I appreciate the love and support. The Twitch Primes, all that stuff, all the, donos, all that shit that you guys have been doing. all the love and support. That all goes to the quality of the stream, so we can provide you guys with some entertainment times, cooler transitions, getting better quality into the streams overall, doing more of these nightly things that we do. Monday to Friday, I think, is the schedule that I'm sticking with right now. I'm kind of liking Monday to Friday. It's kind of nice. And going from there. Maybe we'll sneak in some Saturdays here and there. But more than anything, much love to you, chat. And some would say, honestly, you guys are providing your boy a cinematic. Hello? Is this thing working? I have no idea what happened. Alright, chat. Alright, chat. I say we get into the next video. Let's get into the next video. Hold on. Slow down. Lights. I don't know why my lights are going crazy. Oh my god. I'm so sorry. Chat, I'm so sorry. I don't know why my lights are going super duper crazy. They're going super duper crazy, chat. Alright, chat. Let's see this. Let's see this. Supposedly Charlie is talking about the death of streaming. We're moving on from a couple of the WoW topics. Yes, we know a lot of shit's going on in WoW overall. We always bitch about it. We can always lock it in. Thank you, Sasha. I will lock it in. I appreciate it. And we'll go from there. So right now, there seems to be a situation about the death of streaming. It looks like Twitch is not doing too good lately. Yikers. Not looking good.
This is a topic I've blabbered about.
Not looking good, chat.
Something that only continues
Not looking
to spiral
good.
more and more out of control. Advertisements during streams. Twitch being the most egregious culprit. I think out of pretty much every service that exists, Twitch's advertisement model is the worst. Actually, you know what? Strike that from the record. I take that back. Put the poop back in my butt. I'm not giving that crown to Twitch because I think mainstream media outlets are so much worse with their advertisements. I don't know how many of you have gone on the internet with the condom off, no ad blocker. It is miserable when you go to
horrible.
any news site.
It's
like,
so
tabloids
bad.
Are the worst, like Daily Mails, obviously, The Sun, shit like that.
I'm gonna say this now, guys. For anybody that watches on Twitch, if you are not Twitch sub, bro, it is a horrible experience. That's the one thing I will say. Kick, honestly, is doing a good job in terms of how they handle it. I don't know if anybody's seen ads on Kick. If you get them here and there, if you are watching on Kick, chat. But Twitch, without an ad blocker, if it even works, if you're using Firefox, I'm assuming it's a better time. It is literally the most scummiest shit on the planet, and I think Twitch, the way they have it integrated, is fucking disgusting. There are some people, obviously, you know, like, and I know, like, Kai, Sinet, and all these guys do this, and, you know, much love to them, and they're just chasing their bag. But when it comes to, like, these ads, bro, some of these ads are horrendous. Like, they are full-on fucking 3-minute back-to-back fucking ads. Sometimes it gets worse. Some people are playing 9 ads or some crazy shit. Now I have to do 3 minutes every 60 minutes because that's what, you know, Twitch recommends me to do. That's what I do because it is good for like ad revenue. But fuck, man, is it not good just for the hype of the stream? Yeah, it's pretty bad with the algorithms. It's not a good look, and I really think Twitch needs to do something different, bro. They got to do something different when it comes to their streaming platform because it is killing the vibe for a lot of fucking creators. And people are looking to stream on YouTube and Kick more. I will admit that.
Will not even see your article.
I'll admit it.
4 autoplay
I'll admit it,
ads
chat.
everywhere. Fucking cerebral jacking in like Ford advertisements. Like the article is just encapsulated, entombed in so many ads. So
Yeah.
I actually think journalism sites are much worse. But Twitch is a close second. Anyway, the reason why I'm yapping about this again is because a report was recently published about how Twitch viewership is down significantly, the lowest level it's been in 5 years since their bot crackdown.
Yeah, because the
which I've already
bots.
touched on.
The
But
bots are real.
a lot of people have been speculating that it's more than just the bots contributing to the decline in viewership. XQC's take recently just kind of
I
popped
feel you,
off
brother.
and has reopened this discussion to a broader audience, and it's a really interesting one. He and many others believe that a lot of people are tuning out of Twitch because the ads ruin the experience. What's going on Twitch right now is often being compared to television. How TV started to decline once streaming got a foothold because most people switched from TV to streaming because they were fed up with all of the ad breaks interrupting them. It was far more convenient and a lot more enjoyable to just watch what you want to watch without any interruptions.
Very true.
But of course, that opened up its own can of worms with how many streaming services are popping up like fucking weeds across the globe. It is a goddamn pandemic. But the point is,
I know it's
ads
ridiculous.
Made people
want
to switch from that service, television, to something that had less ads. And in the streaming space, right now we're seeing that with Twitch mainly, but not just exclusively to Twitch.
Biggie?
YouTube.
YouTube
ads have recently been fucking exploding. Like, there are so many more ads now that users are noticing during streams. Though it can't hold a candle to Twitch, where
Twitch is the worst
standard
still.
affair on Twitch, if you don't have an ad blocker or if you're not subscribed to the streamer you want to check out.
I agree.
Is you go on Twitch, you go to a category, you click on a stream, you sit through like a 2-minute pre-roll ad before you ever even see the content. You see, like in the top right, the countdown for how many more minutes of ads you have to sit through before getting to the content you wanted to watch in the first place.
I know.
And you say it's not worth it, and you exit out of that person's stream and then just go to someone that you're subscribed to, or you just go somewhere else.
I know, and chat, this is like one of the big things that happens that I hate the most. It's like I'm over here trying to provide like, you know, an entertainment experience, you know, all the transitions, the funny shit we do, the dance in the club, the lights, you know what I'm saying? And it's tough sometimes. It's because, like, you know, if someone obviously, and it sucks because that's not what I'm trying to do here. I'm not trying to be a fucking pity party. At the end of the day, I make content. I hope the best for it, and I see what works, and I look damn sexy doing it, right, chat? How you doing? But regardless of that, I'm not out here fucking begging. You know what I'm saying? People sub, that's great. But if they don't, it sucks for them because they don't get the ultimate experience of like actually watching the creator they want to watch and just talking, not missing out on a hype moment, a critical conversation, and all because Twitch and Jeff Bezos and all these fucking goofy motherfuckers want to squeeze every dollar out of you, and that sucks, man. Like that to me sucks. Like when people sub to me or some shit, I think that's cool, you know, awesome. But when you're not subbed, you are getting fucked by Twitch. You are, just as much as Blizzard's fucking us in the classic community, you are getting fucked by Twitch. It's insane. And it's not even fucking, you know, something that's in the creator's control. Oh, just turn off ads. You obviously have to have ads if you're fucking, you know, you're almost partner. I'm close. I'm close to, I was close to getting partner, chat. I'm close. We're on our way, baby. We're on our way, baby. We're on our way. If we get more and more people supporting the boy and more people supporting the cause and locking it in, we could get partner, chat. It's been a long overdue, chat. It's been long overdue. Kind of crazy. Partner has a P to it, right? I just added a P the other day. Kind of crazy. Who would have known there was a P if it wasn't for me? We're pushing P, chat. Unlike Evan, I'll admit I like getting bent over. Settle down, Evan. Loves 10-minute. Evan loves his 10 minutes getting bent over. How you doing? YouTube could have really just squeezed Twitch out if they gave a heck about their streaming platform. That's very true. That's very true. I can see what you mean. YouTube Premium is way better value than Twitch Speedo, whatever it's called. Yeah, Twitch Turbo. Yeah, he said Twitch Speedo. Twitch Speedo. They're going fast.
Like, I am at the point, and I've been at this point for a while, where if there's a pre-roll that plays, I just leave. And on my streams, there are pre-rolls. Not because I put them there, it's because Twitch has it as an automated process.
They are killing their content creators. That is the truth.
3 minutes of
I agree.
ad breaks. 3 minutes
it kills content
of
creators,
ads
man.
For every hour that you stream, Twitch puts pre-rolls there. You
so
earn
annoying.
your good boy points through ad breaks on Twitch, and if you reach a certain threshold, they get rid of the pre-rolls. What benevolent saints. For me, though, I don't do the 3-minute ad break. I do the literal lowest level possible. I'll show you exactly what it looks like.
Yo, shit, he's showing the back end, chat. He's showing the back
end. A lot
end.
of people are saying, Twitch is blameless. Actually, we need to all point our fingers at the streamers. They're the ones that are running 30 minutes of ads per every hour they stream. They're the ones that are greedy and putting the pre-roll ads there.
No, there's much higher ones.
There are streamers that do put the maximum amount of ads per hour possible and just force their viewers to just fucking take the punishment, take the belt to the cheeks.
Yep.
That's brutal. It does get rid of the pre-rolls, but that shit sucks. The pre-rolls are something that Twitch does, not the streamer. So as you can see here, streamers like you have to run up to 3 minutes of ads per hour. In the past month, streamers like you who are based in U.S., have 6K concurrent viewers, stream gaming, whatever, have to run 3 minutes
8 hours
per
a month,
hour.
yeah.
So they're trying to push that, and if you don't,
Yeah,
then
if you
get
don't.
the pre-rolls. So
Yep.
I have it set to 30 seconds of ads per hour that I stream. The actual lowest it can possibly
What's
go.
good, Shiesty? Lock in.
And because of that, I have pre-rolls that Twitch shoehorns in there.
Yeah, no
But
matter
this can
what,
go
they're going to
all
put
the
them in
way
there.
up to 22 minutes and 30
Yeah,
seconds
chat.
of ads
Chat,
per hour that you
that is
stream.
insane. Look at that shit, dude. 22 minutes and 30 seconds if you wanted to add ads per hour. And I'm doing 3. 22 minutes and 30 seconds. These greedy motherfuckers, bro. Corporate greed at its fucking finest, dog. Do you believe that shit? People would come to my stream and be like, damn, man, you got a lot of ads playing. Motherfuckers are out here running 22 minutes, bro. And what the fuck? I can order Uber Eats and get my shit sucked at a massage parlor in less time than that. Trust me. That's insanity, bro. That's insanity, gang. I'm telling you, dog. That's insanity. Also, they let you play music without issues. That is true. That is true. That is true. They don't bother me. But also, I'm not a partner yet. So if I'm a partner, I wonder if they would start bothering me. That's the one thing. Because if they started bothering me then I just mute the Twitch VOD track. And I eventually, I should start muting the YouTube VOD track more because I know I could. But I get lazy. But even then, like, I would just fucking unpublish it. So it is what it is. But overall, though, their ads are fucking disgusting. These ads are horrible.
And I think there are streamers that do that. They just
Yes.
fucking have it go Insano style turbo mode
Yes.
off the charts ads out the wazoo here for it.
Yep.
And that is entirely
Right out
on
the
the
fucking
streamers.
wazoo,
That
bro.
is not Twitch's fault. Like, I do think that ruins streaming. Streamers that do that and
It's
try to, like,
horrible.
normalize that level.
They
of
need to
ads.
fix the
That
way
shit is
ads are placed,
diabolical.
dog.
But as for the pre-rolls, that is on Twitch, and I think that is a terrible, terrible practice. That is
Yes, it
the
is.
antithesis to what streaming is supposed to be.
They need to fix
where
it.
it is just a live flow of content, and you click on things that seem interesting or streamers that you might be interested in watching, and no one wants to sit through fucking 3 minutes before they even see that stream to see if they even like that streamer. They're just gonna leave, like
I agree.
do. It's
I agree.
just stupid. But it is what it is. That's what the platform is. And it's extremely annoying. And I would actually say that the way Twitch does ads is worse than television ever was. By its very nature, streaming is supposed to be a constant flow of content. You are watching something live. And when it gets interrupted with a 3-minute ad break, it's not just like everything pauses while you watch those ads. You are just now missing 3 minutes of what you tuned in to see.
It's a waste
Whereas
of time.
television, even when you're watching like a live sporting event, when the ad break pops up, there's a timeout. There is a break. You don't miss anything. Or if you're watching your favorite show,
Zone, that's a
and
good
it gets to
example of the
big
pre-roll.
climax, and then there's an ad break. Well, the climax doesn't happen in the fucking background. You don't miss anything.
So when you open up a stream, and if you don't have a Twitch Prime, you're not subbed to that person, you won't get the pre-roll. The pre-roll just initiates. Now sometimes it can be a combination of the pre-roll, or it's just the initial ad that you get off the rip if it's just 3 minutes. But if the pre-roll is just like a minute or 30 seconds, it really depends on It really just depends on what you get hit with first. But for most of the times, that is the pre-roll that you get hit with. Eventually, there is a point, too, where you get a 3-minute ad, and then you're supposed to wait a whole another hour before you get another ad, but they hit you with a quick pre-roll real fast. Sometimes that could be a 30-second or a 15-second pre-roll. It's just constant fucking annoyance to disturb the viewer, to pull away from the person wanting to watch the fucking stream. Pre-rolls can be fucking longer, you know, for some people, right? But I'll tell you what, like he said earlier, he did mention that after a certain point, the pre-rolls just stop because you're running your 3-minute ads. So I think at some point, the pre-rolls will just, like, not happen, pretty much, unless you didn't have a 3-minute ad running. And then you only had a specific timed ad, like a 30-second or 60-second like Charlie was doing. I think he's doing 30 here. So it's just an annoying experience overall for the viewer. And I hate that because it takes away so much from people trying to just watch a live stream of a person just macking and, like, you know, shooting the shit like I do with you guys. You know what I'm saying?
When it comes to streaming,
We shoot the
you
shit.
do. So I think it is much worse, and it is much more intrusive, and it is far more out of control now than it ever was for TV. Because at least with TV, there was like a set amount of commercial breaks. On Twitch, Jesus, Lord knows, because streamers control it. And there are a lot of streamers that just do
Was
like
it a strip abyss?
ad breaks, so it'll be like fucking 7 minutes
strip
worth of
add-on?
ads for every hour streamed, or significantly more. Like they could be doing 3-minute ad breaks every like 10 minutes. Like
That's disgusting.
There is no telling how many
That's
ads you
disgusting,
will be served
chat.
when watching a Twitch stream. At least with TV, you knew there was an expectation, and there was plans around it from the content itself. Again, you didn't miss anything with the ad
full
breaks. With
bona.
streaming, you do.
A bona.
And it's annoying. And people are really fed up. So I do agree with the take that XQC has said, as well as many others have said, about how ads are literally leading to like the death of streaming, in particular on Twitch. Because Twitch is the worst offender for it. YouTube is going down that path with how many ads they're starting to shove down users' throats. Twitch is still in a worse state with it, and I don't see either platform improving in this.
Really?
department.
He does?
I
That's
just think they're
ridiculous.
going to make it
I mean, if
even
he's making his
worse.
bag, he's making his bag.
Especially
But
Twitch.
it does kill
Twitch,
for like
I
the
feel
stream
like has
scene.
been treading water for a while.
Like,
now they do this bot crackdown.
you miss on a
their
lot of
numbers
shit.
Plummet for a little bit. I think
The
that
bots are back
maybe
up on Twitch,
scares
by the
them
way.
A bit about like
Chat, the bots are back up on
potential
Twitch.
advertiser hit that they might take, where the advertisers are like,
oh, he
Twitch,
does? That's funny.
This is a big drop.
Excuse me.
Maybe we won't spend as much on Twitch. Maybe it's not worth the
adds
budget
the-
that we're allocating over there. We're gonna cut back on this. Like, and then they're gonna go.
Yeah, I
further,
mean, that's
like,
funny.
Pushing their other brand partners to try and like foster that relationship and keep it tight, because they're gonna need to, fucking latch onto it.
In a way, though, if he forces an ad, it actually tricks the system to not need to go through another ad at the key point of his stream. So if he has a 3-minute ad every hour and he does an ad or so that pushes a forced manual ad, it'll actually skip over the ad that was supposed to be at the key point of the next hour. So in a way, he actually is being funny, but he's also being smart. It is like a funny / smart way to go about it. So kudos to him.
So I really feel like Twitch's direction with ads has only been getting worse and more intrusive and ruining the experience further and further. YouTube is starting to follow suit because, like I mentioned, they are pumping a ton of ads on streams as well now.
Yeah,
Not
smart.
to Twitch's
smart.
level yet, but it is there. And I just think that it is horrible for streaming, like, in general. Nobody wants to sit through streams like that where it's interrupted by minutes worth of ads.
Nobody
for shit
does, bro.
Nobody wants in
Nobody
the first
does.
place. It is what caused TV to go in a bit of a rough patch there, because streaming offered a better ad-free service. And I've already seen some spitball solutions here that I think are pretty trash. One of them was, well, you should be paying all the streamers anyway. So if you want to watch content ad-free, well, fork over some clams to the streamer and subscribe to them.
Yeah, that's stupid.
What the fuck, Goober? No.
Nobody
that's
needs to
super
fucking do it.
stupid.
Yeah, it's
Streaming
retarded.
is free. Like,
It's
you
free.
are producing content for free.
Yes.
Getting any money back is just cherries on top. Like,
Exactly. I hope the time link, stamp link works for it. What time stamp link? What are we talking about? Eden, whatever do you mean? But yes, in terms of what he just said, streaming has always been a way for gamers to just unite with one another. Mac talk shit, do stupid duper, super duper corny, goofy stuff like we do here, and have a fun time. It's never been about fucking coughing up money, throwing thousands of dollars, doing any of this corny shit. That's never been what streaming was about. You feel me? You know what I mean? Like, that's not what it's all been about. Link maybe auto-modded? What are you talking about? Like, in terms of, like, fixing, like, the advertisement issues with the stuff we're talking about? Is that what you're talking about? Kevin Jordan talk about Classic Plus 5 years ago? Yeah, I mean, I know about Kevin Jordan. Yeah. Wasn't he also on some older interviews, too? With S-Fan back in the day, I think, right? A very older one. Oh, no link posted was auto... Oh, no link posted was auto-modded. You're talking about a link. Did you send something? I didn't see it. Oh, thanks for the content. Oh, Sugan, thank you for the $5 earlier, by the way. Thank you. You didn't need to send that. And I don't... Like, guys, you're chilling, bro. You're chilling. Thank you, bro. Thank you, man. I appreciate you, bro. Much love, big dog. Much love. All the stuff I do is just for here. Yeah, I don't see the Kevin Jordan link. But I know the I think I know the video you're talking about, Eden. I think I know what you're talking about. I remember watching a while back. I gotta pull that one up again, but I should pull it up for a future video. Yeah, it's annoying. That's annoying. Just write the name of the title of the video in the chat, and then I'll look it up one of these moments tonight, and then I'll watch it later tonight too, because I might integrate some ideas like what Kevin was talking about, because he's a great mind. He's a great mind, talking about class balance and stuff like that. I remember him going in great detail about things. He's a great mind for sure.
It is a service that
and
is
sorry,
free.
Chav, if you send any super chats on YouTube, I don't see them like on my server here, but I appreciate all the love and support. I appreciate it.
And if you now start requiring people to pay money to keep experiencing that service, well, you've got an issue. Because never charge for something that was once free. That is like an age-old saying that remains true. You can find countless examples of that being proven time and time again.
Thank you, Simon. Thank you.
Nobody is going to want to pay for something that they were getting for free already.
Beautiful.
And it is, by its nature, a free service you're providing to viewers.
If
they like you so much they want to give you some money,
it is indeed.
All power to them. I'm not their dad. They can make their own decisions, and that's great. Everyone's happy. Whatever. But this is not a solution to Twitch's inundation of ads to the platform. Everyone shouldn't be required to spend money on the streams they want to watch in order to watch it uninterrupted and unimpeded.
I agree.
It sucks. That's silly. Another solution I've seen kicked around is, well, maybe the streamers just need to do a better job of planning their ad breaks.
No
kind of
cannolis.
like how TV used to do it. I already don't like where that's going. We're regressing now to old TV habits, but the idea is streamers, when they're about to run their ad break or when the ad break is coming up, they pause everything and tell their viewers, all right, here comes ads, go stretch, do that. Take some time if you don't want to watch them, and then we'll come right back after the ads in 3 minutes or whatever. And I think there are some streamers that have experimented with that. I don't know how well it's been received. And theoretically, it makes sense because at least then they're not missing any content. But that's not going to work for every stream. You can't do that for every stream.
Very true.
You can't plan around all of that because these streams aren't planned. I guess you can pause a game, sure. That can kind of work to pause your game that many times for stretch breaks and whatever. But it's not going to work
Evan's
for
a man
every
of
stream
wonders.
and every streamer. It just wouldn't. There's too many variables at play with every stream that happens. Also, I think it'd be very unfair to the people that just don't want to run ads in the first place. You can't just pause your stream for the pre-roll ads. You'd never have a stream because everyone is going to get a pre-roll ad when they come to your stream. How the fuck are you going to ensure that they're not missing content with that pre-roll ad? They're going to. You have no way of stopping that. And I don't think the solution is to require everyone to start running, X amount of minutes of ads per hour. People don't want to do that. Like me, I don't want to do that. It's that simple.
Nobody does.
I don't think that's a good solution either. It is a complicated problem. I recognize on Twitch's end, they need to make money off their platform. Otherwise, how the fuck are they going to keep it going?
That's true.
It's very expensive.
That's true.
The way to do that is through advertising.
It's the only way.
But their advertising methodology, I think, is just really counterintuitive to what streaming is and has been.
Yeah,
and
it's bad.
Just going in a really bad direction that continues to make it worse. Yeah, obviously I don't have all the answers there, but there's got to be something because I really do think as this continues, more and more people are just not going to watch streams when an ad pops up.
They're
and
not.
it'll probably just turn them off from even clicking on streams in the first place, knowing that they're going to get ads before even going to it.
No, yeah, I agree.
There's got to be a solution. There's got to be something to change with that from YouTube and Twitch's end of this inundation of ads.
Yeah.
And yeah, I just kind of wanted to yap about it again. That's really about it. So yeah.
That was a good video, chat. That was a good video. W video from Charlie. W video from Charlie, chat. I'll share this here, chat. I'll share this here. W video from Charlie. I think it's very true. Like at the end of the day, the ad situation is just. It's pretty fucking bad, man. It's pretty fucking bad, and I don't know if they'll ever fix it. I don't know if there's ever going to be a solution. They need to handle a different way of going about it because it just feels too targeted. People are not going to want to stay watching the content creator. It also one of the biggest things too, it hurts your small creators. You know, I'm a small creator, and I'll include myself into this. It hurts your creators that just want to be engaged with their community at all times. It's a live discussion, it's a live stream, and we're all just macking. You feel me? Like, that is not good when you do that continuously to force interrupted ads to really break people out of the immersion of, you know, streaming. And it sucks. This happens every hour. Like, in 15 minutes, there most likely will be another wave of ads that happen here on the stream. But it's like, it's just very unfortunate that that's how it has to go down in order for Blizzard to, or not even Blizzard. It might as well call them Blizzard since they're both botting, chat. They're both botting. Twitch bots and Blizzard bots. Who would have known? Two ways of bots. Who would have known? But for Twitch, I meant to say, for them to just keep gaining money. You get what I'm saying? It's kind of crazy, though. It's kind of crazy, the world we live in. And that's unfortunate. Now, here's another video, chat. This is an interesting one because, you know what it is, man? I'm not going to lie, bro. Battlefield 6, it does look really good, right? It looks really fucking hype, and I'm really excited to play it. However, there was some problems that I noticed on the beta as well. Now, I don't know how many of you guys here played the beta, but Battlefield 6, it was very enjoyable, but there are some things that I'm not a massive fan of in terms of what I saw from a player who played Bad Company 2 back in the day. I will tell you, I was never a big fan of sniper glints. I know that's something that's maybe controversial a little bit, but I never liked that there was 1,000 glints on the screen. I also think one of the big problems in Battlefield 6 is that too many people are picking the same class type, the same class structure, which really hurts the game. Where if there's just an entire match the whole time, everyone's sniping, eventually that's going to get old, you know? And everybody sniping, with everybody having spawn beacons and everybody abusing that, it's very, very bad for the game. It creates a wall, and players are never going to get over that wall. It's just going to be a very boring experience for the most part. So I really think that they need to fix that. And also, obviously, the cheating, the requiring of thinking they need people to use the TPM to, like, really stop cheaters, that's another thing, too. Players are going to find a way, real cheaters are going to find a way to go around that TPM security that they're enabling, that you have to put on the BIOS end in order to play Battlefield 6. So there's going to be a lot of ways that players fucking manipulate the game. So for the most part, I think those are a couple key issues, but I'm very curious to see what Jack says. We're going to get in this video chat. Let's see what's going on.
The Battlefield 6 beta. It felt like a next-gen and old-school shooter at the same time. Intense combat with insane destruction.
It's fucking good,
and it ticked a lot of boxes for Battlefield and FPS fans alike. However, there were a few things that I thought could be improved and some potential
Chat, we're playing the fuck out of this on stream, by the way. I am playing the fuck out of this on stream.
I'd be really interested to know your thoughts in the comments too. From my perspective, I don't think any of this is a massive concern.
I cannot wait.
There being a technical disaster when the game launches in October, and it's coming from a place of passion for the franchise and constructive criticism rather than just complaining for the sake of it. The older I get, the less I feel like complaining and just enjoying and appreciating what we have instead. With that said, I'm going to keep it snappy. Here are some of the top issues with the game in my opinion. First up, the matchmaking system, server browser and portal. For me, and I'm sure many others, this topic is a really big deal. Why? Well, for some context, this is what we used to have in Battlefield games. This is how good it used to be.
Server
Every
browser.
game until Battlefield 2042 had a traditional server browser in, where you could see official servers, community servers, and you could toggle on or off a whole host of filters to find the perfect
Battlefield 4
experience
server
that you were
browser,
looking
right?
for. This meant that if you wanted to find a game on a certain map or mode, you could easily do that. If you wanted to play with more than 4 people, you could pick a server and join it together. If you were in a lower player population region, you could join servers in higher population regions and actually play on what you wanted to, years after the game ceased updating. This was a massive positive, and it offered players an exceptional amount of choice, and it set Battlefield apart from other shooters who ditched the server browser completely. Battlefield 6, on the other hand, is focused on matchmaking for its official experiences.
Yeah, it's
this
just
means
straight
that
up
you pick
matchmaking.
a game mode from the main menu, and it puts you in a match. When the match ends, the server dies, and then you're thrown back into the matchmaking system to find a new match.
Yeah,
While
that's
this
pretty
system
rough.
is quick and easy, and I'm sure more efficient and cheaper for EA, it does have several drawbacks. And while there were preferences available in the second weekend of the beta for what you wanted to play, I don't know what your guys' experience was like, but I tested this and it very rarely cared for my preferences. And preferences is the key word here. what you picked wasn't ever a guarantee of what you got. So here are some problems with this matchmaking
fucked,
system
bro.
for
That's not
Battlefield
good.
games. Maps, you end up playing the same maps in a row. And
Damn, this
many
gun
times
looks
you end
nice,
up on the
chat.
same side of the maps, always being put on the defending side on breakthrough or rush, for example, which was very common for me in the beta. No persistence, as I said, when the game ends, all of the players are kicked out and put back into the lobby. Although there were 64 players on the server at the end of the match, rather than keep them there and cycle to a new map, the system insists on kicking them all out back to the lobby. No persistence in official matches is a huge loss for Battlefield. You don't get to build up a sense of camaraderie with the players in your squad or team, or a sense of rivalry with the enemies. And it means that there's no way to play on official servers with default rules in a playlist that cycles through all of the maps in Conquest 64. This used to be one of my favourite ways to play Battlefield on official servers, and if there isn't a quick play option on the main menu for a playlist that rotates you through every map in Conquest or Breakthrough on launch of the game, it will be a massive disappointment for me, and I'm sure many others.
I mean, honestly, at the end of the day, when I think here's a big problem that happens, you know, like when you start removing players' decisions and players' like, you know, choice of what they want, you know, out of a game and the quality of something like Battlefield, you know, something that's so big like this, a big name in the scene, really huge. You know, this is something that is going to lead your players feeling dissatisfied, you know, because it's a key element that was a part of your game originally. So that is a system, and I think they should remain to have, because it just adds a layering of freedom of choice, you know, what you want to fucking go by with your squad, what server you're trying to find, what specific setting you're trying to click. And if you cheap out and go with this matchmaking system, it's just going to lead to a lot of, you know, feeling of like lack of care is almost the word defined, or the word to say here when it comes to your original Battlefield audience. Because just like the Battlefield audience, there's a lot of similarities when you look at the Battlefield audience, exactly like the World of Warcraft audience, where they just want to have that return to the old. You know, they want to have that return to things that feel like it was back in the day. And it's a reason why they like the style of this beta. They just want to see a little bit more quality of the maps, maybe bigger maps too. I heard that was a big complaint. And you're going to have a severe issue on your hand if things start to go sideways and Battlefield 6 really doesn't feel like the homage that everybody thought it was going to be. That's quite alarming. That is very, 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 very alarming in my opinion.
I know some of you are probably screaming at me right now saying that's what Portal's for, so let's talk about it. DICE announced that in the new Portal, you'll be able to set up servers with whatever settings you choose and then browse them in a server browser. If you want, these servers can be persistent too, and anyone can host a server for free here. Great job, DICE and EA, amazing. So, for example, in theory, yes, John Doe could host his own server here with the official rule set that rotates through all of the maps on Conquest. Amazing, but the issue with this is, how is John Doe going to get players to join his server and fill it up with 64 players to get the match started in the first place? How is he going to do it? If you've trained players to click on a square on the main menu so they can play, why would they ever click on Portal and then look through a list to find a server?
Yeah, they'll just ignore it.
Maybe John Doe gets 2 or 3 players to join who are longing
No
for
Nicki
that
Minaj, chat. No
or
Nicki
match
Minaj.
persistent
No big
server,
booties
but
in BF6,
one gets bored
sadly.
and quits, the other
As
waits
much
for a
as we
while,
love big
gotta pick
booties,
their
we
kids
love
up from
them.
school,
Can't get
they
enough of
disconnect
them.
from the game,
They're great.
no one else joins,
Love
John
a
Doe
booty.
shuts the server down and doesn't try ever again. This is the problem with Portal. It's a function, behavior, and visibility issue. In BF 2042, outside of AFK XP grinding servers or hardcore rule sets, there's no traction. So what would I do if I was in charge to fix all this? Well, first, I'd list official quick play servers in the Portal server browser as well as community servers and give players all of the filters that we used to have. This would actually incentivize people to use the server browser again to look for the tailored experience that they desire.
No big
Official rule
booties,
set
Chad.
or
No
not.
big
And
booties.
guess what? If
We
they're
get
looking
no
down the
big
list
no
and they
big
see a community
breasticles.
server with an
A
interesting
lot of
title
testicles
full
though. A
players,
lot of men.
they
A
might
lot of
actually
sweaty
join
men.
that instead of an official one.
A lot of
If I had
sausages.
to queue and wait to join an official server on a specific map and game mode that I wanted to play on, I would rather do that and pick it on a server browser than take a chance and gamble over and over again with the matchmaker. Second, I'd seed Portal community servers into the quick play matchmaking system as an option if those servers fall under the official quick play rule set. Players then have a chance to join and fill those servers up from the quick play screen. giving whoever hosted that experience a chance for their persistent community servers to grow. I'm not
I
saying
see.
that people
Okay,
who
okay.
have
I see what he's saying.
5,000 tickets and 200
Factory of
increased
sausages.
respawn time on vehicle should be in the quick play option. I'm saying if a player makes a server and
Department.
it's exactly the same as an official quick play server, it should be an option for the matchmaking algorithm to put them in that game. Yes, the danger of this is badmins, but I'd put more trust in people, see what happens, and then make a move or not from there. Third, I'd add an official persistent
That's pretty cool,
server
that
quick play
idea, though.
option to the
Community
main
servers
menu
growing, I
and
like
let
that.
people search for Conquest and Breakthrough, rotating through all of the maps. And 4, if there are really popular community servers popping up that are consistently full, have open panels or space at least on the homepage where you can feature those. And if none of this is possible for whatever reason, the least that DICE could do is add some kind of bias to the matchmaker. So when people are searching, the chance of them playing the same map back to back is incredibly low. Yeah, of course, if there's a new map out in a seasonal DLC drop, you have that playlist there, Operation Metro 24/7, whatever it is. But some kind of bias in the matchmaker, which meant that you didn't play the same maps over and over again, would be great. Or rather than just preferences that you could tick, you could have another screen which was only put me on this
Warthog
map and
shit,
game mode,
brother.
and acknowledge that
I
the
see
player
what
might be
you're
waiting
saying.
a while until they
I see what
get that
you're saying.
experience. Seeing as we've mentioned Portal a few times there, we're going to quickly talk about that now. The new version of Portal, in the creativity sense, looks incredible. DICE have showed us a few snippets
does
of
look
its
cool.
potential.
It does look
Only
cool. We'll see
upscale
what
game
happens,
modes, races, zombies, AI scripting, top-down 2D
Bro.
shooters, tower defense.
Bro, zombies in Battlefield 6? Wait. If that's a thing, chat, some style of AI, I don't know how the fuck they're gonna do it, like some zombie style BF6 situation, bro, I'm playing the fuck out of that. I'm playing the fuck out of that. You best believe your ass, chat. You best believe your ass, bro. Yeah, bro. I can just imagine the creations that happen in Portal. This just sounds fun, dude. Chat, imagine all of us just playing some community BF6 and some fun gimmicky fucking games. That sounds fun, dude.
Single player experiences, you can place geometry and assets.
That-
You've got Godot
almost fell off the
support,
chair, chat.
giving players the
Almost
ability
fell off the
to
chair.
make their own maps, basically.
This happens from time to time.
Plus 2,
I leaned back too
facing
hard.
worlds,
I leaned
Caspian
back.
border, why not? It's all going to happen week 1 of Portal. The possibilities are crazy with this, and this thing could be an explosion for Battlefield if EA play
Yeah,
their
this
cards
looks
right,
fucking
because we all know
sick.
how powerful modded experiences can be. My big concern with it
Bro.
is that, let's say Portal releases on the same day as Battlefield 6, October 10th. And outside of maybe 2 or 3 custom game modes that the developers have made
Bro.
themselves, what other options are going to be there for players to engage with
This
and be
looks
interested
sick.
in? Let's be honest, if the official only up from DICE only takes 5 minutes to complete and get to the top, you're going to play it once and never again. If there's a jet
True.
race but it's only on one map, you'll play it once and never again. So how do you get around this and get those interested in Portal to stick around
Oh,
and
was this
foster
Portal on
growth
the old
and
Battlefield?
expansion of it? Here's what I would do if I had the keys to the kingdom. By now, months ago in fact, I would have reached out to people who do this kind of stuff and do it well. For example,
Is that
top
Fortnite?
creative people.
This
The
is
top-
Fortnite? Oh my god, chat. This goes back to all of the fucking shit that I said earlier in my previous videos about UGC style fucking content, dog. What the fuck? I thought this was an old Battlefield, and it is in a way, but it's Fortnite, bro. Holy fuck. Bro, let me take my glasses off for a minute. Holy shit, dude. You see what I'm saying, though, chat? You got fucking Fortnite. When you give the power to your players, you give your community the toys. You trust your private server motherfuckers out there, and you work with them. You get quality, dog. You get quality. Blizzard needs to stop being fucking retarded, learn from these motherfuckers, realize they could be doing something very, very good right now, and fucking lock in, bro. This is something that, I can't believe that this is something that we even have to discuss. It's mind-blowing, bro. It's crazy, Roddy. Michael, yeah, how many class zombies are we talking? The Walking Dead or Fast Motherfuckers Z Nation? Fast Zombies be insane, like 28 Days Later type shit or War Z type shit. That'd be fucking crazy, dog. Show me, I can believe it. All the free climbers 3 years ago. It's crazy, dog. Problems balance in MMORPGs. If everyone just adds their own stuff, it's hard to do that. Well, no, for sure, but that's why like you have separate realms, right? Like look at the private server scene. There are so many separate servers, and when you here's the thing, right? In the private server scene, you get to see who's the top honchos, right? Out of let's say there's 10,000 private servers, right? You get to see the top 3 that everybody's enjoying the most. For example, Turtle WoW. You could say Project Epoch. You could see Ascension. And you let those other private servers down here learn a lesson from the guys above to try to make their quality as good as them. Then Blizzard works with the people that are doing a really good community server, and you work something together. You make magic happen. But the problem is, instead of working with community servers, everyone is divided. We're fighting, arguing over intellectual property rights. We have dick suckers in the WoW community that are complete buffoons. They are just losers that shill for Blizzard no matter what. These are more than likely retail enjoyers. These are just corny motherfuckers. We don't listen to them because they have no say on what's good for Classic WoW whatsoever. They still follow this the fucking arcade MMO, mentality where that's what they want to follow, playing with their World of Warcraft on their, Samsung one day or their iPhone. It's ridiculous, bro. We should not listen to any of these retards in the community. As a matter of fact, these retards need to be fucking... We gotta deport them. We gotta get rid of them, chat. We gotta get rid of them. I'm gonna call ice tomorrow, actually. I actually had 2 cubes of ice in my drink today. Go figure. 2 cubes. Shaped like a square. I didn't even know squares were shaped like that. Go crazy on them and deport them. That's what I'm talking about, chat. Yeah, they do. Yeah, they don't do jack shit, bro. Means are realm for tunes, and the tunes go to UGC, and they can't leave without those items. Yeah, no, I mean, there's ideas that can be fucked around with. You know what I'm saying? And this is where, like, in my opinion, the creativity juices keep flowing. And the problem is like, some people watch my videos, and they don't really get to see the full... Like, you know how we talk here, chat, and we understand each other? Like, we're smart with one another. Like, we can understand that, maybe everything I say is not always right. Maybe everything you're saying is not always right. But that's why, like, I love what we do. You know what I'm saying? Because we talk about these things, and y'all motherfuckers get it, bro. Y'all get it. Like, even if I'm, like, spewing too much or, like, I'm saying too much shit, you understand that there's potential there. You get what I'm saying? There's a small potential there that is waiting to be unlocked. You get what I'm saying? And unfortunately, that door is never to be opened. Because Blizzard thinks the best door is the path to least resistance. And the path to least resistance is by killing all your competition and taking over everybody and just simply saying, guess what? This is all our ideas now. Woohoo, we're putting in Classic Plus, bro. These are all our ideas now. Slay. The fuck out of here. Yeah, I know. I feel you. I had the original WoW devs. Yeah, it's a shame. They're the goats. Fortnite hosts concerts, releasing music and money. Yep. That's why I love Valve so much. Valve is way more open. Gavin knows what's up. Yeah, Valve's one of the goats for sure. One of the goats. It's crazy, man. It's just crazy time we live in, chat.
Halo
Let's
Forge
look at this
people.
shit. Look at this
the top
shit.
modders out there, people who know how to use game engines, and pay them to create experiences in Portal that would be ready to go on that day one drop. So rather than there just being a couple of throwaway game modes right at the start that maybe people will play once or twice and it's going to leave a bit of a bad first impression, meh.
It's crazy though, right, Roddy?
You go out there, you pay people to make stuff, and there might actually be some decent meat in there for people to tuck into. Some interesting experiences that have been crafted for months already.
That's what I don't understand.
That's what I would have done. Do I expect that to happen? No. But I think they should really be thinking about this kind of stuff. And while it means that, yes, maybe the first couple of weeks might feel a bit dead, after that, there's still going to be a chance to grow, of course. Like I said, the potential is huge here. But I'm just...
Even fucking Jack Frags knows about the potential of what this can be done here can be massive. Like, this is what is mind-blowing to me, that Blizzard is not learning from other companies. The company, in a way, is, like, they are backpedaling. They're regressing. They're actually losing value of not taking risk, of not doing something different to provide a unique experience. They are actually regressing. In terms of like, it's like, you know what they're reminding me of? It's like Nintendo Japan when it comes to the Switch. I have a Switch. I love my Switch. I played many of great games on my Switch. It's phenomenal. Now, Nintendo purposely sticks to their community because it is a money whale for them. I understand that. But in terms of tech, can we all just admit the Switch is ass? When in terms of tech, the Switch is ass. All due respect. There are Steam Decks out here. Why the fuck would anybody want to play a Switch? If you're not a fan of Nintendo, why the fuck would you want to play a Switch? It doesn't make sense. Yeah, and it's not that it's this groundbreaking thing. The Switch has its fun, identity to it because it's just a party game system. More than anything. It's a really good party game system, and I do get jealous of that Nintendo Online with some cool fighters on there, and some old, smash and beat 'em up style games we played at arcades back in the day. But regardless of that, in terms of tech, it's fallen behind. And with the comparisons I'm making is that Nintendo is very alike to Blizzard in a way where they are regressing in terms of tech rather than moving forward with technology, and Blizzard in terms of understanding and working and taking the next big opportunity to make themselves millions, if not billions of dollars, is waiting right around the corner by them. Instead of outsourcing their, different AI paths and all this mumble-bumble shit, work with private servers. Hire these motherfuckers, bro. Hire them. I don't care regardless of the RICO shit. Take who you want and whatever you're doing to court. I'm not arguing that. I'm talking about ideas. I'm talking about, actual, creation. I don't even know what's the word. Ingenuity? Or what's the fucking word? My Spanish got me stuttering. What's the word? Ingenuity? I can't speak right now. You know what I'm talking about. Just take some inspiration. You get what I'm saying. I can't say that word for some reason. I'm stupid. Some would say I'm retarded. Ingenuity? I can't. I gotta say, wait, how do I spell this word, chat? Hold on. Ingenuity. I can't. Oh my god, I sound so retarded. What the hell is ingenuity? What? Word. I gotta hear it. Ingenuity. Let me play it.
How about you? You want to play me
YouTube ad chat. Unbelievable. Let me hear it. But that's the word I'm looking for.
You are looking at Julian. It is a bit confusing. I'm sure the spelling makes it confusing. We're going to look at the British English pronunciation and American English.
Get to the point.
The way it's pronounced in the UK is as ingenuity.
Ingenuity.
Note this new sound for later.
Ingenuity. That sounds so much better. That sounds better. Alright, ingenuity. Ninjanuity. Shut the fuck up. Ingenuity. Ninjanuity. That's so funny.
Just hoping
I'm so
that
fucking retarded.
they hit the ground running with Portal.
I don't know how to
and
speak
they
some
support
words
it
sometimes,
properly,
chat. I
because
stutter in my
otherwise
videos too.
It might suffer
You
the
should
same
know
fate
this
as
by
BF
now.
2042 Portal. Like I said,
You
XP
fucks.
grinding, hardcore servers. That's about it. So EA, put some weight behind Portal. That's all I'm asking for. Next, options menu. The options menu
The
is
ninjas
very
need some
difficult
tea.
to navigate in this game. While I appreciate the fact that there are so many options and customization,
Yeah.
it's a nightmare to find what you want sometimes. Menus upon menus. So adding a
Inuit
search
made up
function
that
would
word. Yeah, I
massively
know.
help with this, and also the
Ingenuity.
ability to
I got it
favorite
now.
options or specific option menus that you come back to again and again
Ingenuity.
would be great. Moving on to some gameplay stuff now.
Okay.
Where were the ribbons and medals? I would love to see those making a return.
Yes!
Earning them or
Yes,
completing
that is
certain
true,
actions and
bro.
missions.
Medals.
Doritos everywhere. Spotting was crazy in
Bro.
the beta build. It seemed like everyone was spotted at all times, and all you had to do to spot someone was just look at them, even through smokes on occasion. I don't know if it was a bug or this was just intentional, but because of this, you end up playing from the user interface rather than observing what's actually in front of you or your surroundings or what you can hear. It's just not as fun or engaging, so I'd like to see them tone down the spotting. Increasing player visibility goes hand in hand with this
Alright, settle down.
Weapon recoil. Many of the weapons felt similar and like laser beams when you had the right attachments on them.
Yeah,
like a bit more character
he's not
in my
wrong
Battlefield
here,
gunplay.
chat.
Tips hat. DICE did address this in a recent blog post though, so it looks like the gunplay in the full game will feel different than the beta.
We'll
have
see
to
though,
test that
we'll
in future
see.
builds, obviously. Instant death, the time to death felt very quick.
Volatile, you are
inconsistent.
spitting.
I had experiences that felt
You
like I was
are
dying in
spitting.
one frame to LMGs and assault rifles, which was
Indie
not
games
fun.
are taking
I also
over the
experienced
world.
Many deaths behind cover. Hopefully they can fix that up. Footstep audio I found was quite inconsistent. It was good at times, bad at times.
Yeah, the
I'm
footstep
not asking
audio
for
was a little
Counter-Strike
weird
levels of
sometimes, I'm not
pinpoint
gonna lie.
accuracy,
I
but
do remember
directional
this.
Footstep audio was definitely
It
getting
confused
lost in
me.
the source in the Battlefield 6 beta every now and again. Vehicle physics, some of the vehicles didn't feel good. Helicopters and jets in particular. Tanks were perhaps a bit sluggish too. I want to see some improvements there. The sniper sweet spot, it's back in BF6.
They'll never-
You can
they'll
one-hit
never
kill
learn.
with a torso shot at certain distances, depending on the sniper rifle that you're using.
Ooh.
Me personally, I think this creates a lot of inconsistency for the player being shot at, and also for the player doing the shooting. I think the only situation a sniper should be able to one-shot kill a full health player is with a headshot at any distance in Battlefield. Just my 2 cents. Also,
Interesting.
there was a massively overpowered rangefinder attachment in the beta.
Yeah, the
will
rangefinder's
scope
kinda
the exact
fucking
distance
nuts.
of the target that you were looking at, essentially eliminating bullet drop even for extreme ranges.
Pretty much, yeah.
I did talk about this in a previous video. If you want a deeper explanation, it's
Oh,
up on my
really?
channel.
That's cool.
But generally speaking, I felt that it took a lot of the skill, fun, and satisfaction out of sniping. Maps, are we actually going to get more big Battlefield maps?
This
in the
is
game?
what everyone's
There's
complaining
9
about.
maps in total at launch.
'Cause they're
Many
so
of them
small,
look like
chat.
small to medium maps, typically speaking. Based on the leaked
Big
footage that I
maps.
saw recently
Bring back
of
the big
Mirak Valley
maps.
in the BF Labs
Chat,
playtest
we want the
proposed
big
last
maps
week.
back.
That
We want
map
them
looks
back.
a lot bigger than the overview.
Crooked
image that they
Hillary in the
released.
stockades
Some
of
weird
Turtle
perspective
Wow.
stuff going on here.
Bring
perhaps,
the
and
big
that
maps
does give me a
back.
bit of hope now that I've seen a gameplay video of it.
Wow.
I've also seen leaked footage of 2 Season 1 maps that look pretty big, so I've got faith that there will be more big maps in the game. I just hope that DICE lean into the all-out warfare sandbox that makes Battlefield stand out from the crowd. Next, I've talked about this ad nauseum, but let's mention it quickly again in this video. Why not? Unlocked weapons versus class-locked weapons. This is a fundamental part of the game design. They need to choose what Battlefield is going forward. If they don't, they keep digging a giant hole, splitting the player base and ending up in a situation that will be very difficult to get out of and annoying a lot of people in the process, whatever they choose. So far, their decisions and actions have come across as very flip-floppy and show a lack of confidence in their design. This also
Yeah.
leans into class identity as well, but that could be a whole video on its own. I just don't want to waste your time with it. So-
Chat, let's not talk about class identity when it comes to World of Warcraft. Let's not even go there. We know it's been gone for a long time. Let's not go there.
I think they need to pick a lane. Finally for today, for some
Let's
people
not do
this
it.
is a big deal. A deal breaker in fact. And for others, they simply don't care about this stuff at all. Humor me for a moment please. Look at this BF6 beta footage right now. Save it and perhaps savor it if you need to. Everyone around me is wearing the same uniform. And it gives the feeling that you're part of a cohesive unit. A unit of soldiers. Of a team of comrades. It gives a grounded, authentic
much
feeling
close.
that you can relate to in some respect, because you've seen people dressed like this in the news, in clips, in movies. You used to play games that look like this. Maybe you're serving in the military, maybe you once served in the military. And this look right here, it gives a certain vibe, a feeling. And you also know what the enemy look like too. They look like this. They all have the same colors and style on. When the game goes live in October, when Season 1 drops, when they put a store in the game and people can buy cosmetics and change how they look, that feeling is going to go away.
Oh,
It's gone. However,
my
I think there's
God.
a lot of value in that feeling that makes Battlefield
Yeah,
6
that's
appealing
scary.
right now based on the beta. And DICE should be hyper aware of this and perhaps offer people an option to toggle, so if players want to, they only see default
Yes.
soldier skins in the game.
Yes. Okay. Holy fuck, chat. How similar is the fucking Battlefield 6 scene to World of Warcraft? 4 years in the WoW scene. The biggest issue with transmog to classic players, which they didn't like,
was the fact that they can't see the gear that you're wearing when it comes to a PvP scenario. Knowing what the player is wearing in Classic WoW is so massively important in comparison to any other version of World of Warcraft. Because you know what that player is rocking, you know what that player is having, you're familiar with that piece of item, and you are well aware that that individual is properly geared or not properly geared. And you can tell. You can tell. What's poppin', Buff? You could tell. So the point is that what Jack just said here in terms of default skins going on or off and having identity where the game should feel like this red versus blue scenario, you know, like we used to have with like Halo, right? You could see that that is massively important in order to have identity to realize that this player knows what they're doing. Exactly, that's why I like Noggenfogger, and that's why I love it too. But what does Noggenfogger usually tell you? That either usually tells you one of two things. Either A, the player knows what the fuck they're doing, they know their class, they play the game at a higher level, right? Whether they just do it because they just want to hide their shit, that's totally fine. And it's something the community likes, right? They enjoy it. But two, that player is just not a really good player, but maybe they're disguising themselves to be a good player. And they just like the transmog, which is nothing wrong with that, right? But that's why people do like, you know, they drink the savory delights and all this shit to become the pirate or the ninja. You get what I'm saying? I get it. But there should be a system, I do think, in Classic Plus, where when it comes to a BG, you should see people's gear. You should see people's gear. It should be a system that turns off. But in PvE in the open world, you could have it on or something like that. You know what I mean? It really just affects you or maybe the group you're in when it comes to being in a party for a dungeon or a raid. That's cool. But PvP, I do think you should just see the baseline gear. I think you should see the baseline gear. The person should be able to see who you are. I think that would be pretty cool. And there's nothing wrong with that. I don't know what that sound was, chat. Let me just disconnect from that disc real quick. Quick question: weren't we supposed to transfer our sock character somewhere? Thought that was said at the beginning. Yeah, we're going nowhere. The support for Sod is dead, Buff. Long live Sod. The support that they wanted to give us was it was lied to, buddy. There was Wild Growth to Living Flame or Wild Growth to Crusader, but yeah, it is what it is. Check the smoke detector. Okay, shut up. Should have let me transfer my Shaman to Classic. Should have let us just continue playing fucking Sod, bro. Truth be told.
Now take a look at this. This is the Phantom Edition of Battlefield 6. And these are some of the skins that you have the option to choose from if you buy that version of the game. First up, black and red character models. I think these guys look pretty cool, but they do look quite different, don't they? Here's the M1 Abrams tank skin that you get. Black and red with lines on it. The iconic M1 Abrams look and feel goes away. And there's also this, a black and red gun camo with lines on. This one, to me, it's starting to look a bit like Transformers now.
Yeah,
so
it's getting a little too much.
That grounded vibe that the game had in the beta is going to start fading away. And with every new season...
Yeah, this is what's concerning me, chat.
Just an observation. It's up to DICE.
This is concerning me a little bit.
Put in the game, of course, how
removing game identity is not good.
If they want to retain that grounded, authentic feel that many FPS gamers are striving for right now, I think a toggle for players to only show default skins will go a long way and appease both parties. So with that said, that's all I got for today. Bit of an
and there's nothing wrong. You can please both, honestly. Realism mode.
Concerns for the future. Do let me know your thoughts down below. Really appreciate you watching, and it's just my opinion, of course.
Chat, W video from Jack.
About this stuff, it's just how I feel as a Battlefield fan.
W fucking video. This was good.
I love this franchise, and I think BF6, it is ticking a lot of boxes for me, and I'm sure I'm going to play it loads when it releases.
I wish they let me too, right? Play with my turtles.
Maybe
Marina, what's good, baby?
Drop your top 3 or 5 issues with the game. Also, I want to mention this too. If you want to help support me directly,
EA
video have enabled a creator code for me.
Video
so
chat.
if you purchase BF6 on the EA app, you can use my code JackFrags. Here it says where you apply promo code. Put JackFrags in there, click apply, and then if you go ahead and buy the game, I will get 5% of that sale. It also works with most of the other games on the EA app too. So if you want to help support me directly, that's a great way to do that. Other creators are in it too, just a heads up. And once again, like I said, the last time I mentioned this, I would advise not pre-ordering the game. Wait until it's out, watch some more videos, watch other people, watch reviews, ask your mates.
Chat, we got a banger coming up about Diablo 1.
And that's it. Guys, appreciate you being here. Thank you so much for supporting me and being here all these years. Drop me a like if you enjoyed the video, a dislike if you didn't. Subscribe if you're new here.
Video.
I know we get a lot of people.
Jack
from
is a
the
good content
YouTube
creator. I really like
in,
Jack.
so if you're new, do consider
And
subscribing.
Marina, what's your
Thank
question,
you.
buddy?
And I'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
I got you, Migo. I got you. Really good video, chat. Really good video. Chat, we're going to watch a really good video. It was called Diablo 1, the game that redefined a genre. I am very fucking excited to watch this, by the way, because I've been debating lately, chat, and I'm really thinking about this. There's one team in Blizzard that I really respect and I actually really do like, and it was only because they're a part of they were part of another country that they got sourced from to be a part with Blizzard, I believe. And that is Diablo 2 Resurrected. And I've been thinking about playing Diablo 2 Resurrected on stream, chat. I've been thinking about playing D2R and making a paladin. I think I have one already, and just continuing him and playing him on stream. I've really been debating that, chat. D2R on stream, that might be very fun. I've been really debating. Yes, I've been really debating Hammered In, going hard, playing. Yeah, and I know, fuck the paladins, but this guy's different. This guy's different. It'd be total homage to him. It'd be total homage to fuck the paladins. But at least it'd be in a game that once treated paladins with actual glory. The real definition of a paladin, you know? The real definition of a paladin. The only ones that existed, in my opinion, was fucking Diablo 2, Vanilla, and TBC, in my opinion. I mean, Raft did a pretty solid attempt too. But those are my versions, right? Those are my versions. Those are my versions. Marino said he had a question, but he never asked it, chat. We're going to watch this video in the meantime, though. We're going to watch this video in the meantime, chat. Also, by the way, thank you guys for supporting the stream. Thank you guys for doing so much. I really appreciate it. All your support. Everybody watching on Kick, Twitch, YouTube. Just giving so much love lately. You guys are so great. You guys have been growing my channel more and more lately. I really do appreciate it, bro. I really do appreciate it. And I thank you guys for just being, so cool with your boy. I love you. I'm sorry I'm having Wi-Fi. No problem, bro. Much love, big dog. You're chilling, dog. You're chilling. You can always ask it whenever you readies. Whenever you readies. On some super duper. Yeah. Alright, let's watch this. Diablo 1, a game that redefined a genre, chap.
You guys, and maybe it's just me, but I find myself getting bored with modern video games. I've played and finished many of the high-profile releases for 2025, and while there are some good games out there, personally, none of them have been super interesting to me, and I've found myself going back and revisiting some old classics.
Chat, I think I might do it. Should we do it, chat? I mean, I still got OSRS in the bag, too.
The game that started it all, Diablo 1 from Blizzard North that released in 1997. Now, to do the math, that is over 28 years ago, and the franchise is still very popular to this day, and for good reason. Diablo 1 started an entire genre, the action RPG, and its importance cannot be overstated.
Fresh meat.
This Chad. Oh, and the GTA series? Shoot, ooh, Vice City, chat?
Or role-playing
We
games
could do Vice
existed
City on
before Diablo,
stream.
with real-time combat mechanics.
I could bring
Take,
a
for
Vice
instance,
City stream,
Legend of
chat.
Zelda: Link to the Past. It's a perfect example of that. But this setting
Yeah,
was in a
I have
fantasy
PoE too
world,
as well, Cheese.
And the RPG elements of that game
What's good, Billy? Which
weren't as
pop? Which
extensive
pop?
outside of limited
I do
health
got
and
PoE
equipment
too.
upgrades. Back in college, I owned an Amiga, and there were some great RPGs there.
Wow.
Westwood Studios were in top form with the Eye of the Beholder series, and on the PC, many of my friends were into Pagan Ultima 8. But these were role-playing games first and foremost. There was no loot-driven gameplay here. Gauntlet in the arcades was probably the closest you could get to an action RPG before Diablo.
Gauntlet was
But it didn't have much in terms of RPG elements other than some very limited progression. It was an arcade game designed to take your money after all.
Yeah.
Simply put, Diablo 1 changed everything. And when it released, I bought it day one. At the time, I was 24 years old, and I was a few years into my first programming job out of college.
I
Which is
love you. I'm
important
so proud.
because during
So
my
proud.
years in
It was
college,
good
I got to
times.
play many of the roguelikes that inspired Diablo, including NetHack and Angband.
Dark,
These weren't exactly
bro,
great to look at,
Billy, I'd play
but they
the
had some
fuck out of it.
compelling gameplay for nerds like
It'd be-
me.
it'd be
and I became
cocaine on
hopelessly
stream and
addicted to this
Gauntlet.
style of game. Diablo would be the vision of David Brevik, the designer and the lead programmer of the game, who at the time was running his own development studio, Condor Games. Brevik pitched his idea for Diablo was a turn-based RPG to different publishers,
Chat.
but kept getting turned down. Blizzard, coming
I'm
off
getting-
the
I'm
success
getting
of
an itch for
Warcraft,
Diablo
picked
again.
up the game and requested
Fuck.
that it be changed from turn-based to real-time, and that it must support
Like D2R.
multiplayer, both via local area networking and online on the internet. Initially reluctant, Brevik wanted to bring his roguelike gameplay to PC with the storytelling of the first game. but
Get his
ultimately he would
ass!
agree. Once the game was greenlit, Condor Games became Blizzard North, and Diablo released in 1996. There was simply nothing else like
I
it
know
on the
it's
market.
hitting me.
As soon as you
Past
start the
week,
game,
Izzy
the
showed me his
full-motion video
entire
sequence
collection of
shows
characters.
the absolute
giving me an
hopelessness and
urge, bro.
despair of the world that you're about to enter. And that sequence of the bird picking out the eyeball of the human corpse is burned in my brain forever. Compelling
Oh,
full-motion
yeah.
video sequences is a staple of the
Bro,
Diablo
Diablo
franchise,
trailers are so
and immediately
good, dog.
sets the mood for the game. Set in the world of Sanctuary, you start your
Oh,
adventure
the
outside of your house in
music!
the town of Tristram, and set out on a quest to
Tristram!
rid the town of the Lord of Terror himself, Diablo. RPGs, as we said, were mostly set in fantasy worlds with races such as elves and
What a
orcs,
fucking
but in Diablo, there are only 3 character classes, and they're all human: warrior, rogue, and sorcerer. The NPCs in the town are human as well. This only adds to the sadness and the
Chat.
emotion the game brings out.
Chat, you have no idea how many videos I used to watch. What was his name? The Diablo guy. He was one of the big Diablo creators, Riker. He's like dude. When I was playing like Diablo 3, like for a long time, hardcore too. Because I would say what you want. You know, I know D3 wasn't the greatest, but I enjoy it better than D4. I'll tell you that much. But Riker would always make videos, and all the time I'd see his intro. He's like, "Hey everybody, it's Riker here. In today's video, we have the Diablo update, providing you guys the new meta build, the Sorceress Templar." Like I would just always just like copy his voice because dude, he has a good voice. Like it's that intro he does. You know what I mean? Riker. He is a shill though. Yeah, he is a bit. But I will give him credit on his voice. It's more of it's. It's the voice, you know. It's just the voice. That's all it is. I'd play Diablo and I'd watch him, and then it's like I fucked with him, and there was another guy that I fucked with, long black beard. He really cool dude, like metal type of dude. He was fucking sick too. Oh, and then Eris. I love Eris as well. He has a longer black beard, but that's different from the other guy I'm talking about. Avoiding the Puddle's like, bro, in my opinion, I think Avoiding the Puddle might be one of the best creators on the entire platform. YouTube, Twitch, and everything. There's a couple other people I like too. But that's a motherfucking gangster right there. I love
Matt
that dude.
Ullman's iconic
That's a
soundtrack
gangster.
for Diablo is a haunting masterpiece.
Hey folks, it's Riker here. In today's video, we're talking about the Whirlwind Barbarian. In Torment 13. That's... He does that for D4 PoE too, really? That's funny. Dude, Diablo's such a good, like,
Everything
cozy
feels
feel.
hopeless.
Give me some pizza and a
as the
Mac
lone
and turn the
adventurer,
lights low.
You arrive in
Oh,
Tristram
dude,
and
what a
talk to
vibe,
the
chat.
NPCs. They tell you that there is a horror that lurks underneath the town's cathedral. As you make your way, the bloodied, injured NPC warns you of what lies beneath. Diablo involves killing monsters on 16
Stop it, Dan.
individually
Stop it
randomly
right now.
generated levels of increasing difficulty. Not
They gonna have
only are
Ice
the
Spice
levels
shaking her
randomly
ass.
generated,
We gonna see
but
her booty.
loot and coin are as well.
Hole in
Dropping
everything.
from monsters that you
be
kill
crazy.
and objects that you interact with. While in the dungeons, the
What a
lighting
video
in the
game, huh?
game is incredible, carefully built, so that much of what lies around you lies in darkness, with monsters ready to pounce and kill you at every step.
Chat, you know what the difference is here, right? Remember we were watching earlier with Retail WoW. Now, I know this is not World of Warcraft. I get that. But when I show a person a video game, if I were to show my mom, by the way, is 60 years old. God bless her heart. Shout out to Mama Tello in chat. But if I were to show my mom and be like, yo, Mom, what do you see on the screen here? She would say, I see some woman or something fighting skeletons. Dark place, dungeon. If I were to show her a Mythic Plus in retail, what the fuck are we talking about? She would think she's losing her fucking mind.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Remember, it's crazy. I remember this looking way better, but it was like 12 or whatever. Yeah, I feel it. It's demons. You need to go to church. Oh! Well, I'm not going to lie. My glasses are on, so it's kind of blinding me. I'm not going to lie, chat. I can't see much. I'm dark. It's so dark. They look like skeletons/demons. Alright, but still, you get what I'm saying, though.
It's very easy to
Shut
open
up.
a door and get overwhelmed by monsters very quickly.
Those are skeletons right there. Get him. Get him. Oh, shit, it's bats. Get him. Oh, you're saying what Mike? Oh, I see what you said, Michael. What Mama Tello would say.
That's
You're right. I'm sorry.
The first
I'll
few
shut
levels
up.
you can run through
That's on
very
me.
easily without too much
Sorry.
trouble, collecting coin and loot
Yeah, it gives
along
me
the
seizures,
way.
bro.
You'll
Fucking
level
hate
up a few
retail.
times and also
Because of
increase
just
some of your
the
attribute
overburdens
skills. So far, so
of
good.
colors.
Level 2
too
starts
much.
out pretty much the same. Eventually, you'll come across a 12 by 12 room full of head-on pikes. And that's when the very first
The Butcher?
boss, named the Butcher, runs out and hacks you to pieces
Oh,
with his cleaver.
shit.
You
The
try to make a
Butchie.
run for it, but the game will
Oh my
you in
God, he's
place.
beating your
Hopelessly,
fucking
you'll
ass.
mash attack, all while drinking your supply of potions.
The
But
Butchie.
you'll die
Yeah, this is
many
so cool.
times until you're leveled up and equipped enough to take on the Butcher and win. This is the
Run,
very
bitch,
first
run!
boss encounter of the game, and it's a warning of things to come. The Butcher is
Bro,
one of
look at the formation. Motherfucker. Motherfucker. He's not even fucking... It's just... You motherfucker. You motherfucker.
the most memorable
Look at
boss
the arm!
encounters in Diablo.
Look at the arm!
And honestly,
He's
in
got
later
hella
games
right
such
arm
as
technique.
Diablo 3, he's an absolute joke to defeat compared to the first game.
Yeah, it is. It is a joke. But the layout is cool, though. I do like the layout of this room. But I do
The
think in
boss
Diablo
fight with
2
the
it's
Butcher
better.
is an
Diablo 1,
important
Diablo 2
one.
is cooler.
That early feeling of the game being too easy turns into overbearing dread, and from that point onward, Diablo makes you feel like you're always underpowered. Because that's exactly how the game was designed.
True.
Diablo is a difficult game,
It is.
but it's never unfair. It punishes you for not being prepared or not being high level enough.
Sure.
Sometimes you might win a close encounter, but it's often better to level up and equip yourself with the items
But it's-
and gear
you're
that
right,
you
you're
need
right.
before
You are
venturing
right.
deeper into the dungeon. The game only gets harder as you play. Not only were the dungeons randomized, but the loot was as well. And this
Yeah,
was
it's
a
ridiculous,
big hook
Dan.
for the
I
game.
agree, man.
The
I
loot that
agree.
dropped had varying levels of rarity
fucking
and
retarded.
statistics. This encouraged the player to grind for better gear. And between the randomized dungeons and the randomized loot, every single play session was unpredictable, which
Correct.
extended the life of the game significantly. And this formula hasn't really changed. It's carried over to the sequels Diablo 2, 3, and 4. And if you take a look at any more modern action role-playing games such as Path of Exile or Hades 2, it's
Yes.
very much the same formula there.
Very similar.
Each of the three classes, Warrior, Rogue, and Sorcerer, also had their own distinct playstyle and unique skills. Designed to cater to different player preferences, they shaped the approach taken in both combat and exploration. For
Yeah.
example, the Warrior can tank monsters, Rogues prefer ranged attacks, and the Sorcerers can nuke with powerful fire and lightning spells. But players could also experiment with different approaches. Books found in dungeons teach spells,
I feel you,
and
bud.
with enough points in Magic, this allows for some really interesting character builds. The game also had 3 difficulty settings. Once you beat the game on normal, the Hell and the Nightmare modes offer much tougher challenges.
Yes.
The original
But
game,
you get better loot.
while it was limited in scope, had tons of replayability. Blizzard completely nailed the skill-based difficulty of the game, and they also nailed the aesthetic. Diablo would represent an interesting time for PC gaming. More adult-themed games with satanic overtones were becoming popular.
That's the thing, dude, and I think that's what Blizzard is missing, bro. You look at something like this, you take this game, for example, of all its grit, of all the fucking shit you get put through, which toughens you up, it makes you, like, no longer afraid to tackle that boss, to tackle that room, to try that build. Like, you go through all of this, and you see the beauty at the end of it. And then you flip, you flip the entire script, and you go to retail and WoW, and you realize that all the fucking shit here is like a complete fucking 180 to where we once were. It's almost insulting to your player base who are not fucking kids anymore. The kids we once were grew up with badass shit with you guys. Then you started making shit gay. You started making shit corny. You started firing employees. You started overworking your employees. You didn't give proper salaries to your employees. You let your community do all the building and then you forgot about your community. Go figure. I look at games like this and I ask myself the question, how did games like this come from Blizzard to begin with? You once had genius minds working for your team. Who the fuck is working there now? What happened to the fucking actual excitement? I don't get it.
This was around the same time. We're talking about games such as Quake, Hexen, and Blood, with all similar themes.
I
Around
know.
the time,
They lost
video games
Pirate.
were coming under fire for being too violent.
He brought the
Diablo's
ninja tea
aesthetic
like
was dark and bloody,
like Roddy
with
said earlier.
goatmen, pentagrams and witches, storylines about demonic possession, panic and madness. It may not seem like it now, but imagine playing this game back in the day late at night with the lights off and the speakers turned up just as you've taken the stairs down to level 12. This is generally a terrifying experience. The technical aspects of the game are a
They're
delight.
lacking the ingenuity.
game
They're
comes with a
lacking it.
single
That's what's
CD-ROM,
going on right now.
Standard for the time. But the game is all about minimalism, right down to the CD-ROM
sick.
and the installer.
So sick.
There's a single option to install the game, and once it's installed,
Chad, he's
there is
got
no
Resident Evil
setup,
3 on
no
there too.
configuring
What a
of the
Chad.
graphical
House of the
detail in
Dead.
the game, no setup for the sound
Chad.
card, no setup for anything. Just click on the icon, play, and once you're in, you either start a new game with
What a
one of the 3
fucking
characters, or you load an existing game and continue on. This can of course be either single or multiplayer, thanks to the original
crazy, Michael.
implementation of Battle.net, which was designed
Oh my God,
specifically
yeah.
for Diablo.
People
Battle.net
were
over the
making
years
bank.
has undergone many iterations, but the core concepts is still there.
Duke
And
Nukem.
Diablo
Yeah,
was
no
the first
Duke.
game to
No
ever
Duke.
feature
Duke
it.
denied.
The
Sag.
game runs like a dream on most PCs of the era. It doesn't use any form of 3D acceleration at all. The game is entirely software rendered in an isometric view and runs at a fixed Super VGA screen mode that is 640 by 480 with 256 colors on screen. Now, according to Blizzard, 128 of those 256 colors were used for foreground objects, while the remaining 128 colors were used for the backgrounds and lighting. The interface
Yeah,
is
Cody is a
perfectly
brand new
built and
Diablo
easy to
super duper
use.
game
All
provided
the
by
various hotkey definitions that you might think are the
New and
defaults
informed
are the
Blizzard
ones that
Entertainment.
actually work. For example, you press C to bring up your character, I for your inventory, S for your spells. Pressing the numbers 1 to 9 activates your hotbar of items, usually for potions. Right-clicking will cast spells, and left-clicking will attack. Holding down Shift while you attack
I think
holds you
D4
into
is
place. Useful
sad.
if you are using ranged attacks.
They
Spells
missed
in the
the
game
mark.
get very powerful later on, and the effects that they create are incredible. These are all 2D assets. The auto map is another stroke of genius, superimposing a transparent map over the main gameplay window. Most RPGs of the time didn't have in-game maps at all, and it was up to the player to document them on graph paper as they went along.
Hail and sacrifice to Diablo, Lord of Terror and Destroyer of Souls.
from that new Blizzard company. Cool. I know they just came out, Cody. We have to invest all our thousands of dollars right away. Right away,
Playing
Cody.
Diablo
Right
in
away.
a modern setting can be challenging. GOG has recently added it as part of their preservation program for $10, which is a pretty good deal. But if I'm to be honest, unless you still have your old Windows 98 PC laying around, I would personally recommend the source port of Diablo known as Devolution X.
Good old days,
It's
Cody.
already been ported to
The
many
golden
hardware
days.
platforms including Windows, Mac, Linux,
The golden days,
Android,
buddy.
the Amiga 68000, even game consoles such as the PlayStation
That's
Vita,
why we try to bring back
Nintendo
old school
3DS,
gaming here,
original
chat.
Xbox,
Old school gaming. We're
Xbox
bringing it
One
back.
and Xbox Series via dev
Maybe
mode,
we do a Diablo
and
2
Nintendo
run on
Switch.
stream, chat.
It runs
Huh?
on just about everything.
What do you guys
There's
think? That'd be
also
cool?
some various
Diablo 2 on
quality of
stream?
life features,
Every
including
night we'd be
widescreen
cozy,
support
drink, and just
faster
mac.
movement.
That
There's
could be
also
cool.
various enhancements that you can
I
use
could also
to
play
enable
OSRS
things like
again, too.
Monster
I
Health
got it in the
bars
bag. I'm
and
still
other
subbed.
things, but I prefer to keep things stock. but there are
By
quite
the
a
way,
few options to tweak the gameplay should
chat, I canceled my WoW sub, didn't cancel my OSRS sub, keeping it. I don't see myself going back to WoW into Classic Plus if it never gets announced. But my OSRS, I'm keeping it. I know, I've been slacking on the crabbing, I'm not going to lie. I've been slacking. But I'd rather play OSRS and play Diablo 2 than fucking play... well, I don't got Diablo 1, but I'd rather play Diablo 2 Resurrected, play that, and enjoy the fuck out of that than play World of Warcraft, I tell you that much.
you choose to do so. And it's still all here, with the same addictive hack and slash just one more go gameplay. As I was making this video, I played 6 hours.
Yeah, crab rate while reacting would be sick.
I got down to level 16 in the game, and I was making a run for Diablo before I had to stop. Many believe Diablo 2 is an even better game, perhaps the best in the series. But Diablo 1 is where it all started. A work of genius by David Brevik that's aged like fine wine. I can go back and play this game and it still feels as great as it ever did in 1997.
It's pretty sick.
It's as hard as nails, but it's well worth the ride. Bye for now.
What a fucking video, chat. What a fucking video. We're subscribing to this guy immediately. Oh my god. Modern Vintage Gamer. You, my friend, know how to make peak, my boy. You know how to make peak videos right there, amigos. I hope everybody enjoys that. What a fucking video. I'm telling you right now, chat, that's what's missing in the world, man. You have indie developers that are doing it better, saying it better, believing it better, and they're fighting for it to be better. And meanwhile, we can't even get a fucking plus out of Classic. It's a fucking joke of an industry that we're living in, bro. Try emulator for a client a few weeks ago. I found myself playing a shitload, driver, a bunch of RPGs, so many things. I loved it. I love that for you, Cody. So much fucking exposition, and you can't skip the shit much in the fast forward option. Emulating the times have changed so much. Ah, I see. For grad D1, ever get the GOG version designed for Windows 11? If I ever get it, I appreciate that, Michael. I appreciate that. That's pretty badass, man. I mean, honestly, I just want to see return back to gaming when it was peak. I think honestly, we grew up, chat, in an era that was too good for its own good. I don't know, man. I think it's going to be very hard to return back to the, we as gamers can return back to those games for sure, but fuck, man, we grew up in peak, chat. We really grew up in the golden era. We grew up in the golden time, man, and it's very hard to fucking ever fucking, reenact that nowadays. Some companies try, though, and I give them credit. I give him credit where credit is due. Alright, chat, we're going to watch this video from Legendary. We're going to watch this video from Legendary. But before we start this, I got to pee real quick. The Long Classic has given me time to play Metal Gear Solid Delta. Yeah, I also want to play Snake Eater, chat. I think Snake Eater, if I buy that, that'd be fun on stream. I have plans. I have ideas, I think we're going to start mixing it up with gaming here on the channel too soon. Obviously, I love my drama. I love the shit I go into. I always like to break it in, see what's next to talk shit about WoW. Give me any opportunity, I'll talk shit about them. I don't mind anymore because I don't give a fuck. I already did everything I needed to do on World of Warcraft over the past several years. I proved myself. I got to the top ranks. I got my Ashbringer. I got happy with Season of Discovery. I fucking, rose my name up there. I proved anything I had to fucking do, I was very happy with the achievements I've made with, World of Warcraft and to grow a beautiful community. But at this point, I just want to see the fucking, the best come out of it. And I don't see the best coming out of it, so I'm not going to support it no more. You know what I mean? I'm not going to support it no more. And the games in the back, a bit older, grew up in Atari and VIC-20 and C64 games. That's badass, though, bro. That's badass. Much love to you. Yeah, we got to be the ones, Roddy. Roddy's right. This year was good for gaming, plenty of those. No, I mean, there's some games like Claire Expedition 33. Claire Expedition 33 looked pretty cool. I know Silksong just dropped with Hollow Knight. I know that looked pretty cool as well. There's some other products I got to look into that were announced that got some pretty cool updates. So, we'll see from there. We got to be the one to take... Yeah, no, I read that already. My bad. I'm a little high. Leisure Suit Larry Marathon incoming. Settle down. Are you Gucci Mane the rapper? I might as well be. My guy is blasted? Yeah, I'm fully blasted. Super duper zooted. We're super duper zooted. You're not back at the pawn shop. I might be on some Chum Lee status. Hold on, chat. I gotta go take a piss real quick, though. I I noticed lately, I don't know what it is, but there's been a lot of paladins around here lately, and it's really pissing me off. And what do we say to the paladins around here, chat? Like, I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is, but they fucking get me infuriated more than ever. More than ever. And I'm tired of seeing these motherfuckers come around here. What do we say to these paladin fucks, chat? What do we say to these paladin fucks? Can I get a massive fucking FTP in chat to these paladin rat fucking bastards? These rat fucking bastards. And lock in.
I'm not a big fan of the paladin. I'm not a big fan of the paladin. I'm not a big fan of the paladin. I'm not a big fan of the paladins. Not a big fan. Not a big fan of the paladins. I'm not a big fan of the paladins. 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 Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan of the paladins. Fuck the paladins. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Not a big fan. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the sovereign. Fuck the bannerman. Fuck the paladins. Fuck the paladins in Minecraft. 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 Fuck the paladins. Fuck the paladins in Minecraft.
I got your hydration. Much love to you. It's ice cold, chat. It's ice cold. Thank you for the hydration. Thank you. We got to hydrate and chat. Yo, there's this hot dog place by my house I've been craving, bro. They make chili cheese hot dogs. I don't know if y'all fuck with chili cheese hot dogs or like sweet or hot Italian onion hot dogs. Like they have a sweet and hot Italian onion style hot dog. It looks pretty fucking banging. I'm not gonna lie to you. I've been wanting to down them more than ever. It was brought to you by ChatGPT. Make sure to keep supporting Microsoft for one more quality. And hey! Hey! We don't do that. Chat, we don't. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Also, chat, by the way, are you from Jersey or something? Yeah, I am. I am from Jersey. There's a reason why I call my shit the club. There's a reason why for a season of Discovery the entire time we lock it down at the Cathedral. East Coast to Beast Coast. Yeah. Definitely from Jersey. That's where I grew up, brother. That's where I grew up. I lock it in. You don't hear it in me? That's just how I speak. From Jersey. Self-aware. I respect that. Chat. Maybe we gotta give him a little club hospitality. Maybe we gotta give him a little club energy, huh? That's all we doing, chat. That's all we doing. I said what I said. Take it easy. Take it easy. Good jam, chat. Good jam, chat. Good jam. Settle down. Take it easy. Actually, let's go with the cyan. I've been liking the cyan. It's not too bad. All right. Let's get involved in the next video.
Industry just admitted that they're the problem. This is like the Twilight Zone.
The game industry
Recently,
finally admitted they're the problem.
Working on Battlefield
Let's
6, farming yet another W, have noticed and come forward and said that a lot of players were playing the game under recommended spec and saying that they need to target low-end hardware. What? Is this common sense from the games industry? What timeline are we living in right now? For years now, we've been in a visual state of entropy. We've had these games, millions of dollars, and tons of games that have been completely wasted because they look great in screenshots, but they're utterly lifeless, uninteresting, and in most cases, not even playable for the vast majority of people that are out there. Tell me, what is the point in selling a game that isn't fun or isn't playable? Or in most cases, both.
Let us know.
For whatever reason, the games industry has just completely ignored their audience on this, especially when it comes to performance. They've been outpacing us and expecting that we keep up with their overspending and their overcommitment and things that simply just
sounds like Blizzard, chat.
Ask any gamer out there.
Sounds like Blizzard.
And not, they're going to rank fidelity lower on their list than performance and whether or not a game is fun. Whether it's Unreal Engine 5 upscaling, RTX hair physics, we have been in a performance crisis for far too long, and it is time that the games industry does something about it. Now, I'll admit, performance has always been a bit of a blind spot for me. I overinvest into my hardware. I do a lot of video editing, and more times than not, I can just brute force my way through whatever technical issues a lot of other players are running into. It's not that I don't see the complaints. I just rarely experience them myself, and I usually try sticking to talking about things that
I know, right? It's ridiculous, Mike. I get you, dog.
Of tech debt and
such
the Unreal
bullshit.
Engine 5 slop
Future-proofing
the market over the past couple of years. Even I have started hitting walls, and I, like everybody else, cannot justify upgrading my hardware just to be able to pay for somebody else's mistakes.
Yep.
It feels like the bigger the budget, the worse the performance. These massive AAA projects demand more and more just to run, and when the games themselves are unfun, pandering to audiences that don't exist and run like absolute dog water, you're left asking, why even buy them at all? That question has been absolutely brutal for the games industry because we've seen more and more high-profile releases failing right out of the gate. And we all know the pattern by now, the flashy screenshots, the cinematic trailers, the in-engine cutscenes that look nothing like the final game.
I know, Cody, it's crazy.
When the release date does come, what we get is lifeless, boring, stuttery garbage, half hidden under aggressive upscaling, crashing, freezing, sometimes literally unplayable.
Yep.
You'd expect poor optimization out of indie or AA teams, smaller studios with fewer resources, less experience, struggling to get every ounce of performance out of their games, but it's the opposite. It's nearly every AAA release that's showing up broken because these companies don't understand their audience and they prioritize their release dates and marketing over performance. Hell, most of these companies straight up lie about their system requirements. Look at Monster Hunter Wilds, maybe the most prolific example of a bait and switch this generation. On Steam, Capcom listed the minimum spec as a GTX 1660 and recommended as a 2060. What? This game barely runs on a 30 or 40 series card, which is exactly why one of the
Monster Hunter Worlds is fucking fire.
Sitting at
I think it's way better than
reviews on Steam.
Way better than Wilds.
The good news is, if you can call it that, it seems like some of these studios are finally waking up to it. They've realized that if they keep overshooting their audience's hardware, well, their games are just going to tank no matter how good they look in a trailer. In an article from Eurogamer written by Connor McCarr titled Battlefield 6 Dev says a significant number of users played the game below minimum recommended specs, as EA points to the importance of weaker hardware. They write a substantial number of Battlefield 6 open beta players were playing the game on or around minimum recommended specs, according to technical director Christian Bull. In an interview with Eurogamer, Bull broke down some of the user data of the initial wave of PC players who hopped on to play the game earlier this month, stating that of the millions of players who were jumping in, a sizable portion of them were doing so on lower-end hardware. Speaking about some of the lengths Battlefield Studios and EA went to ensure that the game was playable on older setups, Bull stated, "We built maps and had to go to our artists and tech artists to adjust these maps so they were more performant. We put a lot of effort across the board to make sure that performance targets were set, and whether you're on minimum spec or ultra spec, you're going to get the experience we're targeting." When asked about how important it is to serve minimum spec players at a time where PC hardware is getting more expensive due to bloated prices or general economic challenges right now, Bull responded by saying, minimum spec is certainly one of our most important specs. It's super important from both a commercial and a business perspective. We want as many people playing our game. Bull continued with an anecdote from earlier in the game's development. We did a lot of analysis. We did tests on the game on a wide range of hardware above and below our minimum and recommended specs. We figured out what we can hit, what we need to hit from a business perspective.
We be broke, chat. We be broke.
A wide audience.
We be broke,
PC.
chat.
It's been super critical. While I appreciate these developers finally taking notice, anybody could have told you this. Steam publishes a monthly hardware survey, and the GTX 1650 ranks number 4. The RTX 2070 ranks number 10, and everything else in that top 10 list is either mid-tier 30 or 40 series cards.
My chat, I'm going to be honest with you. I have a 3060 RTX, a dual RTX. That's all I have, chat. That's all I'm running this fucking game, Battlefield 6 on. I tell you that much. And it worked. It did its thing. It did its thing. But that's all you're going to get out of me. I'm running a fucking... I think I'm running a Ryzen 9. A Ryzen 9. I think my specs are on my channel, actually, my Twitch channel. But yeah, they're all there.
Yet for some odd reason, we keep seeing these people wanting to flaunt NVIDIA's latest AI upscaling, RTX hair path tracing, and
who gives a fuck about any of this, bro?
Features that most players can't even use. And all this time that's being spent chasing these tech flexes is not being spent optimizing these games for the hardware that their customers actually own.
Hammer!
This is an industry-wide self-inflicted wound. Unreal.
Shout out to Hammer Dance. Shout out to Hammer Dance. Shout out to Hammer Dance. We've been watching videos and talking shit about all the super duper Blizzard crazy conspiracies and all that stuff, and we're talking shit about it right now about how like basically like specs are just too over the top, and like, you know, the bare minimum is like kind of crazy. Like nowadays, I really feel like people just future proof on the computers, like. And you're a tech guy, you know this stuff. Hammer actually has another tech channel, by the way, Chad. It's fucking pretty insane. But he knows this stuff, like the future proofing and all this shit that you need just to play games on the bare minimum. It's just ridiculous nowadays, bro. It's really ridiculous, chat. Yeah, Vermintide 2. Yeah, Vermintide 2 is sick, bro. I like Vermintide 2 a lot. Vermintide 2 a lot. Yeah, I have a 3060 RTX.
Engine 5 deserves.
That's all they're getting out of
me.
me.
Games have been
I should play this too, Metal Gear.
Developers way too many shortcuts to cover up for their mistakes rather than actually fix them. The result is a lot of bloated file sizes, technical debt, and a generation of developers that probably aren't even going to know.
Hammer, I hope you had a good stream. Shout out to Hammer Dance, by the way, chat.
It's not
Shout out
just
to Hammer Dance. Go follow Hammer Dance on YouTube.
Hardware companies that are complicit
Twitch,
in this too.
Kick,
NVIDIA keeps pushing
all social
features
medias.
like
Follow
DLSS frame generation, essentially covering up for unoptimized code by having AI generate extra frames. Instead of actually addressing any of these root issues, these tools are giving publishers and developers more excuses to ship broken games and rely on hardware gimmicks to be able to mask it. Now, with that said, Tim Sweeney, CEO of Epic, the creator of Unreal Engine 5, is still right with his recent comments regarding the criticisms of the engine, where he had said, the primary reason Unreal Engine 5 games don't run smoothly on certain PCs or GPUs is the development process. Going further on to say that many developers begin developing games for high-end hardware, then optimizing and testing on lower-spec devices in the final stages. All this is creating two massive problems for the games industry. First, by targeting high-end hardware, developers end up working backwards. They build for the top 1%. They cram.
I'm going to say this right now, chat. I'm going to say this right now, bro. It's what I said the other day, bro, and I'm going to keep it a buck. The biggest reason why Ashes of Creation is not out right now is the fucking dumb decision to try UE5. They should have stuck with UE4, and UE4 would have gave that game a really cool identity, and it could have added more content and made more money right now instead of waiting all these years to come. And they're still going to wait more years and have to invest another $50 million plus. That game's not coming out, and by the time it comes out, it's going to fail miserably. Other games are going to be better, and other games are going to just be way more smarter about how they release. It's going to get forgotten about. It's not going to be good. I played Rust Wipe today. During for 6 hours, had so much goddamn fun. Damn, I'm jealous. I'm super duper jealous. Last time me and Hammer played Rust, we got fucking packed. Hammer was about to headbutt the screen. You should have saw him. It was like, he was looking like Macho Man Randy Savage about to drop an elbow drop on the monitor. Have you played Hades or Hades 2, bro? I played a bit of Hades. I never got to Hades 2 yet. But I do want to get more into, to actually get involved more in Hades. It looks like a really cool game. I just didn't give it a full chance. I have it. By the time UE6 comes, it's gonna be out. Yeah, it's ridiculous, bro. It's gonna be ridiculous. That was insane. Yeah, we got fucking packed that day. I beat the fuck out of 7 Days to Die. Beat the fuck out
in all the extra bells and whistles. Then they realized
we did a whole stream on that like a year or so back.
Most players can't even boot the thing. So
maybe
what
longer.
They got to do now? Well,
they
got to start ripping the pieces out, stripping back shaders, scaling back assets, downgrading effects. But by that point, those features are so baked into the game that it destroys the experience at a fundamental level. Try to pull anything out, and then all of a sudden the entire thing collapses, breaking other systems in the process. That's why so many games launch with bizarre bugs or missing features. It's not because the tech is impossible. It's because developers are undoing their own work in a blind panic.
They're not putting their priorities in the right place,
and also the most infuriating is that optimization is not happening across the entire development cycle. It's being crammed into the very last stretch, right before the game's release, when the game's already locked in and the deadline is set. And the worst part is that those deadlines are not about the players. It's about fiscal calendars. Publishers are shoving these games out the door to be able to prop up their quarterly earnings, to be able to make their investor slideshow look pretty. Marketing
100%.
drives the stock
price,
this. Not performance. That's why you see so many of these beautiful trailers and disastrous launches. It's not incompetence. It's a business model that's built on sacrificing quality for Wall Street optics.
Yep.
For whatever reason you guys think I'm talking out of my ass with this, you can see it plain as day with Capcom.
I was just going to talk about this.
2 weeks before their fiscal year-end report.
I was just going to talk about this. I was thinking Capcom. I was thinking the new Monster Hunter they put out, but also Dragon Dogma 2 was a failed fucking game, bro. I felt so bad for that series, bro, because Dragon Dogma 1 was so good. And the fact that Capcom took the fucking greed route on Dragon Dogma 2, I was just like so sad, dog. I was so sad, bro. And here's the thing. I'm a Capcom fan, bro. I fuck with Capcom. Like, for me, over the years, the quality of the fucking games that they have done was really good, you know? Some were not always great, but Capcom did release bangers, you know what I'm saying? So, it just hurts when I was like, damn, that was one game I wish they didn't fuck up. Because Dragon's Dogma 2 could have been a banger, bro. Could have been a banger. Yeah, I saw the Hellclock game. That was, I know S-Fan was talking about that. I think that's like, is that from him? Is that from their company, OTK? I'm not even sure. I know they like heavily promote that game. I should check that out. Looks cool.
Monster Hunter Wilds came out the year after that at the very last day of February, again, right before earnings. Both times, those games shipped with poor technical condition to be able to impress their shareholders instead of actually serving their players. And both times,
believe it.
The long-term
I believe
cost
it, man.
is pretty obvious with that. I mean, Monster Hunter Wilds sold 8 million copies in its first month, but since then has only been able to move 500,000 copies. The problem isn't just that these games are broken at launch. It's what the cycle has done to the entire games industry. When publishers are rushing products to be able to meet financial deadlines, when developers are treating optimization as an afterthought, the result is an endless loop of wasted resources and burned trust with their players. Players are going to stop buying these games because they don't believe that they're going to work. Developers are going to burn out trying to patch problems that should have been solved months before the game even came out. It's going to make it even more difficult for these guys to be able to deliver additional content. Publishers are doubling down on their marketing instead of just listening to their audience. It's a vicious cycle where short-term profits are prioritized over long-term stability, and every time it happens, it deepens the fracture between the studios and the people that they're supposed to serve. And I feel like that's the part that the games industry has to understand. Performance is not just a technical detail. It is the foundation of whether or not people want to engage with your games at all. If a player cannot trust your game to be able to run smoothly, if they cannot trust it to even work in the first place, then why are they going to buy it? They're not going to play it. They're not going to stick around for your battle passes, expansions, or microtransactions.
You're going to lose your player base.
These guys are gone.
You're going to lose them.
I absolutely love the foresight of these Battlefield 6 developers to say that reaching a wider audience involves them targeting lower-end hardware. That is so refreshing to hear nowadays. Maybe these guys watch the channel. If you do, subscribe. It feels like we've had half a decade or more of these guys talking about wanting to target the modern audience, whatever that is.
Oh,
Instead,
my God.
all you need to do is just look at the price of your games and how your games perform. Look, I promise you.
Dude, that is my problem, chat, with Blizzard nowadays. The fact that that's their end goal is to target the modern audience, to target specific groups, to feel that everybody is fucking included, to feel that everybody exists within this world. Everybody. We haven't forgot about all of them. We're inviting everybody to the party. Participation trophies and everything. Everybody gets it, no matter what. That is my problem. One of my key problems, man. I'm so over that shit, dude. It is so corny, and it's a reason why they are losing majority of their older player base. It's a reason why a lot of their player base is reverting back to private servers. I'm just so over that shit, man. It's so corny. Deep Rock Survivor, also a fun game to play and stream. Could be a good one. In the industry now, thinks games should be more expensive. GTA 6 estimated to be $100. Yes, I did hear about this. GTA 6 is estimated to be fucking supposedly starting at $100. If that's the case, that's fucking insane. I mean, it better cure cancer. It better find the solution to AIDS. I tell you that much, dude. It's kind of an insane world that we live in, man. That is the standard nowadays, and prices are only going up, as if it's not easy already, or it's not hard enough, excuse me, to live already in life as it is, with prices all around you, gas, groceries, bills, mortgages, you name it, the whole fucking 9 yards. I mean, come on, bro. Come the fuck on. That's why people are going back to older games. It's not even just the state of our companies that we once supported being total fucking shitters and total fucking losers, pandering to the politics of the fucking world, enforcing their own politics in fucking video gaming. That's all fucking just the tip of the iceberg. That's just all the tip of the iceberg, chat. The fact that also the prices of gaming now is also getting twice to 3 times to 4 times to the point, eventually down the line in the future as well, more expensive for us to even be fucking gamers. So you see why a lot of people are returning back to old fucking games, emulating, want to play old fucking games again in Mac. It's a damn shame. And also, to stay on Capcom real quick, there's a game by Capcom, I believe they made this back in the day, if I'm correct, Dino Crisis. Bring that fucking back. Just make a Dino Crisis remake. What the fuck's going on? That was my shit when I was a kid, bro. Make Dino Crisis again. Make horrible fucking dinosaurs again. That was badass, bro. What happened to that? Yeah, it's ridiculous. Yep, I feel you, Michael.
That if you deliver a fair price and good performance, you're going to move a lot more copies than you will with difficulty settings and a character with dyschromia. You know, when I talk about these issues, I think in a lot of cases, performance is probably the biggest culprit when it comes to just this overwhelming feeling of customer dissatisfaction. Like, that's just the root of where this all started. First, people got mad about how these games performed, and then they started getting mad about everything else. You know, and I've seen a lot of game developers that have come out and try to get people to just tone it down a little bit, you know, get rid of the animosity. But what these guys don't understand is that the only way you get yourself into the position in which you have this much vitriol is because you've made the players, you've made your customers feel so undervalued.
Not that I remember. I remember Dino Crisis, the first one, with the red-haired chick on the cover. But I don't think they had a remake.
Have any quality
a true remake, like RE2 remake, RE4 remake. That's the quality I'm looking at.
So if somebody goes out and they buy a game and that game doesn't work for them, and for whatever reason they can't refund it,
it's the only one I think
they're going to feel like they got conned. And in a lot of cases, they did get conned. So, you know, don't give out what you can't take back, and don't put that evil out there. You're the one that did in the first place. The more I look into these issues, the more I come to realize that their priorities are just so broken nowadays.
I respect the shirt. Iron Maiden's one of my favorite bands.
But we're at a point of visual entropy. These guys are pouring hundreds of millions of dollars and tons of man hours into these games and into their visuals. And just because the tools are there doesn't mean you actually have to use them.
Yeah, I never played the. I only played the first one.
Games. It's like, for whatever reason, these guys have.
But there was never like a remake,
and now they think that the only way they can sell them is through their visuals. It's like thumbnails, but with YouTube videos that have no substance. It's just not going to get you anywhere.
Nah, I feel you, Dan.
And these guys have prioritized visuals for far too long, and it's gotten to the point where their games aren't even worth playing.
That's why all of us, like exactly what he just said right there. That's why he fucking right there just nailed it on the head. And by the way, yeah, honestly, I saw Iron Maiden when Ghost premiered for them for the first time, when Ghost wasn't just an up-and-coming band, too. And it was at the Barclays Center in Brooklyn. Phenomenal, bro. It was fucking badass, and it was a great concert. This is when I used to go to concerts a lot. I used to love metal. I still do love metal, but I don't listen as much as I used to nowadays. Maybe I need to when I start hitting the gym again. But I tell you this much, what Dan was saying right there. Nowadays, that's why you see a lot of indie games on the rise, man. A lot of indie games and just really, you know, single developer, duo, or trio developer really making the next best products, you know, and it's not coming from like these AAA studios anymore. And you see guys like this right here, which I gotta give him respect, man. I give this respect to this fucking, you know, amigo right here. He's telling me how it is, man. And the fact of the matter is this, is that we don't need to see the game have the best graphics in order to make a cool game. We don't need to see that shit anymore, and it's annoying, bro. It really is annoying. It's exhausting, and it shouldn't have to be the case where that's the situation. You know what I mean? It shouldn't have to be the case where that's the situation. Don't worry, Nightbot deleted it, but I see it. I see it. I'm trying to fix Nightbot. Nightbot is retarded. I'll fix that. Don't worry. I see the link though from Comic Book. Capcom Survival Horror Series, other than missing, or excuse me, horror series other than Resident Evil has been missing since 2003. Interesting. Resident Evil. This is the Rising. This series, Dino Crisis. Yeah. Dude, I would love to see. It needs a revival, bro. That's the chick right here who I remember, bro. This chick right here, dude. I used to be in love with this fucking game, bro. This game was the shit when I was a kid, dog. And then I played the Dead Space remake. It was pretty fun. But I do think Dino Crisis needs a resurgence. Yeah, I got the link, Michael. Yeah, don't worry. I got to fix Nightbot. I just started adding it because you could do the explanation Discord to join. Also, Michael, if you guys, any of you guys join the Discord, post the links in the Discord. We do have the Telos Club Discord is initiated. It is officially initiated. So we do have it. It's growing. We just made it. So you guys can post your general. You can put it here. You could put fucking media share. If you go to media share all your links here. I'll look on the links on stream and then we'll make something happen. We'll just put a bunch of fucking links there and go from there. You know what I mean? I just made it. It's brand new, so it's bare bones. You feel me? It's bare bones. Let me see him. Let me see this. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, anyone can play those games. The AAA companies are pumping, dumping nostalgia constantly because they know their new shit is ass. Yeah. And that's the thing, man. That's the thing. It's pretty fucking crazy, man. Also, Chow, I'll put the if you're not in the Discord already, which I'm sure most of you maybe already are, you could on Twitch explanation Discord, you can get it there. But yeah, it's just a shame, man. It really is. Let's watch this.
Has anybody else noticed how it feels like almost every single other week there's some new visual tech that's being shoved into games? Look at Unreal Engine 5 Nanite with limitless polygons, Lumen for global lighting, metahuman creators
I hate this
near
shit.
Perfect faces.
It actually doesn't look good in my
level
opinion.
Particle systems.
Yeah, it doesn't
I remember
look good.
seeing that
That's not
viral
a video
demo
game.
about 3 years ago of the Japanese train station, or that other one where they had the ancient temple with the bugs, bats, and birds that were all communicating with each other in real time. It's impressive,
retarded.
sure, but at the same time, every single time I hear
Meta
billions
Uber
of
Super
triangles in a
Duper.
single statue or pixels that are running on their own AI, all I can think to myself
I hate
is
it.
something still has to render this. And I think that's where the problem starts. I was watching a recent UE 5.6 update where the narrator was bragging about how these tools could hit 60 FPS on current gen hardware. And I thought to myself, that's the catch. Current gen, most people aren't even using 40 series GPUs, and
Correct.
most consoles aren't running this tech either. But these developers are building for that ceiling anyway, letting performance slide for everybody else. Hardware companies are no better, selling us RTX hair, neural shaders, and
It's
frame
so
gen to give
annoying.
a Band-Aid
I'm so-
over the fact
yeah,
that
it's
most
like-
of these games can't even hit stable frame rates, and it's just
No
a
one-
snowball effect.
it's
Engines,
cool,
hardware, publishers,
but
all
no one
racing towards
cares.
visuals that nobody asked for, while optimization, polish, and player experience is getting left in the dust.
It's so
I think
annoying.
we've hit a point where fidelity just doesn't need to improve, and honestly, I think it's starting to make a lot of these games look a lot less distinct. Just look at Unreal Engine 5 titles, especially these ones that are coming from the East. They're technically stunning, but they're all starting to blur together. Black Myth Wukong, Wu Chang Fallen Feathers, Phantom Blade Zero, different games, different studios, but visually they could all be cousins. Sure, some of that's going to be a cultural art direction, but I think there's an unmistakable sameness to Unreal Engine 5 that a lot of players are starting to pick up on. You can see the trailer and instantly know what engine it's running, and worse, two of those most hyped examples, Black Myth and Wu Chang, both performed like garbage at launch. I think the bigger issue with a lot of these tools is that it's almost forcing these developers to have to use them. When you're working with Unreal Engine 5, with Nanite, with Lumen, with MetaHuman, it's almost like you're being handed a Ferrari and told to drive the speed limit. The temptation is always there to push fidelity even higher, to chase those flashy tech demo moments, even though it's going to come at the expense of performance optimization, or most importantly, the actual experience of playing these games. Instead of asking, does this make our game better, these studios are asking, why shouldn't we use this? And that's how you burn years of dev time and millions of dollars making fog particles and hyper-realistic skin shaders that nobody actually cares about the minute that they pick up a controller. And the truth is, I don't want to just single out Unreal Engine 5 because I don't even think this is engine specific. It's just a industry-wide disease, publishers and studios obsessing over how their games look while neglecting how they actually play. Souls-like clones, looter shooters, whatever trend they're chasing at the moment, the problem isn't just the repetition, it's the fact that these developers are burning time, money, and effort making sure that their games look marketable without ever stopping to ask whether their games are actually worth playing. And that's why I brought up that Tim Sweeney quote earlier, because if these games are running poorly because of the development process, that same logic applies to why so many of these games are unfun. And I think one of the rare exceptions to that rule is Expedition 33. Yes, it leaned on current gen tech, but it was optimized well enough, and more importantly, it delivered on narrative, on mechanics, and on gameplay. They weren't seduced by the industry's obsession with must-play screenshots. They just built a game that people actually wanted to play. No, in most cases, you need to actually play that game. And the funny thing is, I don't even need to use a AAA-looking game to prove this point, because as I'm recording this, Hollow Knight Silksong is absolutely exploding. It's a 2D Metroidvania game made by 7 people where fidelity doesn't even enter into the conversation. It's about tight controls, hypnotic art direction, and a world that pulls you in. The same thing goes for some of the games that I play the most on Steam. Terraria, Abiotic Factor. I'm looking forward to trying out Darkest Dungeon and Undertale.
Right now. Yeah, I gotta beat the fuck out of Hollow Knight and then play Silksong.
They stand out because they're unique, distinct.
I gotta do that.
Fun as hell. And you know what? Randomly, I played a demo for a game called Shroom and Gloom in one of my last videos, and my comment section was flooded with people asking me what that game was, despite the fact that I pinned it in the comment and people just ignored it. But nobody cared about the fidelity. They just cared because it looked fun. The most frustrating part of all of this is how much money is being set on fire and how many games we are probably losing out on as a result of that. We're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars that's being poured into tech showcases, into systems that make trailers look pretty, but collapse the second you put them into the hand of players. Studios are treating visual fidelity like it's a centerpiece of the meal when in reality it's just the garnish on the side. And when these projects flop, that bill doesn't just disappear, it's getting paid off in layoffs, studio shutdowns, and entire teams that get to watch their work get buried because leadership won't stop chasing screenshots. Audiences are not asking for this. Nobody is asking for this. Nobody is boycotting a game because puddle reflections aren't photorealistic. Nobody is saying, I would have bought this game if the hair was ray traced. But these publishers keep convincing themselves that fidelity is the hook because it's something that they can show on a sizzle reel to be able to pitch to their investors as innovation. Meanwhile, the people that are actually buying and playing games, we just want something that runs smooth, plays well, and feels distinct. It's not just that
we just want to have fun,
doesn't matter.
We just want to have fun, dog.
All of this is just actively rotting the foundation of this industry. Look, man, visuals age fast, but good game design does not. Fidelity has a shelf life. The tech demo everybody was raving about 5 years ago looks dated today, but the games that people actually come back to, the ones that actually have staying power, the ones that are actually remembered, they're being remembered because they're fun, because they run well, because there's something that's there that they offer that just feels timeless. Look at Minecraft, Terraria, Stardew Valley. None of these games won people over with cutting-edge graphics. They won them over because, well, they're just good titles.
Chat, maybe we have a Minecraft DJ night this week. What do you think?
This obsession these guys have with chasing realism isn't just wasteful, it's disposable. Studios burn mountains of cash on fidelity that's outdated the moment the next graphic card cycle drops. They're mortgaging their futures on tech that doesn't hold any value while ignoring the fundamentals that could actually keep their games alive. And the players, we can see it. That's why so many of us have started drifting towards indie and AA titles instead, because those games might not be pretty in a AAA sense, but at least they're built to last. And I think that's the tragic irony in all of this, is that all this tech, all this power, all these tools, and instead of elevating games, all they've done is just driven the industry into a corner. Developers feel obligated to use every single shiny new feature. Publishers demand graphics that sell in screenshots, and the players, we're the ones left holding the bag with bigger installs, worse performance, and a shallower experience. It's not progress that we're seeing, it's just entropy. We're seeing a lot of wasted effort. We're pouring more and more in, and we're getting less and less out of it. Meanwhile, the games that people actually love, the games that are breaking through, aren't doing it with RTX reflections or billion triangle statues with tons of pixels inside of them. They're doing it because they have clarity of vision, strong design, and a respect for players' time. And that's why this whole conversation around fidelity and performance, I think it matters so much right now, is because if the industry keeps going down this road, chasing tech instead of craft, they're not just going to see more broken launches, they're going to see the players just walk away altogether. I just don't understand what their expectations are. If you're going to continue to ramp up the power demands of a lot of these games, yet at the exact same time, the vast majority of your customers cannot afford to be able to have that hardware to be able to play some of these games, how are you supposed to make any money off of that?
I
realize the financial condition that a lot of people are in today. Look,
that's why I don't have a negative thing to say about it.
How many of those things are being scalped, and how high the prices on some of that stuff is. It's always funny when I see these companies lean into some of these features that are like 50 series GPU specific. What use is that going to do for the vast majority of people that are out there? Especially if you go and you look at some of the stats that are on Steam. Most people do not have these GPUs, and they probably aren't going to have them, or are likely just going to skip that generation entirely.
Correct.
And, you know, the consoles are in the same position as well. They're barely eking by with some of these games being able to have decent performance for people to be able
they
to
just
play
put
them.
Marvel Rivals on the
hardware
PS4
itself,
That's
but
like
I think
insane.
a lot of it falls on just the
That's
general
just gonna blow up
ambition
like
of some of these publishers and developers. You know, a theory that I have is that a lot of genuine talent has just left the games industry. And the only way that they know how to compete is on
the optimization
now.
is so
fucking
fucking
weird
nowadays,
have in abundance
bro.
because
If not
apparently artists are a lot more available than programmers or video game design visionaries that actually know how to make something of value. And the other part of it is, I hate to say it, it literally is just for investors because it's the one thing that they know that they're going to be able to understand.
100%.
Look how high tech we are. Look how realistic our games are. Aren't we so high tech and so amazing?
Agreed.
Don't you want to invest in us? And then these guys buy into it. They just go ahead and invest in it. We've become an afterthought. That's really what this comes down to. And I'm glad to see some publishers waking up to it and realizing what the issue is. But I think that by and large, a lot of these guys, they're going to have a hard time coming off the sauce because it's the only thing that they know at this point. And
that's why I hate Activision, bro. That's why I hate them. Chat, you have to understand, my roots of hating Activision are deep from Call of Duty. Deep from Call of Duty, bro. The fact that they killed the game that was once great, that once had love and desire to it, because of corporate greed, stock investments, and catering to fucking groups of the world of politics, is the gayest and corniest shit I've ever fucking seen in my life that I just don't respect it. I don't respect it, bro. With all due respect, I'm not a fan of it. I think it's whack. I think it's really corny and it's hurting gaming. Gaming is not about fucking a group of bunch of, white dudes and this and that. Gaming's about everybody. But your forced fucking politics and your forced fucking ways of having to interject it within fucking gaming, it just doesn't, it's not needed, bro. It's corny. Make badass shit again, bro. Make people want to go to midnight releases where fucking people feel like they want to be inspired. Sons and daughters want to play games and mac with their friends and talk about something, have memories. Like, that's what it's all about, bro. That's what it's always been about. I grew up in a time, chat, where I was playing Dragon Ball Legendary Warriors on the Game Boy. I grew up in a time when I was playing Castlevania Symphony of the Night, Turok on the 64, Dino Crisis, Resident Evil 2. Like, come on, bro. I grew up in the arcades with Tekken 3, Tekken 4, Street Fighter, Mortal Kombat, King of Fighters, Virtual Fighter. I mean, come on. That's the era I grew up in. Arcades being lit and like seeing innovation happen. And it's sad when you see there's so many L's out here amongst the minor W's that try to make it good. It's very sad. So market internet bull, they keep prices so high, we don't have income. This is saying that. Yeah, I feel you, Cody. It's fucking crazy. I know, Dan, you're right. I could play as Nicki Minaj and play as Ice Spice and shake my ass with it. Yeah. When did they go downhill so fast? I don't know, Michael. It's fucking insane, dog. I think, honestly, it started going downhill after COD. When they really started getting invested into COD, I think, honestly, keep it a buck with you, I think the fall off was happening at MW3 and a bit of Black Ops 3. Even though Black Ops 3 was good, though, the esports scene was fire. But it started falling off after that. That's when we started seeing the real fucking, the trail not be really a good path we walk on again. One of my favorite CODs of all time was World at War, though. World at War was a banger, though. That was an innovation for a lot of things. So many quarters. I know so many lost quarters, bro. So many things that God, man, arcades are so good, bro. I went to an arcade recently, a while back, chat. I was at the beach with some friends a couple years back. And there was a beautiful arcade there, bro. It was so fun. We had a blast for hours, chat. Drinking beers, macking, having some food. Life was fucking real fun. It was fun. I'm 30, dog. I'm 30. 30. Like a sophomore in high school, me and my buddy not eating for like 2 weeks, having a lunch break to go to midnight release for Black Ops 2. Hell yeah, dog. Black Ops 2 was a good time. So I worked at GameStop too. I used to do a lot of midnight releases with my boss. We had great moments, man. Great moments. So many good moments. Before they bought Blizz in 2008 then. Yeah, I think it was somewhere around that time. Whatever the year was I think the fall off started happening at MW3 and Black Ops 3. Somewhere between then, Infinity Ward and Treyarch, quality-wise, fell off, and then their connection with Activision as well. You know, it has to be around that time if I can think about it. Any good games? What do you mean, like good games, like in general, like from back in the day, or like right now? Like back in the day, there's several great games, so many good games. Right now, the current moment, it's pretty rough nowadays. I mean, there's a couple here and there, like Silk Song's cool. Claire Expedition was pretty cool. The Obsidian, what do you call it? Not Obsidian, sorry. The Elder Scrolls remake was pretty cool. I'll give them that. That's a pretty dope job. Oh yeah, at the arcade. Yeah, oh my god. There was, I mean, they had Mario Kart. They had Tekken Tag Tournament 2. They had Mortal Kombat Deception. Or no, was it Deception or Deadly Alliance? One of the two. They had fucking, like, Mike Tyson's Punch-Out. They had NBA Jam. They had X-Men. Like the beat-em-up ones. They had Marvel vs. Capcom. They had, NFL Blitz. Like, what the fuck? I was like, where am I right now, bro? Like, they had a multitude of different, like, you know, party-style games, like, you know, your typical basketball, air hockey, all that shit. But, like, they had NHL hockey there as well. The older NHL hockeys were sick, man. I'm a hockey fan. I love hockey. Hockey's pretty cool. It was just a good time. It was just friends, me and all my boys and the girls we were macking with. Like, it was a beautiful time. And I look at that as like, bro, that is what gaming is all about to me. In all seriousness, that is the peak of gaming. I put all this WoW shit that I'm a big fan of. You know, I love World of Warcraft, don't get me wrong. But if I put all this WoW shit aside, that is what gaming is all about to me. Profitability, I'm extremely handily shaped the current PC and console market for the worse. Yeah, mobile games for me, it just... Ah, man. Yeah, the funding to go mobile games really fucked a lot of things up. And you could see with Roblox, right? And you could see how bad that is. And there is some cool games on Roblox, don't get me wrong. But unfortunately, the lack in care and privacy and support to protect the kids on Roblox is disgusting. It's really bad. Robotron 2084, Defender. All those are some classics. I remember Galaga. I remember Defender as well. I don't think I remember Robotron too much. Might be a little bit older, Michael. Might be a little bit older. But my first console for me. I mean, obviously I'm only 30, right? I'm only 30. But my first console, I think the first thing I ever had, it was either a Sega Dreamcast. I think it was either the Dreamcast or the Nintendo 64, if I remember correctly. It's one of the two. But man, those are some fucking good times I had when I was a kid. Smartphone fucked everything up. It did. It fucked up everything.
You know, it's really alarming when you sit back and you listen to some of these more like deep dives or directs where these guys start talking about their game that they have coming up, and you listen to see how much of it is talking about just how the game looks.
I agree, Cody. I agree.
Rather than how the
streaming
game
culture changed a
plays.
lot from gaming, man. We could talk about that in a sec.
I remember when they were doing Assassin's Creed Shadows. I think they spent a good 5 to 10 minutes just talking about how the game could change seasons. Come on, man.
Yeah, it's so fucking dumb.
You know, it's funny.
It's so dumb.
When I look at some of the more high fidelity, really beautiful games that are out there, in a lot of cases, I've been noticing these guys have been using, I'm sorry, the successful ones. I need to clarify. The successful high fidelity games that we've seen, which honestly, there aren't very many. The ones that I have seen that have done well, that have also retained players because they performed well on a large set of hardware. Best example I could probably use is Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. That game was absolutely gorgeous and could run on a potato.
Yeah.
Insane what they did with that game. But in a lot of cases, I'm seeing these guys use either their own in-house engine or they've taken an older engine and repurposed it for their own use, customizing it for what they plan to do with it. And I think that there's a huge difference in that, where With Unreal Engine 5, you're just getting this like pre-baked thing that's supposed to do everything, and it's supposed to be an industry standard, or at least they're trying to make it one. Where in the past, a lot of these
Legacy
guys
was
would either
fun.
create their own engine,
very
or
fun
retool
game
one,
actually.
and
I had a
because
great
of that,
time.
They're tinkering with it and designing it.
Hogwarts Legacy
for
gave
what
me
they're
my
trying to
first
do with
video on
their
TikTok,
games, not
chat. Over 1
necessarily
million
how they're
views,
trying
by
to
the
get their
way.
games to look.
I don't know if anybody follows
And
me on
there's a
TikTok.
complete
My
difference in
TikTok.
vision with
I had a
that.
million views on a Hogwarts Legacy video. It was crazy. It blew
I
up.
hope
I don't know
things
why.
change. I hope that.
I think because I was
people see
being
more
very,
of this.
very
I hope
horny.
that, you know, if you're seeing a company
was like,
EA
Miss
waking
Garlic,
up
she's
to it,
kinda
hopefully some
hot.
of the bigger publishers take notice of it as well.
Yeah, it was a good
But
time.
Chances are we probably won't.
It was a good time.
Let's just be happy that we get one win, I guess. Anyway, hope you guys enjoyed the video. If you guys did enjoy the video, like the video, subscribe to the
video
channel,
chat.
comment down below. Tell me about your
Legendary is
worst
a great
video
YouTuber,
game
man.
performance.
The herbology
experience.
teacher, yeah.
I'm done
I literally
with
had a
it.
1 million view video
Outside of
over
that,
on TikTok.
that's all I
It's
got for the
insane.
video. Follow me on Twitch. Follow me on
W
Twitter.
video
Catch me
chat.
live on Fridays.
W video chat.
Today. I'll catch you guys in the next one. Stay cool. Stay righteous. Stay safe. Peace.
I like this guy. He's a cool lad, man. He's a cool lad. I fuck with him, chat. I fuck with him indeed. I fuck with him indeed, chat. I think tomorrow, chat, we might even watch some cool Resident Evil stuff, chat. We're gonna watch some Resident Evil. Why Resident Evil 1 needs a remake. We're gonna watch some more stuff tomorrow. We got, of course, more drama. You know, more bullshit that we'll be going over. But to answer your question, what you said earlier, or what you were talking about earlier, Cody, I think the biggest thing is, like, you know, in terms of gaming's changed a lot in the streaming culture, especially. You know, back in the day, you know, when I used to watch streaming, when it was at its peak, in my opinion, it was growing up watching, like, CDN the Third, seeing, you know, all these old heads, you know, from the streaming era during H1Z1, PUBG, really pop off, you know. Even early World of Warcraft stuff as well, right? You know, there's a lot of great individuals, especially even Soda popping back in his early days too, that was streaming, right? And just World of Warcraft was just a great thing too. A lot of content creation as well. But in terms of like when I was really involved with the streaming culture and I really loved it, I loved it when it was like, you know, I'm not going to lie, I'm just going to say his name because I know he's different nowadays. Obviously, you know, a lot of people don't like him anymore, and I understand why. But I'm not going to deny it. Dr. Disrespect really took over Twitch. He made Twitch what it was. I'm not going to deny it. He really fucking put that platform on the spot. And without him, Twitch wouldn't be in a position of where it really is at the current moment. And I'm not going to deny it. Even though he, you know, what he did, I have nothing to say on that. The dude fucked up. That's on him. That's his life. It ain't my fucking life. I tell you that much. But yeah, that was a crazy time. H1Z1, you know, seeing fucking the rise of, you know, PUBG, Summit obviously being a massive pioneer in streaming. Love Summit. I think Summit's the GOAT, honestly, when it comes to streaming culture. And just so many other pioneers, you know. There's so many great ones. So many fucking great ones. And then Fortnite, right? Fortnite took over the fucking world, you know. I mean, that was a crazy era for streaming as well. Streaming was at an all-time high velocity that it never was seen before, you know. It was some crazy, crazy fucking times, bro. Crazy, crazy fucking times. But I will say, chat, it's, you know, yeah, now IRL's IRL's the biggest thing. And I was thinking, you know, we could do some IRL streams, chat. What do you think? Maybe we go to like a fucking buffet, or maybe we go get some Taco Bell and Mac together. I've been thinking about that, like maybe late night, bring you guys. We do some IRL streaming. I got my phone, I got my camera. We could do some shit, chat. We could do some shit. Go Mac, have some dinner. You know what I mean? You guys are having some food. I'm having some food. We go shoot the shit IRL. Who knows? You never know what happens, bro. Maybe we go out to a different. Maybe we chat. Maybe we fucking go. Hold on. There's a bozo that gotta get packed up real quick. Chat. Ban that guy. Delete that. What the hell was that? Ban that guy. Some bozo, chat. Some bozo try to get involved in here. I have no idea what that was about. Some bozo. Some bot. Dan Clancy's sending his bots here. We don't need that. But for the most part, yeah, you know, we could do some stuff. We could do some stuff. What the hell is this? What the hell is this? All right, hold on 1 second. Ban this person. Get him out of here. Get him out of here. Stupid bots. The bots, chat. They're taking over. They're taking over. Example. I watch
Maximilian Dude. I think Maximilian Dude is one of the goats on YouTube. I love Maximilian Dude. He's up there and one of my highest watched people all year long. I love Maximilian Dude. One of the, if not one of the most humble and genuine creators on this platform, and inspires me to do better content every day. By far. So I'm very happy you brought up his name. Yo Video Games Crew with was it Justin Wong, right? He's there as well. I think, or actually no, they have a podcast with Wong, right? I forget. They have a podcast with him, and I know all the boys his crew hangs out with too. They get to have a blast, as it used to be for watching 10 years. But I know the crew that he mainly he hangs out with on stream for the boys. Now it's a reclusive experience with a lot of shit talking, throwing people under the bus, expectation to be the best, you're a shitter, ostracizing others in your favorite game, and then complaining about that. Now I feel you, man. It's crazy, bro. They're trying to stop your IRL stream. I know, right? These Quizzards, Karate, these Quizzards, it's crazy. Ask them for a Portal to Stormwind. I might have to ban them. It's crazy. But yeah, chat, I mean, honestly, listen, man. At the end of the day, guys, I just try to provide you guys the best content that I can do. You know, you see me, I'm just a normal dude, bro. I'm no different. Look, my bed's not even made, chat. My bed's not even made. All my goodies up there. All my goodies, chat. Look at all my goodies up there. Look at my scorpion helmet. All my goodies. Look at my king figurine up there. You probably can't see it. It's actually somewhere over there. Don't worry about that. I'm just a normal dude, bro. You know what I mean? Like, I'm a casual dude who fucking worked at IT, had some money to invest in some things, and pay bills while I'm, you know, take care of my mom, who's, you know, she was a retired waitress. You know, my mom worked her ass off her entire life just to provide, you know, a life for me, and I'm trying to do the best to provide a life for her back. And, you know, as long as I got a roof over my head and things are okay, then I'm happy about life. You know, I can't complain about anything. I know I can have more money in the world and fucking, you know, do something crazy. But the memories that I have every day with just making videos for you guys, turning on the stream, and then also making my mom, like, just happy and having great moments with her, I wouldn't replace any of that for any amount of money in the world, subs, or whatever the fuck that is given to me. Because I know that I'm taking care of a beautiful woman that's taken care of me my whole life, you know? And that's why I love doing what I do. You know, whether this stream shit blows up for me one day, whether the videos do good for me one day, who knows, you know? But I'm so grateful to be in the position I'm in. And I know some people, you know, they watch my YouTube videos and they don't get to see the guy, you know, behind the camera like you guys do. You know, you guys get to see the real me, right? And I don't show myself like that too much anymore. But that's who I am, you know? And you could see there's passion behind just the words. There's actual, you know, emphasis of meaning is what I'm trying to say. And I genuinely care about this stuff that I do. I love streaming. I love the transitions. I want to do more of them. Funny skits. I don't always want it to be, you know, drama all the fucking time, but unfortunately Blizzard is, you know, in that shit show where they do that, you know? And they are in this position where, like, I have to be critical on them. And if there nobody in the community is going to be honest, like, you know, and I'm not calling out creators because I know, like, Hammer is a very honest person. Even Eben has been, you know, doing some shit too recently. Medina's another one of them. I've seen Solheim being very honest too. But if people are not going to be honest about this, you know, then they're not going to know that, like, hey, man, people really feel like this. You know, people feel this certain way, and we have to move with respect, but at the same time, I'm not going to move the way that other people are doing by accepting handouts, accepting payments via mail or email, like they try to pay off Savix. Like, imagine that. They try to pay off Savix $5,000 to play Mop. Like, how is that not crazy? You know what I'm saying? So, like, I'm not going to move in that direction that treats its player base like a bunch of pawns on a chessboard. You know, and I don't want to be like that. But let me read what you guys are saying real quick. I apologize. I wish I was content with that. Yeah, then that's what I'm content. I'm just a very simple man, bro. I'm a very simple man. I try to be. I really do, and I just want to make my mom proud. Sounds like you're exactly what you're meant to be. Thank you, Michael. I lost my mom out of nowhere. Please don't take it for granted. Keep making her feel special. Yeah, that's my queen, bro. I love my mom. Me and Mama Tello, bro. Like a lot of chat. You guys always, you saw my dad was in stream earlier too. Papa Tello. He's around sometimes. He doesn't live here with me and my mom. Like they're still in good terms, but she's a hardworking woman, man. And if I can make this shit blow up for her, you never know, bro. You never know. Hey, the sky's the limit, right? And I think honestly, it's a fucking a good time to create a community. It's a good time to keep pushing forward and just keep locking in it, So I'm having a good time overall. Hollow Knight, pretty good content. All the hype is on Silksong at the moment. You're absolutely right. Yeah, I feel you. You don't really need to play the first Hollow Knight though. Understand Silksong? It's a standalone story in the same universe. Oh, it's pretty dope. Way harder though. Oh, I see. I feel you should have more subs, man. I think WoW has held you back, unfortunately. Max is a good example to follow. Just play shit that makes you happy and share that true enjoyment. Honestly, Cody, you're right. You're absolutely right. I've been streaming realistically now for a couple years, and I've done it for the sense of just loving what I do. And I think you guys see it in my videos too, the quality of my edits, right? Like I think you guys realize that I put a lot of work into my videos. I know I always say the editor and all that stuff, and that's just my gig, right? But I really do put my heart and soul and my effort into these videos. And we've been uploading a lot more lately, too. We've been cranking out a lot more content lately. And we've been seeing insane growth lately, too. More than I've ever seen. Where the first time in 1 month, we've seen, like, multiple videos over 10,000, which is like a breakthrough for me. That's insane. It goes to show you that I think I'm doing the right thing right now by making this style of content. Whether it is controversial or not, it is enjoyable. I do enjoy because I do enjoy sharing my honest opinion, And whether people feel indifferent about that, that's totally fine. Everybody has indifferences on everything. You can't please the masses. But if I can be honest with myself and that helps anybody, listen to that and take an understanding to that, it might motivate more people to be happier, in life with not always feeling like they have to stick to one thing, And that's why I canceled my sub with WoW. I'm not playing, World of Warcraft anymore. I'm playing it in other places for sure, but I'm not promoting it or saying anything about it. I'm just doing my own thing, And I finally realized it's time for me to just move on and make other videos. I can do drama. Drama videos are easy to make. I could do 1,000 of those. But of course, I do think there's more to come out of my arsenal. And I did it with Ashes of Creation. Ashes of Creation was a great example for a video that blew up for me. Same thing with other videos that I made in the past before. But I usually let time take care of everything. And my thoughts always scramble of like what I want to do. And I know I'll have some much more cooler ideas to come. Wait, they paid Savix to play Mop? They tried to pay him. And Savix denied $5,000 for OSRS. That was like a month or so ago now. If you don't, she'll go back to stripping again, and we don't want that. Very true. Mother's a stripper. I hate when she be hoeing around. As long as you have time to stir the sauce, or you get the spoon. Absolutely. Absolutely. Also, I only say that because the WoW culture is so fucking toxic, and a lot of people avoid that after they experience it themselves, them being classic and retail audience. Yeah, I mean, dude, you gotta understand, too, like, some people don't know who the fuck I am, right? And that's totally fine. But for my audience who knows me, they know I've been involved with the WoW scene for quite some fucking time, bro. My first video when I was talking about guides on rep paladins, on how to, like, parse and how to push, and I was, getting shout out by fucking Asmon and McConnell, all these boys, on their streams. It was crazy, bro. It was a crazy moment for me. It was a breakthrough. And I'm just very grateful no matter what, because all those memories to me mean something. And I feel like if I could just keep providing peak quality and peak content, I know somewhere down the line it's going to pay off, and I'm not going to, like, stress myself out about it. And I'm always going to just keep focusing on making the best next video that I can make, because that's all I can do. You know what I'm saying? That's all I can do as a creator, and I respect that. And I think there's some integrity to that. So, like, I know I have my schedule, I know tomorrow I won't do video, but the next day I have a good feeling about that video already. And then the next video, I'm very passionate about working on this shit, I don't know what it is, but I feel like out of nowhere that passion re-sparked into me again as of lately. I think also with leaving and not playing WoW anymore, that happened. Even if it's not, me being active in the WoW playing scene, like playing Anniversary Retail, you can still talk about a lot of what ifs, comparisons, hypotheticals. Maybe even compare like, Diablo to like how the quality of this company was once here, of what they provided for the player and how they got there, whether it was World of Warcraft in its old day or World of Warcraft now. Very, very interesting though. Very, very good comparisons I could make. For Seasonal Classic Plus because it's better for hype and their viewership. More folks would play it. No, for sure. And at the end of the day, like, Seasonal works because it's what's good for content. But Seasonal doesn't work for the average player because they want permanence. And I think that's why a lot more players are going over to games that give permanence, like OSRS. And these content creators, you can even look at Sardako. Sardako's a great example of it. If we were to go to Sardako's YouTube right now, which I'll pull up real fast, and I know I'm staying a little bit over the time of stream right now, chat, but, much love to you. Don't worry, amigos. Go to Sardako's channel real fast. Ever since Sardako left World of Warcraft, yeah, he got his 32K video here. Yeah, he had a couple 20K bangers. But then he got 44K on OSRS, 83K, 45K, 50K, 43K. He is killing it, and his subscribers have grown tenfold. Because he switched over to something else that he found that had permanence. And he's been killing it, sticking with it, doing live streams of OSRS every day. And OSRS, and he also talked with Hammer about this. Hammer told me about this too. Sardako's staying with this all the way until Classic Plus. He is not returning to WoW whatsoever. He is not returning to WoW whatsoever. There is no point for him. There's no point for him. And I don't blame him, chap. I don't blame him. Because there's nothing left in WoW right now. WoW is a skeleton of a game built on the bones of old people that once loved what they did. Unfortunately. It's unfortunate. Memories of getting fucked on 6 months of Sash DKP on the loot that ruined me among video. They're tragic, traumatic shit. I know others feel similar and avoid those feelings, and I feel you. Should only focus on the good and WoW, but it's so married with negative, it's even much less quantity. Nah, yeah. I hear you, man. I really do. I try to keep to my own lane, too, and I try not to listen to anybody else. At the end of the day, I say what I say because I believe in it. People don't like it, they don't like it, But I still enjoy playing, WoW on the low, if you know what I'm talking about. Like, I do my things on the low. I don't play, Anniversary or Retail, but I'm playing stuff on the low. But that's about it, I have nothing else to prove in WoW. I did everything that I needed to do in SOD. I finished my story. I got my Ashbringer. I closed my chapter. I played with Crusade and S-Fans Guild. I played with Stamptown and my boys over there with Sindel and all the amigos that were from Crusade as well. And I had a good time. I did everything I had to do. What else did I need to prove? Thank you, Al. Much love to you, big dog. Much love to you, man. Lock it in. I had a great time, is what I'm trying to say. And I think at the end of the day, if more people just continue to stay to their lane and do their own thing, you won't stress out much about anything anymore, You won't stress out much about life anymore. Just stick to your lane and focus on you, is what I can recommend to anybody. And you will see better results in your life if you just continue to stick to your lane, lock in, and focus the fuck up and do your own thing. I truthfully believe that. OSR permanent though, it's been amazing content. They really should try permanent Classic Plus, let it have its ups and downs. Yeah, I believe, Alter, I believe. Too much time in the season. He'll be back, everyone will be back. Yeah, I believe that too, but at the same time, I think it'll be some time before he comes back, And the views he's getting is just amazing for his channel. He's seen literally hundreds percentage of like a high margin of growth that he's never seen before. So Sardako's killing him. Playing WoW just makes me sad because it just doesn't enjoy like it used to. Everyone I know usually is gone, and it's impossible to make new good memories in a game that incentivizes solo play. Yeah, it's tough, Dan. I feel you, amigo. That's why you got to do what's best for you, man. Find what scratches your niche again. Did you see that Asmongold left because of the dad situation? Yeah, I saw that. I think his dad is didn't his dad has cancer or something like that? I mean, I wish the best for him, bro. I mean, at the end of the day, parents and, loved ones, that's a tough thing, right? It's tough. I don't know the full scoop on it, but I wish the best for anybody, man. I don't care about, you know, whether he's right-winged, left-winged, or, you know, whatever wing he represents. I don't give a fuck. He's still an individual. He's still a human being, right? And I think Asmund brought a lot of great moments to the WoW scene that can never be forgotten. I still think the shoes of Asmongold are still at the doorstep of the content creation scene that nobody has filled. Not one person. He has created more moments for gaming in the WoW scene than anyone has ever had. By far. In 5 years, you will be the highest grossing beauty supply stream I've seen. Your skin routine. You're spitting. You're spitting. I love this. I appreciate you. Asmund is the absolute goat. Yeah, he is, Evan. He is. I just think it's... He keeps it real, you know? And I just respect his integrity. I respect, even though that maybe he's wrong sometimes, that's totally fine. He knows it too. He's not always fucking right. But he can at least admit that he is proud of being an asshole. But he's also proud of just doing what he feels like is best. And that's what I'm doing now. Where I feel like I'm doing what I need to is the best decision. By no longer playing WoW, by no longer supporting Blizzard, by just making content that makes me feel happy. And I feel like it was never, you know, a part of me was always like, man, it was never about just the views, you know? And like Cody was talking about, like what Maximilian did earlier, like it was just about making a living on games, what Max said. I remember this tweet. It's a phenomenal tweet. I'll never forget it. Making a living on games by just doing what made you happy. From a guy who played literally old games and dumbass fucking, you know, beat 'em ups and just stupid shit, to making a fucking living and being a streamer of the year, which, you know, or a content creator of the year. I forgot if Max won that trophy. I think he did. That's what makes content creation the best, is when you can be so invested in something that you love doing and you're making content on it and it works for you. That's how you know you just fucking struck gold. You know? That's the gold, boys. You're not truly matured until both your parents have died. It's a weird feeling. Yeah, and it's a scary thing for me to go through too, you know. One of my biggest fears, and obviously I think for a lot of people, is losing your parents, right? You know, my dad's not getting younger. I love my dad dearly. He's an annoying motherfucker sometimes. I love my dad, but that's how my dad can be. You know, my dad can be like that. He knows it, and he knows. And I bet you sometimes he wishes I called more sometimes, and that's on me. But I love my dad. I love my pops the most. He's been through a lot of hard times, my father, and he's put us through some times too. Sometimes he doesn't always listen all the time, but you know, that's how pops are. You know, that's how dad is sometimes. You know, that's life. My mom, on the other hand, she's made her several mistakes too. But I love my mother. I think she's a great woman. What's up, nerdy? Lock it in. But yeah, I don't really think about it, but I just cherish the time that I spend with them. Me and my mom, we go out for walks every day and we play football together. You know, and if I can just continue doing that with my mom for a long time, that sounds pretty cool to me, you know? That sounds pretty cool to me, chat. Sounds pretty dope. Asmongold became top WoW streamer because he actually did tons of the community-driven events between viewer raids and TMOD competitions. Yeah, and then Blizzard stole his ideas too about fucking competitions. Sad's cancer and had pneumonia so many times to make it worse. Yeah, it's tough, man. Sharing an update on Twitter today. It's sad. I hope everything's working for him, man. I remember his dad used to come on stream. He's a good dude. Zach's a good dude, man. And not everything you see on this, you know, content stuff is always, you know, a lot of people just do this shit for views, bro. To be honest. Doesn't mean he's a bad guy. Let me see. I'm not sure how I handle it. What? Just like losing a parent? Yeah, it's tough, man. I don't even want to think about it. It's a tough situation because, like, you know, you built your life on so many emotions, you know, and you know, your parents are the only, you know, the people that, you know, you've been through so much with your parents. You remember what it was like being a kid. You know, it's tough. You know, I don't want to get emotional. You guys are gonna get me crying up and tearing up. Shut the fuck up. Shut up.
We're not getting emotional for this bitch. You guys almost had me. I'll give you that. You almost broke me. Yeah. Go through often. Yeah, often I've been there, yeah. You think certain shake, I need it nicer and learn from my faults, please let go of things and be nicer. No one's perfect. Yeah, no one's perfect, Cody. I agree. I think that's a good sign that video games aren't cutting it for any more people. Nah, I agree. Musk, I agree. Time to dance, pause shit before sleep. Yeah, chat, I think we end this note on some positive stuff. Thank you once again for being with the streams. Whether it's 1,000 people or not, or whether it's just mere hundreds, or even just, just us macking. I really do appreciate you guys always. Thank you for just making my channel the channel it is. And much love to you guys. Lock it in to the Hydration Nation. And everybody at the Cathedral here. Appreciate you. Chat, we have the new Discord, by the way. If you haven't joined it, we do have the new Discord. You could join. I'll copy it here. Copy the link. You guys can all check it out. That is the new Discord to the club. I hope you guys enjoy your stay. You guys can share your media posts for me to cover on stream tomorrow. If you guys find anything interesting that you think would be a good talking topic for stream, we'll cover it, we'll dissect it, watch some bullshit, and we'll look at it, alright? So share your thoughts, share whatever that you have there. We'll watch them stream tomorrow, we'll do some shit together, we'll watch this shit together. Have some food, drink, chill, smoke some cigarettes, do some heroin. I don't give a fuck. Lock it in, chat. You know the damn deal. However, though, chat. Editor, shut off the Oblivion music. I love the soundtrack, but shut it off! Chat. I think it's time. Thank you for the stream tonight, amigos. Much love. Peace. Love ya. Peace.